porque me dejas. Bueno, mira, señora, ay señorita, nadie sabía lo que iba a pasar. Solamente fuiste y me dejaste solito en la eternidad. Señora, ay señorita, yo sé que ahora estás lejos de mí. Siempre estoy pensando lo que estás haciendo y si te sientes más feliz. Y si te sientes más feliz, oye. Y espero yo que no te sientas sola y que tu vida está llena de felicidad. Porque deseo que nadie tenga que sentirse ahora mismo como yo, atrapado en la oscuridad, solito en la eternidad, solito en la eternidad, oye. Trompeta. Saxofón con Cristian. Toca.
Ay, ay, ay.
Porque me dejaste acá, solamente fuiste. Ay, ven acá, señora. Ay, ven acá, señora. Ay, ven, señora. Mira, y espero yo que no te sientas sola y que tu vida está llena de felicidad. Porque deseo que nadie tenga que sentirse ahora mismo como yo, atrapado en la oscuridad y solito en la eternidad. Ay señora, vuélvete acá, vuélvete. Ay señora, ya se fue.
Ya se fue. Yo, what up, everybody? We got Jen in the chat. Common Good in the chat. Mr. El Taco.
Bueno, mira. Oye, llévame al campo, la tierra donde naciste. Carretero tira su carreta, que recuerda donde viviste. Contemplarte en la sierra, contemplarte en los valles. Y lo hacemos juntos para capturar los detalles. Tierra, tierra, muéstrame tu tierra, mamá. Tierra, tierra, muéstrame tu tierra, mamita. Tierra, 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 tierra. Bueno, mira de bro. Estamos viajando lejos, pero vale la pena. Recogemos recuerdos y siempre terrena, esto es tuyo y siempre lo será. Siempre será tu tierra y siempre lo recordarás. Óyelo,
Tierra, tierra.
siempre lo recordarás. Tierra, tierra, es tu tierra, mami. Tierra, tierra. Tierra, tierra. Bueno, mira, juntos vamos para allá. Tu tierra. Escucha, aquí es tu tierra y siempre la será, mamá. Aquí es tu tierra y siempre la recordará. Óyelo bien, mamita, y siempre la será, oye. Aquí es tu tierra y siempre la recordará.
Seize the beans.
Aquí es tu tierra y siempre la será. Vamos para allá, mamita linda. Y siempre
What up, Faith?
Vamos para allá. Y siempre la será, oye. Tierra y siempre la recordará. Camina, como dice, tierra y siempre la será. Siempre la será, mamá. Siempre la recordará. La tierra, tierra, tierra. Tierra, tierra. Vamos para allá, para tu tierra, mamita. Tierra, tierra.
Bienvenido Substance, El Taco.
Tierra, tierra. Camina para allá.
Just in my VODs. Go to the playlist. I'm sure there'll be like 5 reactions as well. Buenos días, mijo. ¡Ay, qué rico! La canción se llama La Tierra Tuya. You got me? La Tierra Tuya. That's the name of the song. About ready to go. Just give me a sec. I will have to stop part way to get my coffee. All right? You know, Pisco loves his Dunkin'. Then thank you. I'm gonna be honest, I don't know anything about this interview. I know Kash Patel, so I know he's cringe. So we're just gonna like clown on him a little bit, or a lot of it, you know? And we got some serious stuff to talk about, law stuff, you know, core politics. I know the people, they ache. Got some blue guys in the chat. Muchos hornos. Ahora para muchos hornos. Yo, what up, folks? How we doing? Oh, wait, I have to fix this, don't I? Why is it all fucked up? You want more left in fighting? Thank you, Caramel. All right, what's up, everybody? Hope everyone's doing a good. Welcome to a little Wednesday. Any amazing things you guys did? Any stuff going on? I'll see you in Valhalla, brother. Folks, what a day, what a week. We're quickly approaching the holiday season. Get your last acts of goodness out of the way. Because soon we're going to end the the reporting season for Santa's list. And I got one question to ask all of you. Have you been naughty or have you been nice? Have you thrown up those surrender hands? Thank you for the 16 months. Oh, wait, no, that's not. That just says that you're 16 months. You didn't actually sub again. Chicken. Poland has AOC 51, Vance 49. Let's keep it up. Yeah, that's a loss, Common Good. I know it's early. I know it's early and those polls aren't indicative, but if that were this situation, we'd be fucked. So I understand it's early and we should not look into polls, but definitely like way too fucking early. Do not at all look at the polls right now. But this would be a depressing black pill poll. We need to win by like 5 points to be even like, and that's like a nail biter like Biden. That said, we always support Alexandria. Alexander. Good news from the QAnon world is that Trump will finally announce the overturn of the 2020 election at his address tonight. Wait, is that true? He's going to try to do that? He's going to declare himself. Wouldn't he be declaring himself an eligible candidate? Because it does say, I believe, let's just take a quick gander at the amendment. No person shall be elected to the office of the president more than twice if he declares himself to have been elected. I'm wondering why we should not sue him in a quo warranto action against the president by his own admission that he's unconstitutionally holding office. It says, no person shall be elected to that office. So, I don't know. I don't know about that. And then don't they have to change the hats? 45, 46, and 47? It's all to try to... do you understand what this is, right? All these kinds of different declarations and this budding war. I mean, we've committed now multiple acts of aggression, hostile acts, and now we're like, I guess, blockading Venezuela. All of this is done to try to distract from the terrible track record of the administration. How do you think Jack Smith is going to do in front of the Senate? I think he'll do fine. 45, 46, 47 hats are going to go crazy. They're going to sell like hotcakes. Maybe that's the announcement. I'm telling you, all these announcements are always nothing burgers. Unless if he declares war. That will certainly be something of note. Folks, Kash Patel. What can we say about this dude? What can we fucking say about this goober? You guys know this guy? Hang on, I'm going to show you something. You guys know this man?
This is a very much an ongoing investigation, as the governor said.
Can't
we
talk.
will continue to work with state and local authorities.
What did he say there? Just there, like, did he even make any sense?
This is a very much an ongoing investigation.
This is very much
As the governor said.
Oh, maybe
we will continue to work with state and local authorities.
Oh, thank you for the memberships. Really appreciate it. Vasaraka. Appreciate it.
This is a very much an ongoing investigation, as the governor.
I felt like something he said there. This is a very much
This is a very much an ongoing investigation.
This is a very much an ongoing. Oh, it is. Wait, he did fuck up. This is a very much an ongoing investigation. This is a very much an ongoing. He fucking misspoke. Look, he has an extra article. This is a very much an ongoing investigation. Like the dude can't even talk. He's got that nerd voice. I want my FBI director to sound like Larry the Lobster. Okay.
This is a very much an ongoing investigation, as the governor said, and we will continue to work with state and local authorities to develop the investigation, to provide them the evidence they need for their ongoing prosecutions, and we will be here to answer every call they absolutely have.
What the fucking word salad machine? For every call they absolutely have. He just wants to throw in absolutely. Hey, I do this sometimes too. He's just like a nerd.
And we will be here to answer every call they absolutely have.
Sorry. I just love the idea of him saying this after being like, hey, do you guys have a vest with the patches that say FBI on them? I'm going to wait to disembark my my airliner until you find me a tactical vest that has the words FBI. I know we have this one that fits me. Oh yes, lady FBI agent, can I use can I use yours upside down? Can we put the patches upside down?
As long as for their ongoing prosecutions, and we will be here to answer every call they absolutely have. As long.
He wore a woman's jacket, cross-dressing. Next, he's gonna get some blush from JD. He wore a woman's jacket. I'm thinking back to like the Michael Scott where he shows up with like a woman's suit jacket. Oh, killing me.
And we will be here to answer every call they absolutely have, as long as it takes, for as long as we need to find and apprehend whoever.
You can't say a word. You can't say anything. Hang on, 1 second. I'll be right back. 1 sec. 1 sec. My coffee's here. Selling chocolates. What are they selling? Chocolate. I remember when they first invented chocolate. I always hated it. 1 sec. This is very much an ongoing. This is very much an ongoing. This is a very much ongoing investigation. We're here to answer any call they absolutely have. Sorry, I'm putting my headphones on. I can't even put these on. I'm laughing. Oh, I'm so laughing. I have to restart it because I don't even know what he's saying. What's like? Sorry. I'm sorry. We're sorry. When they first invented it.
This is a very much an ongoing investigation, as the governor said, and we will continue to work with state and local authorities to develop the investigation, to provide them the evidence they need for their ongoing prosecutions.
Ongoing.
And we will be here to answer every call they absolutely have, as long as it takes, for as long as we need to find and apprehend whatever suspects were involved in this crime. Lastly,
Sorry.
to my friend Charlie Kirk. Rest now, brother. We have the watch, and I'll see you in Valhalla.
That's our illustrious FBI director. Now, I want to make sure this joke that I'm doing isn't some subtle encouragement of you guys to do anything bad, like have an awkward press conference. So I'm not doing that, or any other violent act. It's a joke. So I just want to make sure I'm doing my due diligence. All right, and so our illustrious FBI director whom everyone respects, who's not going to be fired, who works closely with Dan Bongino, who's also an integral part of the administration, who will not leave within the next 2 months. So there's this killer on the loose. There's a killer, right? It's still on the loose. And I'm not making light of that, by the way. I'm just the absurd situation. It's a tragedy, obviously, but there's a killer on the loose. Killed some innocent university students in cold blood. And Katie Miller is... we should take a look at Katie Miller's like recent episodes and stuff. It's actually insane how much they're trying to make Katie Miller happen and gaslight into thinking us that she's and like to protect her new budding career. And so she's getting some pretty big names, but just like look at how much. Watch this. So she's basically getting everyone from the administration and other like Republican people to come on and give her clout. So JD Vance comes in. I don't know who the hell Sage Steele is. Is Tyson like Magana? I think he is. They have Pam Bondi, Jillian Michaels. That has like shocking. My 5-hour conversation with Rob Noor that I just put up yesterday has more views than this. In the Katie Miller episode 7 with Jillian Michaels. Some of these have been bigger hits than others. Kellyanne Conway. I don't even know if she's relevant to the... But she's basically running through the admin. Like, who can I get? RFK's wife? What a fall from grace, by the way, from Curb Your Enthusiasm to the Katie Miller podcast. But even that, I'm like Cheryl Hines is giving clout to Katie Miller. Katie Miller, of course, wife of Steve Miller. Current head Gestapo agent in charge of, renditions to torture dungeons. And then you have like other industry titans. Mike Johnson came. We have to watch this at some point. I mean, it literally might be too boring. I got through like 2 minutes of one of these and they're so boring. She is so boring. And so I thought, what do you do when you invite some like deer in the headlights, incompetent FBI director to this gaslit podcast from a talentless hack who's basically trying to just do, I guess, IRL propaganda and humanize these ghouls. There's very many ghouls. All these ghouls come up and say, hey, can you, or she asked the ghouls to come on and I can launder and make you seem like a nice fella. All right. But, so like, it seems like a priority of the administration people is to signal boost Katie Miller for God knows what reason. That is like an admin objective. That is something that they want to do. And it's important to them, such that they're spending time out of their busy days to go signal boost Katie Miller. Katie Miller, on the night of the killing, when there's still a manhunt going on, doesn't think like, maybe now is not the right time to drop this podcast episode with the FBI director and his wife or girlfriend. Not even wife, girlfriend. But then you think, well, if not now, when? If it's not okay to drop the podcast with the FBI director now, I mean, when will it be? There'll always be something, right? The potential for some breaking news activity for like an FBI. So can I really criticize her? Well, maybe there's another answer here. Okay. Maybe here's another answer. If you're the FBI director, you don't need to go on these kinds of podcasts. Maybe the right answer is, this kind of seems like a stupid idea. Like, I understand that I have been saying that social media is like half the job, But I meant that of like the political officials that they should be doing the social media stuff. I'm not saying that they should be doing that if you're like the FBI director. I don't think Pam Bondi needs to go be interviewed by Katie Miller. If you're going to do an interview, do it with like 60 Minutes where it's all very serious. It's all very whatever. And it's not just like, hi guys, welcome to my podcast. Like that's when you do your interview as the FBI director or something. But maybe, especially don't promote your podcast with the FBI director in the middle of a fucking manhunt after a massive fucking shooting. You know? So anyway, they're gonna put this. Everyone, so this is like hours and hours, probably 19 hours. This gets dropped after she promotes it for tomorrow. She's releasing clips of it already, and everyone and their dog and cat is clowning on him because all they see is the still image of Katie Miller sitting down with Kash Patel and his girlfriend while there's a manhunt going around. And so before they put up this like, hang on, we want to make sure that you know that this was filmed before. It's not like he was doing anything before. It's not like he was busy. And he took some time out of his busy day to come. This was before that stuff where he would have needed to work, right? As though people would see this. So they put this little disclaimer up in the introduction. So why don't we, I don't know what is in this. I don't know how long I'm going to be able to stand it. But yeah, let's just watch. Just for a little bit.
How often has he traveled to see you since January 20th?
If I was actually abusing it, I would go see every one of her shows.
So now he's being what the fuck? Why? First of all, why does your tie always seem fucked up? Am I the only one who sees this? Am I crazy? We need that dye workwear guy. And the first clip they use is if I was actually abusing. These people are so dumb. Hey, you want to know a way to just like get this out of the news? Stop bringing it up. If I was actually abusing it, I mean, you can't script this any better. Why do you start your clip with like him acting defensive about the airplane thing? If I was actually abusing it. Hey, don't say this. Hey, I'm taking responsibility for my chat. Do not say this. Don't fucking say this. You can't prove it beyond a reasonable doubt that she's a honeypot. And he will sue you. By the way, I think he actually did send a letter to someone about this, about accusing them of being on. They might have actually filed a lawsuit.
Traveled to see you since January 20th.
If I was actually abusing it, I would go see everyone.
That's the clip. Like Katie Miller is trying her best to throw Kash Patel out in the bus. If I was actually trying to abuse it, if I was actually doing this corruption, why wouldn't I not see her like 10,000 times? Let's see if there's any funny things in the background. Can you imagine like James Comey? Sorry.
One of her shows. I think I get to like 15%. We at the Bureau.
I get to 15% of her shows. Oh, you're watching 15% of her shows live or something? What does she do again? Is she an actor? What does she do? I'm going to Google this shit. I only watch like 15%. He needs to pick a number that shows that he's like doing his job still, but that he's not a horrible, boyfriend. Kash Patel girlfriend. All right, Alexis Wilkins. Oh, she's a singer. Country singer? She's 27. Why do people think she's from Israel? She was born in Boston. She's younger than me. She's an only child and raised Christian. I think she's Israel. So he goes to see, he has time. He is the head police officer. How many shows does Alexis do? All right, let's see. I'm going to ask Grok for this. We're going to actually do a little Grok here. All right. 15% of shows. So let's go to Super Grok. Approximately how many shows has Alexis Wilkins performed since Kash Patel took office? We're doing an analysis here. This is going to be important, folks. Is there an 18-year gap? Let's see. What's the amount? That's what Grok says. We might be clearing Kash. Let's see if we can clear Kash. Hopefully this will clear. What a specific number too. 15%. Searching X now. Expanding the search. Oh wow. Sorry guys. Grok is a little slow today. But it seems like we're gonna get an answer. Wow. Still not done. Yo, AI sucks.
Abusing it, I would go see every one of her shows. I think I get to like 15%. We at the Bureau are going to...
We at the Bureau are widely going to protect free speech. Wildly. Why is every still frame like this? Why is every still frame like this? You can't find a single one. You can't find a single one. What are these? Like our Bureau, we're like definitely gonna protect free speech. Why would you use Elon's AI? Why not Claude? Well, I want to use their own system so no one can accuse me of liberal bias.
I get to like 15%. We at the Bureau are going to...
We at the Bureau?
To wildly protect.
Wildly. What? This is so stupid.
Wildly so.
Wildly so. He says it twice. Wildly so. That's why we're going after people for free speech and trying to deport them too.
We at the Bureau are going to wildly protect.
Look at his hand motion too. One sec.
Like 15%. We at the Bureau are going to
like wildly
protect free speech.
Wildly
so, especially with the people that are in disagreement with whatever your views may be. But at the same time,
big sniff.
You have to enforce the laws, and people expect that of us. Literally every single.
The zoom out to the sock. No way. Thoughts. Look at the zoom out.
You have to enforce the laws.
Like he's like just like wearing something normal, and like we get the impression he's like, oh, this is appropriate wear.
People expect that of us. Literally every.
The biggest sock I've ever seen. It's so big. It's so big. Look at it. It's an eyesore. It stands out. It makes his pantsuit look different color than his actual suit. It is huge. I've never seen a bigger sock. Bulging ankles.
Single week we have.
Thank you for the. Oh wait, let me turn alerts back on. People were. This is crazy.
A huge takedown a huge arrest, either in the counterterrorism space, espionage space. We've arrested.
This is going to be so boring, isn't it? Holy fuck. Holy fuck. I'm saying it looks like the biggest sock in the world. You know, obviously you wear dress socks for sure. But it's just like, it looks so big because the length here seems like off. Not this much sock should be showing. Am I crazy? This feels like too much. It might just be like my monitor. It looks like the pants are a different color. That could just be like, that could be me. But yeah, the trouser looks too short. It's showing too much sock. I think, right? You guys can tell me if in the cyber terrorism space, in the narco terrorism space, approximately 40 concerts. All right, so let's do 15% of 40. Well, actually, guys, you want to know a quick little trick? You do it in 10%. So 10% of 40 is 4. Then you do half of 10%, which was 4 to 2, 6 shows. So my guy has gone to 6 concerts, and it's not even been a year in office. And when did he take off? No, this is, so how long has he been in office? How long has Kash Patel been FBI director? Since February 2025. So we're not even a full year. We're about, what do you want to say, 10 months? 6 concerts on his own accounting. What do you think? Is that appropriate as FBI director? How many concerts have you guys gone to in 10 months? Is it believable? In the FBI jet. If I was really abusing the jet, I wouldn't have only gone to 50. Crazy.
35% more spies from foreign adversaries this year alone than last year.
So I just want to clarify, you're not Jewish.
That's appropriate.
You are not from Israel. No.
Why are you trying to fucking throw them under the bus in your intro? Let's just deal with like the most controversial culture or / accusations, even the unhinged ones in the beginning, and put it in the intro. Or I don't know. I think they're not doing them any favors.
So how did we get to, are you a Mossad agent?
You know, that's a great question.
Where's her ring?
Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no.
It's definitely coming.
Has there been one moment where you're like, you can't make this up?
It's definitely coming.
I think it's like every day.
Who the fuck made this intro?
Okay.
I would kill myself if this was the intro music I used in an actual, like, sorry, not in an actual way. In a video game.
Hi, everyone, and welcome to this week's episode of the Katie Miller Podcast. Please don't forget to like, subscribe, share, and follow.
I hate it already.
This week, we are so excited to be...
What's the aesthetic here? What's the theme? What the fuck is the theme? To Kill him. Look in the background. To Kill a Mockingbird, The Great Gatsby, Michelangelo. Do you see that in the so over here, right? It says To Kill a Mockingbird, The Great Gatsby, Michelangelo. Is a podcast set or fucking elementary school? Excuse me. Like an elementary or high school like English class. Why do you have that? You read like the book list for a high school language arts class?
Joined by Kash and his beautiful girlfriend, Alexis. Thanks for joining.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
So for all the viewers
Wow, bubbling personality.
out there, Alexis, would you mind reintroducing yourself as to what you do, a bit of your backstory?
Wow. Love this. A lot of chemistry. This doesn't at all seem forced. How about not going directly? I don't know. This sucks. This idea sucks.
Before we dive deeper.
Dive deeper into the.
Yes. So
Yes, I will now say who I am.
Music artist.
I am a
and
country music
then I've
artist.
also been folded into the world of political commentary and political
Oh no.
advocacy over the past like 5 or so years.
Did you start doing the political commentary before?
All right, I fucked up by saying elementary. I should have said high school. Sorry. I misspoke. I'm not above it. I admit my mistakes.
You met Kash, or did that kind of evolve at the same time?
I was in it before we met. I was really in political commentary in some form since I graduated college.
This is so boring.
Because I went through a lot with the whole college is nuts and leftist.
Hi, my name's Alexis. What's her name? I don't even remember her name. I went to this whole thing. I'm a country music star, and I was enfolded into politics, and I went to college. You know how crazy the colleges are. They're not even putting the fucking heart into it, dude.
I graduated college because I
You
went
know,
through a lot with the whole
with the whole college is
and
nuts
leftist
thing.
or crazy stuff with
Smile from our FBI. This is our FBI director.
that whole world and getting involved with different organizations to help speak with students and help them learn to advocate, not work for or not write papers that they disagree with.
I don't know. I might be a little mean. Why can't these people talk? All right, I don't want to be mean.
In order to make a grade, all that stuff that goes on college campuses. That's really where I started. And then
All the stuff going on college campuses, writing papers you don't believe. Yeah, it's called homework, dude. I didn't want to write that. I don't believe in those papers either. All the papers I wrote about Great Gatsby.
Expanded from that.
And this, ladies and gentlemen, is Kash Patel, director of the FBI.
It's great to be with you.
What a bubbling. I can't.
Thanks for having us.
Do you love being the FBI director?
Yeah, it's a great job. It's worth the fight, and it would not be possible if you don't have an incredibly strong partner, and I'm lucky to have Alexis.
Did you think a year into this is what being the FBI director was going to be when you said to the...
Can we just get rid of the country movie star? This should just be Katie and Kash. We don't give a shit about what you say about college. We just want to watch Kash suffer. Why is she here?
President that, yes, I would love to be your FBI director.
I think the work is definitely, obviously you and I and the team knew what President Trump was going to do. He served in the first administration. We worked with him in between, and we kind of expected the roadmap that he had laid out, his vision for America. So we've executed on across the front.
Across the front?
Some of the surprises are, of course, how the media reacts to a lot of this stuff.
That's the only thing you care about. You don't care about anything else. Is media, and that's inside reporting. That's FBI people complaining. So some of the surprises are like the media. You guys are so fucking egocentric.
For us, who are rarely surprised by the media.
You're rarely surprised? We didn't know they were going to make fun of us so hard. Or rarely. We didn't know that we were going to... They should be bowing before us. Fix your tie, bro.
I've been surprised.
Is his phone in frame?
More than expected.
And then at what point did you two meet?
We met was it late 2022?
At a friend's house in Nashville, actually. John Rich was having an event at his house, and it was we were trying to get music out for conservative personality.
So we were trying to do the conservative We Are the World, and that's where we fell in love.
And John's always been a fantastic host, and we met at his house, and I walked to her.
Something was like we're hearing too much like clothes noise. Is that just me, or did you guys hear that stuff? It's like I'm hearing too much of the sound of his clothes moving.
Fantastic host, and we met at his house.
It's like the audio. Did you hear that crinkling? Yeah. Who's the mutual friend? It's John.
And
hang on, John?
John's always been a fantastic. We're trying to get music out for conservative personalities, and John's always been a fantastic host. And we met at
Did you hear? I mean, so much static and shit.
House, and I walked up to her, and I told her
I walked
she
up
had
to
a nice
her.
jacket on, and I think she
I told her she had a good jacket.
turned around and walked away.
That's not true.
So we have an incel, a pickup artist. I went up to her and said, "You have a nice jacket," and then she walked away. What a great story, Mark. What a funny story, Mark. You know, I once knew a girl, beat her up so bad, she ended up in a hospital on Guerrero Street. What a funny story, Mark. Anyway, how's your sex life?
He always tells the story like this. I'm like, I at no point walked away. I just did not, I mean, it just didn't hit me that my jacket was like the entry point of.
But it's your
hey,
jacket. It didn't hit me. What is that? What is she even saying? It didn't hit me that the entry point was the jacket. Is that comprehensible to any of you? I mean, you guys say I'm the oddest. All right. What does that mean? It didn't hit me that the entry point was the jacket. It seems like you're the expert, Cash. It seems like you're the expert, Cash. I don't even know what is meant by this.
That my jacket was like the entry point of.
Wait, she said,
it just didn't hit me.
It didn't hit me? So, like, you didn't understand. I'm breaking this apart like it's an Ethan Klein fucking whatever. It didn't hit me that the entry point was the jacket.
Jacket was like the entry point of, hey, we should.
Hey, we should.
Have you tried?
Fuck. This is so uncomfortable, bro. You publish this when there's a manhunt. I mean, and that's the other thing, right? One thing is there are many different lines of points of failure at the strategic level. The first was doing this interview in the first place. The second was doing this interview with Cash and his girlfriend as opposed to just Cash. Then it was advertising while there's a manhunt. And then there's publishing the video while there's a manhunt, where they're talking about hooking up. It didn't occur to her that he was in the interview. It didn't occur. Oh, is that what you? Okay, this is the good faith. Maybe listen. Maybe I have no riz. I have no riz.
Bill Ackman's "May I Meet You"?
In retrospect,
and then they both move at the same time, adjusting tie, clearly uncomfortable.
that might have been a better approach, because I didn't land my first date for a few months after that.
Oh! Why are you saying this? She's like, what are you doing? Why are you throwing me under the bus? You ever have the dude that just in front of the girl kind of shits on her in front of other people? Or like, how is she supposed to handle that? Maybe I should have done that. So like self-deprecating, like you need to be more self-deprecating, dude. Next is going to be like, I know I didn't have the biggest penis. Why? You're the FBI director, dude. Why are you saying this? How is she supposed to, like, all right, guys, we now have the time. We're all calm. What's the best way if you're, I don't even remember the name of this woman. Texas? Alexis, Texas. Wait, what's her name? Shit, I want to get this right. Alexis something? Alexis Wilkins. Sorry. I didn't mean anything else. I didn't say anything. Alexis. What do we say if we're talking about Alexis here in response to, I didn't get a date for many months.
In retrospect, that might have been a better approach, because I didn't land my first date for a few months after that.
What do you do? What do you say? Maybe you played off like, yeah, I was playing hard to get. I think you have to be a little light about it. You're tearing me apart, Alexis. Fuck you, man.
Wait a minute.
So
wait. She did the worst option, which was. Wait, did she just make a noise? I don't even know what she did.
Because I didn't land my first date for a few months after that.
Wait a minute.
It was a minute. It was a minute. She's seething. That's how I interpret it. It was a minute. Seething.
So throughout
I didn't land my first date for a few months after that.
Wait a minute.
Like through gritted teeth.
So throughout 2022 to prior to becoming the FBI director, you lived in Vegas and you lived in Nashville. And so how did you make the long distance work?
I think like
Who asked for this, bro? Wow. Have you reviewed the oral arguments for Trump versus Slaughter, particularly the parts regarding quasi-legislative, judicial, executive bodies? Like, I understand some of the arguments, but I haven't reviewed the oral arguments, and I haven't watched them or listened to them. That said, if you want me to, I can.
like any relationship that succeeds, it's just those things don't matter. You know,
Distance doesn't matter. Like any relationship, distance matters, folks. Take it from me. Distance absolutely matters. You need to find it is not just something you can brush off as not significant. At least be honest, right? At least try to be honest.
she's touring, we're campaigning. She's also doing campaign and political stuff at the same time. So we just, like everybody else, got on planes, met where we could.
Just like everyone else, got on planes and met where we could. Wow. So relatable. Wait, so relatable, guys. This is really making it. Do you guys know how just like you do?
You know, she's touring, we're campaigning. She's also doing campaign and political stuff at the same time. So we just, like everybody else, got on planes, met where we could.
No hint of irony. You should be like, yeah, I know it's, some people have gone through this experience, but it really is, not when we could. It's like we made an effort to do this, and that, and you actually, it does require more work, and especially now when we're so busy, blah, 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 blah. But he's trying to be like, I'm normal. Please, someone help me. I'm normal.
Made it a point to see each other either in Nashville and Vegas, and sometimes it ended up being in DC, or sometimes it's on the road where she was performing. And
the most fucking boring possible distillation of that. Why not tell like a funny story? Oh, you'd be like, oh, it has its challenges, but it also provides like moments of genuine whatever. I remember this time when we were both at the airport, and then when we were in this place, and then we're in that place, and then I didn't like have something. Just be like, we sometimes met here. We sometimes met in DC. It's like when JD Vance went to the donut shop. It's like, and how much do you make? And how about you? What are your hours? And how long do you work? And when do you get up? You guys remember Ryan from The Office? Like, hi. I get that very much feeling. Absolutely, I get that very much feeling.
so you just make it happen if it's worth it, and it is.
Make it happen if it's worth it, and it is.
So I just want to clarify, you're not Jewish.
I'm not.
You're not from Israel.
Bro.
No.
Bro. See, it doesn't work. If you want to keep on the personal stuff, like who's the audience for this? Some kind of Kash Patel superfan? Do his shoes look big?
So how did we get to, are you a Mossad agent?
That's a great question. I too have that question for the internet, actually. You and me both. No, I'm not sure. I'm not Jewish. I'm Christian. I'm Armenian. So, not really sure how we got there. I've never been to Israel. I'd love to go. It's just,
I love Israel. I love Israel.
Passport, and I'm just as confused as everyone else is.
Very light topic. Why do people accuse you of being a Mossad agent? I don't know. I've never been to Israel, but I'd love to go. Very normal conversation, very light, very playful.
Because the internet to this point.
By the way, I am now sympathizing with Katie Miller a little bit here. Just a little bit. They are giving her nothing. Nothing. Try to be human beings and just like poke fun at her. The thing is, these people, I don't even know if they have these kinds of this like witty banter behind the scenes. Like there are some conservatives, absolutely, who you can tell they love banter, all right? There are some conservatives where you watch their shit, they're talking that shit, and you know that like they can have funny conversations off stream or off whatever they're doing. Let's give some examples. I think Alex Jones could actually have a funny conversation. Like he is a demented, like soulless ghoul as well. But I get the sense that he's like has a personality that it would be funny. You could have a funny conversation. These people are giving Katie Miller like no pushback, no little pokes to like lower the tension. It feels like very tense.
I'm just as confused as everyone else is.
Because the internet to this point of the personal attacks on you and your relationship are not only from the far left, but are from the far right as well. And how have you dealt with those attacks? Do you let it, are those things you guys discuss? Do you let it roll off your...
Why don't you let them fucking answer it? I know I sometimes, when I'm doing debates, will do shit like this. What do you think is more likely, this or this? But like, aren't you trying to like build out their view and and give them an opportunity to fully elaborate?
Do not read it. I think there's a lot of people out.
Are you telling us? Or are you fucking asking a question, Katie?
Out there, especially young women who are attacked in other ways from their friends, from their groups, and that's something we all struggle with, right? Is how to handle.
We were all accused of being Israel Mossad agents. Maybe it's just you guys. Maybe it's just the Groypers coming after Steven because he's Jewish and because you guys are the targets of this kind of harassment. That's not normal for most people. And I don't think it's justified all the time well, maybe in the case of the administration, which is basically co-signing everything Israel does, for the most part, some notable exceptions. Maybe it's a little bit more warranted there as a kind of political attack. As an anti-Semitic attack, I totally disavow. But this is not a normal experience.
Handle that. And so going through what I think is a very public version of that, I'd love to know how you deal with this.
I think that it's very important to...
How do you deal with... What a question. What a fucking question. Now I feel now I feel bad for them. How do you deal with being accused of being an Israeli spy? Well, you see, Katie, what I do is I sue people. I sue people who defame my character in such a way. That's what I do. That's how I handle it. What a question. I have deep meditation. I do yoga. That's how I deal with it. I get very litigious.
First and foremost, remember that the people who actually love you, my boyfriend, my family.
The pregnant pause. Did you guys hear the pregnant pause there? Just tell me if I'm crazy seeing that pregnant pause. People say that I can't read human emotion. So maybe I'm wrong. Did you feel a pregnant pause there? You just tell me. And you can say no. I'm not trying to coach you.
Deal with this.
I think that it's very important to first and foremost remember that the people who actually love you, my boyfriend, my family.
Was that a pregnant pause? My boyfriend?
Those are the people who their opinions matter. And then
I don't care about everyone calling me a Mossad agent. They're the only people that matter, but that's why I sue them.
Everything else kind of splinters off from that, and you can decide how much value you want to place on other people's opinion.
This is like an alien This is like an alien explaining basic thoughts to... This is like the hive mind. Wait, I think you should. It would be good framework to provide education. Okay, Vasaraka, thank you for the super chats. I will review the oral arguments in the Slaughter case, okay? I will do that. Thank you for the super chats. Appreciate you. And that shows I can be influenced by super chats. And so all the super chats I was getting yesterday from Doobie, this shows it, right? Because if I do it this time, I do it all the time. What's saying? It's like she's explaining human. So this is how, right? So you can care about the people close to you, and then you can decide whether you care about what other people think. This is literally what she just explained. She explained, hey, you can like decide whether people's opinions matter to you.
And else kind of splinters off who my boyfriend, my family, those are the people who their opinions matter. And then everything else kind of splinters off from that, and you can decide how much value you want to place on other people's opinion.
It's like explaining basic human emotions and relationships.
I also understand that there's a benefit in whatever media spin whatever side is choosing to make. If this side wants to say I'm a spy, it's because they're trying to attack him through me.
Kash, say his name. Say his name, Kash. The director. Well, imagine if she said the director. It just feels a little belittling to the office of the FBI director to do this kind of thing. Maybe this is unfair. Would I apply this standard? Like if Merrick Garland did an expose, maybe I wouldn't. I'm trying to be consistent here. Right? I'm trying to like provide a framework always. But it does seem a little belittling when they're trying to get to him, the office of the FBI director, the director. That's the director sitting next to you. He needs to have like, imagine that you're a lying FBI guy and you're watching this.
If the far left is trying to spin me as a party girl, it's because it's, first of all, hilariously untrue, and also because they want to get to him. So defensive. This is, who is this meant for? To assuage the fears of MAGA? Try not to take it personally. Of course, it affects, your headspace, it affects your work, it affects aspects of your life. I can't pretend it doesn't. It's horrible. But
it's horrible when people What would you call what happened to Kilmar? What would you call what happened to the individuals that your husband is basically promoting as the job well done, the suspects of like various different murders where he's been wrong about it? Guys, we got the killer. He's in custody. Oops. I can't believe that happened again. It's happened like 3 times. Thank you so much, Social Media Influencer Administration. Sad. Thank you for the super chat.
I think remembering that the opinions of the people who actually love you and know you are what matter the most.
I think for us, it's we have a great support structure with our family and our friends, as anyone does in this town. And we're blessed to have that. And
just in this town, though, as anyone does in this town.
I think what hurts is that they have to read a lot of this falsehood. She can take it. I can take it. We can take it. It's definitely made us incredibly stronger, but having a support network that knows it's total BS has made it a lot easier for us.
They are struggling to get through this.
And our parents get along. My parents like her more than they like me.
The self-deprecation stuff, I don't know. Do you guys like it? What do you think? What do you think about the self-deprecation? Is it working for you? And put your Trump bias. I don't want to see any blue MAGA lefty losers that are putting their personal bias in the assessment here. You love it? He's so relatable. All right, good. It's that gotcha journalism. Cuck chair. He's definitely taking it right now. My parents love her more than they love me. He's tried that bit like twice so far. I don't think it's playing well. I think that the FBI director shouldn't be like a clown. You think it adds some humanity. Okay. So we have one person who thinks it adds humanity. I kind of think that it feels a little inauthentic and overly sensitive. And in some sense, maybe I would think differently if it was a Democrat. So I'm admitting maybe I'm biased. But it kind of feels like it's demeaning the office of the FBI director. Just a bit, the way he's saying it.
So it's, in all the accounts that it matters.
In all the accounts that it matters.
Something.
The accounts. I mean, in people's opinions. I know I sometimes talk like a loser, but in the people's accounts where it matters.
It's never been better for me on a personal level. Of course,
I've never been better. I have never been better than I am now. It really feels like that, Cash. What are you trying to prove? 2. I can't talk either.
Didn't have to deal with the attacks. Like, she should be out there touring and crushing it on the country music
stage. And she's not because of all the people who are accusing her of being an Israel spy.
She always has been, and she shouldn't have to deal with the collateral consequence of just being the FBI director's girlfriend. But I think with the hypersensitive nature of the media, especially,
these guys are such victims. Guys, can we take a second and just acknowledge how difficult Kash Patel and Alexis Wilkins? It's so unfair that people are maligning them so badly. Who would malign the family of an FBI director? Why would someone do that? Why would someone make up lies about the family members of the FBI director? It's so crazy, especially someone who's dedicated to their work and doing all good stuff and actually helping people and making people better off. Why would you go after there? Oh wait a second. Let me take a pause real quick. Let me just take a second. You guys remember this man? You might have heard of him, James Comey. I mean, the conversation revealed what I know to be true, which is that there's absolutely no basis to establish that I'm acting in bad faith or that I'm doing things for some improper purpose, and completely flailed on that. And yeah, I mean, there is more, like I suspected with the socialism conversation. Substantively, once my take is heard out, it is absolutely reasonable, even if you disagree with it. It's degrees of culpability, what we're talking about, or in the case of socialism, it's would you rather vote for Hassan or Trump? This is all nonsense. And so the notion that I've made this big change is totally unsubstantiated, let alone that I am stealing my opinions from other people or anything like that. It's just so silly. But I don't want to dwell so much on it because it does bring in a lot of toxicity, a ton of toxicity. And the chats have to be turned off and stuff. So it's unfortunate that is the reaction. I do think it's an honest disagreement, but what can you say? What can we say? But thank you very much for your question, Tomato. Who in their life hasn't had to give up their country music career for their FBI director boyfriend? Your privilege is showing, Pisco. Well, yeah, I think it went well. I mean, I just think that at a certain point, it felt like there was. Here's what I'll grant, right? I think there's a feeling of defensiveness for a lot of people. We'll just say in the situation. And so I can see someone coming from that cauldron, looking at my positions on stuff as part of a broader trend and of alliance signaling and stuff like that. But my mind just doesn't work that way. Never has. And so I felt comfortable in every part of that conversation to answer every part of the question. At no point did I want to. In fact, I wanted to slow down. And it felt like we were there multiple times during that conversation where my character was put into question specifically, where, I'm just wait, hang on, let's deal with what it's fair for me to do this, right? You don't, the fact that I would phrase it this way, you understand it, you don't think that so it did really feel like it was a laundry list of things that at the bottom, there isn't much of a disagreement, I don't think, except for the personalities. It does really feel like the base question is, do we think the evidence is overstated as regards the specific intent that we're talking about? And you can have a difference of opinion. I think that that's wrong. But taking one view of that isn't per se bad faith. And nothing about what I did in the hunch conversation was at all bad faith. I promise you. I have these conversations with all different types of people. And maybe I don't communicate well, but the concepts are consistent and remain consistent and have always been the same. And I've not changed or backed off of any of those different positions. Now, that's not to say I've never backed off of a position before in my life. That's not the case. And I have before, even recently. So, but on this issue, I don't see any reason to change my position. Someone messaged me, I think it was Usurp, finger wag at Usurp. He's like, because there was an update where they found like the snarkers more comments about the snarkers trying to intentionally siphon, and people are like, does this change your mind? And Usurp, naughty, he messaged me and basically said that. I was like, does this change your mind? Or it was public. And I'm just like, why would you think it would change my mind? This entire time I've said I agree that they're trying to intentionally siphon. Like the whole debate assumes that they're intentionally siphoning. Right? That is the whole debate. It's taking on the view and accepting that they are intentionally siphoning. And so I'm exasperated because I'm like, are these people are you guys, even Usurp, right? Usurp, who generally like we get along great. Like, are these people listening to me? You know? Are they listening when I say words? Because anyone who would have heard what I said so often and so clearly in so many different areas, the same thing I'm saying constantly, would know that the discussion isn't about whether they're malicious. It's about whether, given that they're malicious, what follows from that. And just so when I get comments like that, and that's not the only one, there are others that kind of signal to me that like no one's really listening. And I'm genuinely trying to express myself. Maybe it's too long or whatever, but I just don't think that there's a good segment that just hears me talking and it's just like, burr, 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 and it's like, that makes me feel like I'm a Kash Patel moment. I'm like this. I'm like, oh my God. How do I make myself heard? I have a voice. But thank you very much for your questions. Appreciate them.
The social media space, people come at you because they
still complaining.
When I first did an investigation of consequence, Benghazi or Russiagate or what have you.
When I first did an investigation of consequence, you mean when you were like a private citizen spouting off conspiracy theories about the DOJ officials that you were maligning? Look at how big his socks look. Bro, what is up with your trousers? Am I crazy in noticing this? Am I crazy? And I can't get over, I'm sorry, I'm just going to keep saying it. To Kill a Mockingbird, The Great Gatsby, Michelangelo. Could those be any more stock? Great books, great artist / Renaissance or whatever guy. Sistine Chapel's pretty cool, I guess. What else did he do? Did he do anything else? David? Or is that someone else? Did he do David? But could it be any more stock?
They always said it's going to be the loudest when you're over the target. And yeah, it's been the loudest for us in recent history because she's doing amazing things and the FBI is doing a great job for the American people and certain sectors of...
I've fallen asleep, dude. This guy he doesn't have the pizzazz of a Trump, of an old Trump, back in the day Trump, not current Trump is like this. Everyone has turned into this like slug of a person.
The online space aren't satisfied that we're thriving, we're surviving, and that we have the support of this administration.
Do you think certain attacks on you or...
Why are you keep going into the attacks? I know I phrased that weird. Why do you keep doing this? Pick a lane. So, how'd you guys meet? Well, he came up and he liked my jacket and he said it. And then I ghosted him, and then I didn't give him a date for 3 months. Okay. What do you think about the attacks about you being aligned with Israel and that you're about to be fired?
Or your relationship affect your work in different degrees? Like, for example, a Mossad agent, is that any different than attacks, say, over your air travel? Or do you just let it all roll?
She won't quit. She won't quit. Look at those eyes. Those eyes are like, bitch, what are you doing? We already said our piece on that. But they have nothing. What else do they have to tell? Like, talk about movies or some shit. I don't know. But do these people consume any like media that isn't about conservative stuff? Like, we were at a music thing when we were like, you know, producing that We Are the World, but conservative version. Do they do anything that isn't like drenched in the politics of the day? Talk about like, I don't know, but they can't. Because if they talk about like Sydney Sweeney, or like they'll throw it under the bus. If they talk about anyone else, they're gonna disavow.
Well, you let what you can roll, but when you have outright falsehoods like this nonsense about, oh, you're taking a private jet. We're taking the FBI plane because Congress 20 years ago said FBI directors are not allowed to take commercial air travel, ever. So, okay, so we took that on and said, well, let's figure this out because we don't want to just run around. And she's totally understanding. She's like, if you can't see me this weekend, that's okay. You stay.
Why do you keep saying she and he? Does that feel a little odd to you?
Where you are, I'll stay where I am, and we'll meet up next time. And so what we did was we created a template where we're like, we will cross paths when we can, especially during the holidays and birthdays and important occasions for the families. And we'll travel under the rules that have been established by the prior 20 years of Congress, DOJ, and FBI, and pay for our personal
sweating bullets. I would be too.
Travel, which we do, like all members of the cabinet and other agency heads do.
Davo says it's not odd. Okay.
And at the same time, I also kind of expected some scrutiny. So we took additional steps to say, how can the FBI save money for travel when it's on personal matters? And so I mandated Bureau require us to use government airfields. The prior two directors didn't. They didn't want to drive an extra 20 minutes to go to a government airfield like Andrews. They wanted to use Reagan as their, personal landing strip.
So you're talking shit about Christopher Wray and James Comey. Like, the prior guys, they didn't even want to do the extra thing. And I'm saying use the government, like the government landing strip or whatever. But you're also going to like 6 concerts. How many concerts did James Comey? Maybe they did. All right, while we keep watching, I'm going to ask Grok another question. Is there any evidence that James Comey or Christopher Wray ever went to a concert during their tenures as FBI director?
That cost the taxpayers an extra $4,000 to $7,000. So when we see these attacks, and by the way, you add up that math, it was like $4 million by the prior directors they could have saved if they've just done what we're doing, simply. And no one told them not to go on vacation. And it's ironic that they're saying, oh, you're going on vacation or you're going to see your girlfriend perform. And if I was actually abusing it, I would go see every one of her shows. I think I get to like 15%.
Just to clarify, how often has he
Are you doing journalism? So this is now journalism. Pick a fucking lane, Katie. Are you doing a like female coded relationship podcast, like some twisted dark version of Call Her Daddy? Or are you doing intrepid journalism, or is this like political debate? There's no publicly available evidence that James Comey or Christopher Wray attended a concert during their tenures as FBI director. While Comey has publicly discussed being a Taylor Swift fan and attending her concerts, including one in Hartford, Connecticut around 2011, before his 2013-2017 directorship, no reports or records indicate any such attendance while in office. Wray's public mentions of concerts are limited to warnings about potential terrorist attacks on venues, similar to the 2024 ISIS attacks on a Russian concert hall. All right. So if we're going to do the math here, let's do a full accounting. Don't just say, oh, if you slice it this way, I guess they spent more time. Maybe because they needed to use that extra 30 minutes mattered to their job or something. I don't know. You're going to have to make the case that it's that your 6 concert attendances with the private jet, that's on your numbers, that money is more or less than the whatever time they're saving. That presumably, I mean, I don't fucking know. I mean, do you know why maybe they needed to be there at that time?
Traveled to see you since January 20th.
Oh, gosh.
You understand why it's a tough question, right? It's a tough question because it's either he never sees me, we never spend time together, this job is destroying our relationship, or it's, oh, all the time. Sometimes he comes to me, I come to him, and we are always traveling to go see each other.
Nashville. You've been in Nashville, like.
Yeah, I've been to her house a couple times with her family for the holidays and birthdays. I've seen her perform this year, I think 3 times.
Yeah.
That's not 3. So not 15%. We did the math there.
So you would say less than an average long distance relationship.
Yeah.
Just to clarify.
Yes.
So how often are you coming here?
I'm here honestly as much as I can be. If I'm not working.
Is that true? Less than an average long? I mean, depends on how long.
Nashville, if I'm not on the road somewhere, I'll come here because it makes the most sense.
So does a 75-25 distribution?
What the fuck are these questions? You're grilling them. 75-25% of distribution, and I'm the fucking autist, huh? I'm the one who's doing the 5% significance level. She's piscoing them. Leave them alone. You're supposed to be defending them.
Here of you traveling versus him.
They're always like, we just got caught. We just got caught, Cash.
She travels more. Yeah, she travels.
75% Alexis, 25% Cash. She's doing the majority of the work in this relationship.
Oh, shut up. Let them answer your goddamn question.
Relationship right now.
I mean, yeah.
Uncomfortable laugh. I mean, yeah.
She's doing the majority of work in this relationship, almost all.
Why are you keep throwing yourself under the bus, bro? You should hit her back with like, how often you see Steve? Boom. Oh yeah? He seems pretty busy on Twitter. Stop throwing yourself. Stand up for yourself. I don't want my FBI director to be a little beta cuck. Can't even defend himself.
The time.
No, we make it work. We make it work.
Cash and I, we make it work. He wears the socks that I buy him. These socks look old. Is anyone getting that impression? These are like worn socks. Am I crazy? What do you think? How old do you think those socks are? They're faded. Yeah, the socks are faded. Their colors are faded. Do we agree? What do we think? Let's do some more sock analysis. It's such an old, desperate virtue. They look faded. Why are we yelling? No, this is the Kash Patel interview. Compression socks, 4 years. I think these are 3 to 4 years old. Disgusting, Davos. Jesus. What is wrong with you?
So the other question is, and I'm sure you get this a lot, where's her ring?
I would never want to go. Can you imagine? Can you imagine? She's trying to fuck them over. Talk me through this, folks. Why ask this question? That's a personal thing. That's personal. Where's the ring? It reminds me of Bruce Wayne. You're the most eligible bachelor in all of Gotham City. When are you going to put a ring on it? Hang on, let me see if you guys know what I'm talking about. Batman and Robin, Bruce Wayne, bachelor. Let's see. Batman and Robin, let's do reporters ask questions. is what it feels like to me. It's not there. What? Wait, what was the name of the woman in what was the name of the love interest in Batman and Robin of Bruce Wayne? No, not Chase Meridian. That's from Julie Madison, Batman and Robin. There we go.
Of Wayne Enterprises and philanthropist.
With any luck, this telescope will give future generations.
All right, one sec. This is important.
Wayne, chairman of Wayne Enterprises.
That's played off. One, what a great job. What a charismatic answer to that question. But the joke is that's an uncomfortable question. You get me? I'll see you in Valhalla. My bad.
And I'm sure you get this a lot. Where's her ring?
It's definitely coming. So I wouldn't worry about it. And the beautiful
She's shrinking into her suit.
thing about us is it doesn't matter. There's no like timeline, and the other
Getting married doesn't matter. To us, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if we're married.
and the beautiful thing about us is it doesn't matter.
Oh. Could have said it a different way. Be like, we're recklessly in love and we're ready for whatever things happen. As for a specific timeline, say something like, even just the way you say it, man. I don't know. I'm not sure that I could do any better under the pressure, under the gun. But I don't want, our FBI director shouldn't be doing these style of interviews.
There's no like timeline, and the other thing is the media is not going to dictate the speed at which this.
Oh my, what a, you're talking about your marriage and your timeline and whatever, and you're defensive about that too. So instead of being like, we have to do it when we're ready for each other. And, can you imagine a wedding during his tenure? Guys, the ceremony of Kash Patel and Alexis Wilkins in 2 years' time, and then like some mass terrorist attack. I'm not encouraging that, but like, if they would plan a wedding thing during his tenure, you just know some shit's gonna pop off while he's like doing a little dance, and everyone has pictures. And everyone has pictures of him dancing at his wedding. Disavow these comments. Can you guys go one day without being racist?
Relationship moves.
Can we just get the full answer? The media is not going to dictate when you're not going to bully me into proposing to my girlfriend.
The thing is, the media is not going to dictate the speed at which this relationship moves. We've been together for 3 years now, and we know where we're going, and we're building a life together. So we're going to do it on our timeline.
What a dry, loveless answer.
Do you think it'd be easier if you guys were engaged or married? And
Oh, Katie, let it go. You're asking them, would the media stuff be easier if you guys were just engaged already and married? Why do you hate these people? What have they done to you? Let it go. Are you unable to read the room? They're uncomfortable, clearly, with your fucking questions. I like oscillate between feeling sympathy for Katie because they're giving her nothing, but these questions are insane questions.
do you think the media would leave you alone more, or do you think it?
Would the media leave you alone more if you just got married? The media, like, you guys aren't owning the media now. You're installing all of your puppets. Trump approved picks into CBS. You're pressuring CNN. You're fucking with Washington Post. We got Bezos in there doing some crazy shit. The media. You mean like Twitter?
Doesn't matter.
That not a lot to go on there, Katie. So I don't know what to say. If we were married, would they leave you alone? If no matter what they say, they're gonna sound like dicks. Yes, they would leave us alone, and I'm not doing it. Well, so they would leave you alone. This thing that you think is causing suffering. So then why don't you get married? I mean, like, so they have to say no. And so that's the answer she's going for. Like, it doesn't matter if we're married or not. But then, like, just say it. If that's your opinion, just say it, you know?
I think that the media is going to pretend to find anything that they think will.
Okay, that's the only, because it's the only palpable answer that she can give at this point, really, given her skill set and given the insistence of the interviewer. You just have to like just say whatever Katie wants you to say, I guess, to just move on with your life. The socks look bad, man. I don't know what to say. The blue looks faded. The white looks faded. These look like Walmart socks.
Create a headline or bother us or create a story. I think that it was something that they could hyper focus on, both on the media and the influencer side. You know, it's just people think that they know you, what's going to flag.
12 minutes so far of nothing but gripes, victimhood, and Kash Patel self-owning and like talking shit about himself.
Your issues or bother you, but they don't. So I don't know if it tangibly
Interrupt her, Kash.
would have made a difference.
I don't think so, and I think it's ironic that members of Congress, who, by the way, travel exclusively on government-funded.
By the way, these members of Congress who are spending your money traveling, I think it's ironic that they're not criticized.
Programs and go see their family and friends wherever they live, whenever they want. Not to mention the junkets they take overseas are the ones criticizing us and me specifically for daring to go see my girlfriend, my family, my elder parents in South Florida.
Oh, so you're going actually a lot other places than just the concerts. So you're going to go see your family in Florida, your family there or anywhere else. You're all these concerts. So it's not just the 6 concerts. Like, so you're saying more stuff here that makes you seem like you're traveling more for personal things. You can't script it.
These are the ones criticizing us and me specifically for daring to go see my girlfriend, my family, my elder parents in South Florida. Or when I get to, on the rare occasion, go home to my house in Las Vegas. You know?
They criticize me when I even go to my house in Las Vegas. In Las Vegas? Now, someone help me out here. I thought the headquarters of the Department of Justice and the FBI, I thought that, like, that was in D.C. And I thought that they, like, one of the most important prosecution offices is in New York. I can't even go home to Las Vegas half the time. Well, didn't you take a job where you would be wanting to spend the most time in like the capital of the country? It's the guy's house. He lives with some guy in Las Vegas.
It's home. And, you know, it's been home for 5 years for me. So I enjoy doing that. And I
enjoy doing it. So I want to go home. So that's why I do it, because of enjoyment, not because I need to go home, right? One thing is like the family. I have family obligations. I have to go. When I took on this job, I understand it's an awesome responsibility. I'm basically only traveling when I have to support like my family obligation. But what he's saying is I like to do it. I like to be, I enjoy it. I enjoy when I'm home in Las Vegas with my buddy.
And, you know, it's been home for 5 years for me. So I enjoy doing that. And it's hilarious when they hold up, you know, photos of me in Las Vegas and they say, "What are you doing in Vegas?" And I was like, "So I can't go home now?" And
imagine that you had a house. Like, imagine that you took a job as the president. Actually, never mind, because this shit happens all the time. With the president, you kind of understand a little more. It kind of moves with him. Okay, you know what? President, bad comparison. I'm going to take the L on that. President, different, okay? And everyone does it, okay? But they are criticized for it. I will say, presidents are criticized for spending too much time in Mar-a-Lago, in Delaware, if you're Joe Biden. in whatever the place was in Maine or Connecticut for the Bushes. I understand it. All right, president a little different, but imagine that you had like a home in Alaska and you're the FBI director. Maybe you know what? You can rent that home out. You can find someone to take care of it or something. But we need you where all the stuff is happening, bro.
They just don't even do their basic research. But it's the ultimate hypocrisy. They do it more than I do, and they see this as the ultimate hypocrisy of clickbait. And so they put out. They know Congress mandated it. They know they are funded by Congress to travel way more.
This would be like me being the FBI director and complaining about all the lies people are telling about the Ethan. I complain about all the things about like the different arguments I'm doing. That's how out of touch it seems. Like maybe the FBI director should spend a little bit of time talking about like their job, some crazy stories that are fun and declassified, instead of spending all of it relitigating grievances that clearly affect you and clearly that you're obsessed with.
More than I do. And they know it's a total lie to attack me for it, but it's convenient because the left and the right.
You know what? I relate to this, Cash. They know it's a lie, but it's convenient because these groups, these groups of people, they want to paint me as this and the other group wants to paint me as that. You know what? Based. Fix your tie, though.
Have found it something that they think they can make a political football out of.
We touched on, the media attacks, and I say the legacy media attacks on
my
you
God.
and on social media. What's been that like for you to handle in your personal life when it's going out?
She won't let go. She literally won't let go. Can you imagine? Like, just take a second and have some sympathy for these two people. This is brutal. There isn't much journalistic value in the questions, except for the questions about how many times, right? And she's basically just asking them to debase and embarrass themselves and make them seem out to be like they're victimizing themselves. At a time, by the way, and they published this when there was a massacre at Brown. Now, I know that they purport this was recorded before, so you know what? That's fine. But you published this where they're complaining about the media. And I'm just telling you the optics. I'm not telling you it's right for people to draw these conclusions, whatever, publish away if it's important to you. I'm not saying that means that you are necessarily a bad person because you published the thing that you worked super hard on, but just imagine the optics of you spending, now we are 14 minutes into your 50-minute podcast complaining about the victimization of yourself when there's an ongoing manhunt after like college kids were slaughtered by guns. By guns wielded by bad people.
Forming now in terms of your safety. How has that?
Your safety. Oh no. Oh no. And again, I don't endorse any kind of harassment Patel's way that it infringes on his safety or his privacy or anything like that. But let's just think about the optics here. You're complaining now about your safety.
Shifted over the last few months.
Well, not in a good way, right? I mean, as you know,
I do know.
You get it.
I do know.
When you sensationalize falsehoods, people pick up on it because it's clickbait. And then you create a target for people online who believe the falsehoods. And she's been subject to multiple death threats, not just one, many, and many current ongoing investigations into people that have threatened her life. And so I think it's outrageous that we're at that point. And then people come in over the top and say, well, why should any agency head's partner have security? Well, why are you putting out information that threatens their lives at their house, at their place of work, when they travel? It's almost as if they don't care. They literally don't care. And so we're not going to treat Alexis any different under law enforcement purposes just because I'm the director of the FBI. Career investigators make the calls, they call the balls and strikes, they do the threat assessments, and they decide if and when she needs protection. And that's just the way it's going to be for everybody, for anybody at the White House or DOW or wherever you are.
Have you changed any of your online posting habits since the death threats have kind of picked up? And what's been like the scariest moment where you're like, I don't like this anymore?
I mean, I've never really posted in real time. I've always known to kind of delay where I am. Just that felt like a smart practice to have. That's become very important. And I find myself posting less. You know, my career has been country music artist, has been the advocacy work that I've done. I've never considered myself an influencer. So to me,
don't you love this line? I don't consider myself an influencer. What do you consider yourself then? You said you're dabbling in political stuff. What are you, Walter Cronkite? What are you doing? You're influencing and you're an artist. You're many things.
it's not the end of the world that I cannot post all of the time. That is perfectly okay with me. But definitely, less, just more thoughtfully, less places. You kind of don't really post what restaurants you go to anymore. A fun picture with friends, try to make it a little more ambiguous.
Boo-hoo. I'm sorry. I mean, you should be able to do these kinds of things, and you should be able to go to restaurants and post pictures or whatever, but that is unfortunately what happens when you become a public figure like the FBI director, okay? When you take the job of the head law enforcement agent in all the country, and you are related to that person, people will take notice. That is one of the risks. That's why it's public service. We stress this, and by the way, in the context of like the National Guard stuff and the military and all their obligations, that's also true of civilian law enforcement. They also take up an awesome responsibility that comes with significant burdens that most of us don't have to face.
But that's kind of it. And then as far as scary moment, I mean, I think when you start receiving the grotesque messages that I know you get too, you just have a moment where you go, oh, this is not just, they call it, what is it called? Awful but not unlawful. Is you'll get some of those messages and they're terrible, but when you get ones that
awful but not unlawful, I should use that.
You go, okay, this is specific. This is very.
You know what? Let's praise him. I like this. Are the sleeves a little high? I don't hate the ratio of shirt to sleeve. I don't hate it. But the sleeves seem a little high. Am I wrong about that? What do you guys think? And then we have the athletic band to the watch. I think he's wearing it on the right side, on the correct. That's where I would wear my watch. But I think that's an athletic band, probably inappropriate for when you wear a suit.
Serious.
The
That's
ones that say
definitely
"see you soon" or "I'm on my way."
Yeah, don't love those. So definitely those time and place messages are really intimidating.
And how have you handled that specifically? I mean, I know when I get them, it's a bit different. My husband's not the director of a law enforcement agency, similar to the way.
So you just want to talk about yourself? You just want to talk about what you have to go through?
I know you probably have an urge to protect her when those things happen.
Yeah, of course.
Do you ever want to use your own power to go after people who they're so lacking in any self-awareness whatsoever?
And as Stephen does with you. And I think what the both of us do well is we take the emotion out of it immediately. You have to compartmentalize
We take the emotion out of it immediately. Have you seen this guy's tweets?
that, and you'll deal with that in a private setting. And then you let the professionals do what they have to do. And whether it's folks at the White House and their protective services, or protective services at DOJ or whatever agency, NSA, what have you, they take their job seriously. They don't listen to the whims of the media. They understand how to do the work, make the threat assessments, and I rely entirely on them. There's a system, unfortunately, we've had to actually create a system because there's so many, where when there is a threat posted or levied or written about or made on a show, people review it and see, does it meet the legal threshold? And
so it's not, they recorded this apparently before the shooter, but they advertised it during, and they posted during, right? And they did a little disclaimer. This was all done before Brown or whatever. But I just wouldn't post it. I know the pants are too tiny. You know, they're too tiny.
We need to go talk to this person, or does it meet the predicate to actually open an investigation?
Yeah, I think the shirt should be lower. He's kind of like sitting, he's kind of like sinking into like a very comfortable couch or whatever, or like a more softer couch. But I think the shirt should be a little bit lower. Or he should found some way to like to show off his neck a little more, or to make it a more clear distinction. What do you think?
And is it going to be someone that actually said they're going to cause harm? And so thankfully we've got a great group that does that.
I also think he needs to like just like change how he speaks a little bit and just like project a little more, you know? Just kind of like I'm talking like this and I'm in here and I just think he should like, you know, I will oftentimes slouch and I will like do this kind of stuff. But like, if you're the director of the FBI, I want you projecting, you know, you're announcing. Today, we're announcing and unsealing an indictment of 5 members of the mob, blah, 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 right? I want you to project, all right? We take racketeering very seriously at the FBI. We got to let good cops be cops, and we're just going to absolutely do our job, and we're absolutely in communication.
But the fact that we have to do that, and we're not the only ones. You know, I talk to so many of my colleagues, Stephen and other agency heads all the time saying, oh yeah, it's another Tuesday.
Yeah. Do you think, and I know Alexis and I have spoken and relate to this, but Erica Kirk was on TV talking about this as well. Oh my God. Candace Owens has talked about this. Do you think it's worse?
Candace Owens has talked about this. Girl, why are you bringing Candace Owens up as for the victimhood complex? She is engaged in the kind of stuff that is putting other people's lives potentially at risk, right? In a reckless way, in a negligent and reckless way, right? She's saying that the Macrons are some lobster people who marry their own dads.
Among women and females, these specific targeted death threats online versus they are for, say, our male counterparts? Or have you found that it's about even?
Oh, yeah, I mean, again, asking percentages. Do you think it's 75% you go visit, 25%? What percentage do you think she's getting death threats versus you? Do you think that, like, is there sexism and all these people are sexist and they're going after women more? What percentage? Dude, great interview, man.
Across the board in terms of the political speech, violent messaging.
You know,
why would he know that? Do these people have theories of mind? Why the hell would he know the percentage of violent death threats gender breakdown? My guess is that maybe the targets, there's a sex dimension to it, but I don't know why he would be speculating. What a stupid question.
Unfortunately, I think it's across the board. I think some receive more scrutiny than others, but you know, unfortunately, the Attorney General has had numerous death threats. The heads of other agencies, men and women, have had multiple death threats, have had their addresses doxxed and jeopardized the safety of where they call home, where they get to reside, forcing people to move and change up just their daily habits. And so I don't think most of America, I think if they watched this show, they would be shocked. They literally would be shocked. The only place that is not going to be shocked is the online space on the extreme far left and far right that have made this into some sort of comedy. And they'll probably use it to get some more clicks and some more...
Oh, we certainly will. Wait, comments are bad? Where are the comments? Live chat replay. They don't have... Hang on.
You know, views, but hopefully your show is viewed a lot.
Have you noticed that they come in through a specific place more frequently, whether that be Reddit, Instagram, Discord, X, or is it kind of doesn't matter? It's a crapshoot.
I think there's the volume on X is just because there's so many people on it, but it comes in everywhere.
I just want to stay on this for one more second because it's...
Stop. Can you let it go? Move on. Talk about, like, do you guys have animals? Do you like to, what do you like to do on dates? Which movies? What's on your Netflix queue? Why the fuck are you, again, myopically focused only on your grievance about the media and about how your lives are in danger?
Something I'm very fascinated in. Do you find that the people...
She is struggling. She's struggling. You also don't need printed cue cards for these fucking questions. You just need one. Why do you need this many fucking cards? There's like 10 of them. What, you can't have a conversation without these cue cards? I never understood that shit. Maybe if there's like one of those Wired interview things, or if it's like an actual journalistic where I need to remember things that like to ask. Look at the number of cards there. It's like a stack. Or are they all so thick? How many fucking trees did you kill for the specific question cards for this interview?
People often who are submitting these death threats are the ones who are actually actioning it, or is it more of a...
How she asks questions is like too... I know in debates, sometimes I will do this, trying to simplify and linearize, right? But in the context of this interview, I'm saying it's different. So in this interview, she's always presenting like, do you think that it's these people sending these threats and usually there's nothing behind them? Or do you think it's... And it's like the most esoteric possible set of two different circumstances that these like people who have no charisma are meant to have to like deal with.
Charlie Kirk type situation, if we all
Charlie Kirk.
believe that Tyler Robinson...
If we all believe? If we all believe? Girl, you're talking to the FBI director. That's their investigation, among also the Utah one, but in conjunction, working together as a team. If you believe that you're not lying to us about Israel being behind it. They're so online. Jesus Christ.
Was the person who shot and killed Charlie. That it is someone who is not going to post online, like has political violence and...
I don't even understand your fucking question. Are the kinds of people who take out these threats the kinds of people to not post online? Is that what you guys understood recently? Like, that is the best I can good faith try to interpret the question, and it's a stupid question. Are the types of people who tend to do the assassinations... Thank you so much for the bits. If Kash is getting threats like this, announcing them like this is one of the worst things he could have done. An incompetent FBI would have known this feeds and activates trolls. I absolutely agree. Yeah, absolutely agree. This is like the worst thing you could do is to say emotionally it affects us. And emotionally, like, we have to go cry, but that's done personally. And we'll let the cops... Like, why would you do a podcast centered around how all of this harassment is having a material effect on your lives?
The death threats picked up since Charlie's murder, or is it about the same for where it's been?
What is the question? I'm going to really try.
Submitting. You find?
Do you find that
the people often
who are submitting these death threats are the ones who are actually actioning it? So are the people who do the threats the ones doing it?
More of a
Charlie Kirk type situation. If we all believe
that Tyler Robinson was the person who shot and killed Charlie.
Okay.
That it is someone who is not going to post online, like has political violence and the death threats picked up since Charlie's murder.
That's a different question. Those are like, it's like multiple compound questions. So the one is, as between someone who posts death threats and someone who carries out death-related like illegality, is there like an overlap, a significant overlap? That's one part of the question I understand. And then the other is like, have death threats and or illegal, violent political activity increased since Charlie Kirk's assassination? Like, very different question is about one, the nature of a typical person who does the shooting versus has the incidence of shootings and threats increased? Like, very different compound questions. And I can absolutely understand if Kash or Alexis are confused by this fucking question. Especially because she presents it as like a binary. She adds like qualifiers. If you believed it was actually done, if you're not lying. I can totally understand if in response to this, they have no idea what she's asking and need to ask clarification. That's what I would be like. Bitch, what are you asking? Can you just be clear? And then they'd be like, oh my God, this is so bad faith. Why would you want to do this? So let's just answer the question. That's not what I do. It's not what I do.
Or is it about the same for where it's been, say, since January 20th?
I think this January 20th, it's maybe picked up a little bit. I just think it's gotten a lot more attention, especially, unfortunately, due to our friends.
Due to our friend, unfortunately. Look at his facial expression there. Due to our friends.
Especially, unfortunately, due to our friend's assassination, has put a big spotlight on it. And most of America is taking it very seriously as something that should never happen in modern day America or ever. And
talk about the lefties celebrating the death. Go for it.
And the rest of the space is doing what they always do with it, which is using it to cannibalize and make a few bucks. And look, we at the Bureau are...
We at the
I
Bureau?
said we are going to wildly protect free speech.
We are going to wildly protect free speech.
Wildly so, especially with the people that are in disagreement with whatever your views may be. But at the same time, you have to enforce the laws, and people expect that of us, especially people who are public figures expect that of us. We know the difference between someone making fun of us, someone mocking us, someone saying hyperbole versus someone creating a situation that's going to harm us.
Do you know that? You guys said that Alyssa Slotkin and Mark Kelly were calling for the death of military members because they said you don't have to follow illegal orders. So actually, I'm not sure that you guys can fucking tell the difference. Seems like you guys are the worst capable people to tell the difference between political hyperbole and actual violent threat. Just saying. Seems like very, very questionable whether or not you guys can tell that difference. Other people, sure. Not you. And certainly not your boss.
Or families.
Are you surprised at the amount of political violence that has occurred, especially as it relates to...
Let it go.
...to Charlie Kirk, or did that kind of just what you kind of expected going into this?
Why is Alexis here? This whole interview is sexist. Someone explain why. Someone explain why. I think it's sexist. What are you talking about? Nice bait. This never happened. Does anyone know or have a suspicion about why I think this is sexist? If you have an idea. If not, I'll tell you in like 2 seconds. I think it's sexist because you're pretty much bringing on this woman to not give like substantive opinions about politics, to not even like really have an opportunity to talk about fun things in her concert, art that she's interested in, things like that. But just as an extension of Kash, how their relationship is, how his job affects her, about whether or not he's going to tie the knot, and then also the kind of victim narrative, the gendered victim narrative, and just basically be there to be like, I'm being attacked, I'm a victim. I think it's sexist not to ask better questions and make her to be an autonomous person who might have some substantive thoughts as opposed to just being an extension of Kash, who constantly is like a deer in headlights here and is trying to do his best with a limited set of skills against very, very, very bad questions.
I'm definitely not of the opinion that was something I was expecting.
I was definitely not of the opinion that I was expecting that to happen. Wait, what did he say?
Not of the opinion that I'm definitely not of the opinion that that was something I was expecting. I mean, you know, Charlie, the National Guard assassination here just the other week. Those aren't things I think we ever expected. But at the same time, you have grotesque members of Congress who have nothing better to do to say, look, these assassinations occurred on your watch. It's your fault. It's okay. You could say that. That's fine. Most of America will go back and say, well, what have you done lately to protect our communities? And they know the answer is they've done jack squat. And so for me and for her and just how we run, we basically want to make sure we give confidence to the majority.
What are you saying, dude?
For me and for her and just how we run, we basically want to make sure we give confidence to the majority of Americans out there that are listening to the truth. And we're trying to ratchet the political violence down.
We're trying to ratchet it down, okay?
But at the same time, it's under such a heavy spotlight because of these unfortunate, tragic incidents we've had. And so,
just land the plane, Cash. Be like, we are looking into violence bigly. And the FBI, I can't comment on the measures we're taking, but we're taking them. So don't worry about that. And right now, there is definitely political violence, but we are doing our job to lower crime and to address it. And actually, under our administration, violent crime, blah, 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 make some fucking fake stat up like you always do.
We'll get to the other side of them, but it's just going to take time.
What of the major investigations that I think have shaped, now that we're at the end of 2020?
Okay, let's see if you'll comment on ongoing investigations.
That has kind of shaped how we look at the world. Because I think a lot of what you look back on this year, whether it be AI, I think the other ones are like the major FBI investigations, for better or worse. Mm-hmm. Which ones do you look at and you've handled and you're like, I'm so proud of how the FBI has worked on this? And then secondly, it's, you know, how do you...
Oh my God. Ask the question, which case are you most proud about?
Manage how you feel something personally and how you bring that home versus putting on your work hat and saying,
what?
Personally, and you manage how you feel something personally and how you bring that home versus putting on your work hat and saying, I'm going
to listen to the whole thing. I don't understand the question.
AI has worked on this. Do you look at new ones are like the major, because I think a lot.
Look at how long it takes you to fucking ask a question.
That I think have.
I know. I can be wordy too.
Shaped now that we're at the end of.
But I'm not a professional podcast host.
2020. What of the major investigations?
What of the major investigations?
Shaped.
Wait. No, I'm sorry.
What of the major investigations
that I think have shaped?
At the end of 2025.
Now that we're in the end of 2025.
Has kind of shaped how we look at the world. Because I think a lot of what you look back on this year, whether it be AI, I think the other ones are like the major FBI investigations, for better or worse.
Oh, for better or worse, what?
Which ones do you look at and you've handled and you're like, I'm so proud of how the FBI has worked on this? And then secondly, it's, you know, how do you manage how you feel something personally and how you bring that home versus putting on your work hat and saying,
I have no idea what she's asking. Something about what her, like, investigation you like sticks out in your mind and you appreciate that you were there for maybe and you liked it and how it impacts home. I have no idea what she's talking about.
I'm going to make sure we deliver the right result.
No, she wasn't done either.
Family or for that victim.
For everyone. For every family, for every victim. That's just what you have to do if you're going to take on this job or if you're going to work at the Bureau. And I think the work that we're proud of, I mean, literally every single week we have a huge takedown, a huge arrest, either in the counterterrorism space, espionage space. We've arrested 35% more spies from foreign adversaries this year alone than last year. Our domestic terrorism arrests...
What countries are they coming from?
DPRK.
DPRK.
Okay, Russia, China, Iran. Our domestic terrorism arrests this year alone are up 30%. So when people are hitting us saying you're not doing enough for domestic terrorism, we're actually doing a lot more. And then there's the work that just doesn't get noticed. And I mentioned it earlier. The work we're doing against child predators online. these sycophants that are preying on children as young as 8, 9, 10, 11 years old.
Sycophants? Is that what we call? I think you mean a different. I think he's trying to say these sickos. Do you guys agree? These sycophants? A sycophant is like someone who's trying to like curry favor with like a powerful person. I think we would call the CSAM people and the predators like sickos, not sycophants. What do you guys think? The child sycophants. But like no one kind of talks like that. I think he means sycophants because he's a moron. I think because we call him a sycophant. Your country is cooked, bro. I mean, this guy. I'm sorry if you guys hate this. I'm so intrigued by this whole thing, this whole situation. He doesn't know terminology. Psychopath. I think he's confusing sickos with psychos. Psychopath. Sycophants. Maybe.
Causing them to commit suicide and mutilate themselves and do animal crushing, all these other disgusting things. Those cases, the arrests are up 20 and 30% alone. And so...
Too much clothes noises. Too much room noise.
The Bureau is doing that work across the country, and we try to showcase it as often as we can because I think that's what the American public wants to see. And I believe that that's what President Trump was voted into office to deliver, and he's delivering it. And if they focused on that rather than us...
I love this comment. Great work, Kash. I noticed. Great work. Awesome.
You know, maybe more people would see the great work that we're doing, but it's not going to stop, and so neither are we.
So you were one of President Trump's first picks, I feel like, to be the FBI director.
Why is Alexis here? You brought her as for what? You're only asking questions now at this point. To Kash. All right, maybe he's got others planned for her, but she just has done nothing for a little bit for moral support.
I think
earlier picks.
Yeah.
How did that all come together? Did you know you always wanted to be the FBI director?
No. I think Katie Miller had a lot to do with it. But
what's so funny about that? Is there a joke? Are they just like jacking each other off? Look, we gave each other jobs and we're... You guys ever see that song? It's like, we're lawyers! Okay, good joke, Katie.
I was sitting in our friend's house in Florida we were all doing all the transition work. Yeah. And so actually, I think as I remember it, I was one of the last agency heads he appointed. And
oh, so I wasn't one of the first. I was one of the last. Red bar noise.
And I was sitting in the living room and I got the call and you can imagine my reaction. And then
do you want to be FBI director? Yeah, sure. I'll do it. What would your reaction be? Because you've shown so much, so many layers here, so many emotional layers and so much dynamic magnetism.
Immediately called my parents and I called Alexis. And then I hung up and then the president.
So you called your parents first. I called my parents, then I called Alexis. They were the first ones I called.
President put out a truth, and then I think I got 3,500 messages in the next 10 hours.
So we briefly talked about it at the beginning, but like, what's something stepping into being the FBI director? And
still no questions about Alexis. Alexis hasn't said a word in 10 minutes. What are you getting out of watching it? I don't ask you something, but all I'm getting from this is that they're an embarrassment, which we knew. For me right now, it's for fun. But we'll get into like the legal stuff and political news in a bit. So if you don't like it, you can just, wait till I'm done with it. I'm enjoying it though.
In terms of actually running the day-to-day operations that you had no idea about, even knowing how much you knew, having previously investigated the FBI.
I think the amount of resource restraints we were under severely prohibited us from taking care of the workforce that was actually doing the job. We've had no problem getting rid of people who failed the mission, and we've done that, and we're going to continue to do that. But I think the fact that
who's going to get fired, Kash?
You had a prior administration who supposedly was the one telling us we're weaponizing the FBI when they did Russiagate and so many other things. And so when we came in, we said, anyone that weaponized the Bureau is not going to be a part of the Bureau anymore.
And that's why we went after James Comey on the president's orders. And that's why the FBI and the Eastern District of Virginia did a obvious political lawsuit against and criminal indictment of James Comey. And we immediately fired everyone there. Oh, wait. It happened, and you're still trying to do it.
But I think the hardest part was, the irony was,
they were doing it. The irony is that they did it. Debate me, Kash. If you're doing the podcast circuit, you should do the debate circuit, bro. And we'll talk about Russiagate. You have infinite more information. You'll be able to know more information because you're the director. But if you're going to do these, you should do debates. Be consistent.
Biden administration, who said the FBI was beloved, they reduced their budget year over year over year over year. And then President Trump came in, thankfully, and said, look, we got to reorganize that place. We got to keep the people that matter. We got to recruit better people. And we have to have leadership in there that doesn't bend to the whims of the media. And that's been the hardest
media.
Navigating that landscape. But I think we've done it.
The hardest part of the job has been navigating the media landscape. Another famous, amazing still shot image of Kash. I don't know how his face contorts itself to always look like it's under duress. But the hardest part about his job as FBI director, these Hoover boys, is the media landscape.
Incredibly well, especially with the results. We are literally having the best year. The FBI
literally the best year of all
Has there
time.
been one moment where you're like, you can't make this up, or this would be like a TV show if it was?
I think it's like every day.
You can't give us one fucking story? Please. You came into this interview without something, some juicy morsel, some fun little anecdote. We're all starved. You're making us sit through this. You think I can land a conversation with Bongino? Oh, if I could. Oh, if I could. Oh, if someone could get me a fucking debate with Bongino. Why did you cover up the Epstein files, Bongino? Why'd you cover it up, bro? Tell us about that. I've never seen more uncomfortable people. She has not said a word. She's been silent. Silent as I can't. There's no way in which she's like, wow, look at my amazing appearance on the Katie Miller podcast where I said nothing.
There was a pretty funny incident.
All right,
I'll go. Maybe a couple of weeks ago. I was there with the president and a couple of members of the law enforcement team.
It was a funny moment in the Oval Office. Why are you revealing presidential communications? Just kidding.
And the press secretary, Caroline Levitt, came in and she said,
so another woman?
Hey, Mr. President, Kash, MSNBC or whatever outlet is saying.
Is this going to be a story that goes nowhere and it's not actually that funny?
You're going to fire Kash. And me and the president just started laughing in the Oval Office.
That is so cringe. Holy shit. Do you know the anecdote that he chose? I have a really funny story, unexpected story from my time as the FBI director. No way you're going to pick this story, bro. No way. Do you know what story he's picking? The funny anecdote, he's like, well, give me a memorable story as FBI director. And he goes, well, there was this funny moment. I was in the Oval Office with the president, and so we were talking, and then all of a sudden in walks in Karen Levitt and says, people are saying Kash Patel is going to be fired. And then we laughed. because that would never happen, of course, because we're so close. Please, that would never happen.
Caroline Levitt came in and she said, "Hey, Mr. President, Kash, MSNBC or whatever outlet is saying you're going to fire Kash." And me and the president just started laughing in the Oval Office because at the same time.
Why are you saying this? Why are you saying this? Why are you here? What's going on?
And the president, of course, in his amazing manner, stands up and says, "Well, let's put out a truth." And he goes, "No, let's stand before the Declaration of Independence, do a photo. And Caroline, you put out a great truth saying Kash is doing a great job and he's not going anywhere." I mean, that's literally stuff you can't make up, right? We're out.
Why? You couldn't make that up. You probably just did. You probably took a picture just cause and you lied about it or something. You couldn't make that up. Actually, you could. You could very much make it up. In fact, you're describing you making a picture up and like the media lies. Wow, you can't make it up that Trump is going to try to talk about what he thinks are media lies. And I'm sure no one wants you gone from the Bureau.
Out there, put out a great truth saying Kash is doing a great job.
You can't make that up.
I mean, that's literally stuff you can't make up, right? We're out there.
That's literally
having. We had 27,000 arrests of violent felons this year. That's twice as many as last year alone. 4 top 10 arrests, right? Our work against those that prey on our.
What's your clearance rate, bitch? What's your clearance rate? Oh, we have more cases? Yeah, you guys are like charging people for crossing the border misdemeanors. You guys are charging the sandwich store. We've had more arrests. Bro, what's your clearance rate? What kind of crimes are you actually targeting? It's not financial crimes. It's not bribery. It's bullshit. So what's your clearance rate, bro?
Children in our community.
How many judges have you charged? Can't make that up.
510% for those that are child predators online and in the.
So you can't make. So basically, what he's saying is you can't make it up. They think they're gonna fire me. You can't make that up. The media says I'm doing a bad job. That's what is so preposterous about the story, is the notion, and that's why he's giving stats here, because you can tell where his mind is at. What's so unbelievable is the notion that he's not fulfilling all and exceeding all expectations for the job. That's what he's trying to relate is so, can't be made up. It's like, look at how many arrests we've done. You can never write this.
Communities. I mean, these are just certain examples of how hard the Bureau is working because the president's given us the resources. So we both found that moment wildly comical. And
you couldn't make it up. It was wildly comical that someone would want to fire me. These people have no -5 self-awareness.
Probably something you couldn't have ever scripted.
Is there any case
you couldn't have scripted it? You couldn't have scripted it. He said it.
That you regret the way it's been handled or how the media has picked it up? Since
do you have any regrets about how your job? Again, Alexis has said nothing. We are past the halfway mark. Alexis' substantive comments have been kind of like, yeah, we met at the place, and yeah, it's hard being a woman. It's hard being a country star. I don't call myself an influencer. But other than that, she has been silent. Yeah, we did SOC analysis. Don't worry.
You've been the FBI director.
I think the media has handled almost every case differently since I've been the FBI director, and it's
the same thing. They're looping. They're looping.
Work. The great thing is when I go across the country and I meet the agents across the country and our analysts and our support staff, and I meet the cops across the country. Like this week, I just did a graduation of 255 police officers through our academy at Quantico. Everybody loves this administration, and they are saying that they have never been supported in the way that they're being supported now. And the reason we showcase their work constantly is because we want the American public to know it. I mean,
so the question was, do you regret how things are, anything you've done, or how the media has portrayed it? And he's taking that one. It's like, the media is being so unfair, treated us so badly, and everyone loves us.
You would think if you had arrested 4 top 10 most wanted fugitives in 9 months, people would be happy that you took off a murderer, an MS-13 gang leader, a child predator, and got the Abbey Gate bomber and all these other things. But it's because under the Trump administration, we're doing it, and I'm doing it at the FBI, they see reason to hit it. And since they can't successfully with the facts, they hit us.
This holiday season, families and small businesses are feeling the squeeze. While local shopkeepers struggle under billions in credit card swipe fees that raise prices on groceries, gas, and more, big credit card companies brag to Wall Street that inflation is good for business, as they undermine President Trump's winning economy.
Oh my God.
Everyday Americans are footing the bill. It's time to stop hidden fees and big bank greed. Senator Marshall's plan to make credit...
This is the worst ad spot I've ever heard. She is speeding through it. I know we're at 1.25. With no emotion, no not a voice made for these kinds of ads. I'll add. Listen, I don't have a voice for doing ad spots either. I'm not going to say that I do, but I hate this.
Credit cards compete is the America First solution we need. This ad is paid for by the Merchants Payments Coalition. So take me back. So you're in college. Where did you go to school?
I went to Belmont University in Nashville.
Breath of fresh air. The first question to Alexis in like 10 minutes, 15 minutes. I went to this place.
For business.
And it's like some basic fucking biographical information. I thought you were like doing the, I don't know, the fucking icebreakers at the start of like who you are.
So take me back. So you're in college. Where did you go to school?
I went to Belmont University in Nashville for business and political science.
Did you know you always wanted to be a singer?
I honestly, it's a longer story, but I started writing music to raise money for an organization that I believed in, and it was explained to me that you can do something you love to raise funds and awareness for something that you believe in. And
can you be any more non-specific? Just say what the fucking shit is. It was for an anti-abortion group. It was for Jordan Peterson's Anonymous, or whatever the fuck the group is. People are immune to specifics.
And want to help with. And so I said, great, when I was really young, and wrote a song. And it's kind of that thing where something that's a hobby turns into the thing that you do.
Didn't you write it when you were like 8?
Yeah.
Hey, how about you shut the fuck up for 2 seconds, Cash? You've been droning on and on. Didn't you do it like to correct her? Like a sassy little man? Didn't you do it when you were 8? Aren't you lying right now? How about you shut the fuck up and know your role? Know your role and shut your mouth, bro.
Song, and it's kind of that thing where something that's a hobby turns into the thing that you do.
Didn't you write it when you were like 8?
Yeah.
Oh, it wasn't a correction. I think he was like just adding. Never mind. Sorry, Cash. I'm gonna take the L on that one. I'm gonna take the L. Still shouldn't interrupt her. Yeah. What does she don't want to say?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
It's just
he knows his stuff. He knows stuff. Okay. They're sweating.
kind of,
So early.
it kind of just turned into it. My parents.
Wait. Do you see that look? Do you see that look? You see that look?
Yeah. It's just kind of.
So early.
It kind of just
So early. Yeah.
turned into it. My parents are lovely, not musical. They're both in business, so they're kind of like, what? This is great. This is the hobby that you like doing. Entertainment industry is scary. What do we do? But incredibly supportive, and it just kind of all snowballed. And by the time I was in high school and through to college, I was touring full time.
Wow.
So when you graduated, you were already touring. Mm-hmm. And then you picked up advocacy, especially in the political realm, around that time in college, from what you were seeing on college campuses.
Yeah, so I was already working, it's kind of twofold. I was working with veterans and veterans organizations because I saw that there was a huge issue with that, with kind of leans in the political thing, as we kind of all know, where the entertainment industry is not super friendly sometimes with those causes. I was told that I should.
Can you guys be proud of like fucking one thing in your lives and not make everything about your victim narrative? Everything. It's like, oh, they don't like us. They don't like conservatives in Hollywood. How about you be like, say something positive? This is fucking depressing. Every time I see him with like the different colored socks, I don't know. It just tickles me.
Stop working with veterans organizations, or that I should take.
Wait, veterans for what country? Wait, is that where it came from? What was the organization? What was the reason? What was the reason? What's her name? Alexis Wilkins? She sucks at singing? We don't know that. She performed the national anthem before a pro wrestling event. Oh, we need to see this. We need to see this. For what country? What was the reason? All right, well, let's do the national anthem. And shit, I can't talk either. I would kill this interview. Wilkins national anthem. I'm gonna take my money. It's on Real American Voice. It's It's got 220 views. Let's take a look.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light
A little breathy.
what so proudly we hailed at the
Little breathy.
twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the
A little pitchy there.
perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare,
Okay.
the bombs bursting in air,
All right, better.
gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh,
It seems a little disjointed.
say does that star-spangled
Banner yet wave o'er the land.
land of the free.
That was a little pitchy. That's a little pitchy. That's pitchy. That's bad.
And the home of the brave.
All right, guys. Final score 6.1. 6.1. Am I not fair? Am I not fair? What, you guys disagree? Chickens is a 5. That one note, unfortunately, was pitchy. Yeah. 5, very mid. 3.7, common good. Allie says 6. Dyer says pretty mid. Definitely mid. I think a 6.1 out of 10. It's clear she can sing, okay? But that rendition was a bit pitchy. It felt breathy. It felt disjointed. And that one note was like pretty obviously flat. Am I wrong? The key is starting lower than you think. Oh, say. Like, if I start anywhere like close to where the average female, by which I mean produce large game, the average female is, I'll like never be able to reach high. 6.1 is fair and generous. Okay. It's a weird song to show off. You're saying it's a really hard song. So the national anthem is actually a very difficult song. And so when I'm grading national anthems, I'm pricing the fact that it's a difficult fucking song, and no one can say it's easy. It's actually pretty insane that we picked like a very hard song to be like our main song. You get me? Do you want some other example? Let's try to see something more in her like. Oh, is she gonna fucking sue me for copyright? She would. I was never a theater kid. I just like musicals. Some musicals. 5.5, it's a tough song, says Faith. I think that's fair too. I think anywhere within the 4 to 6.3 range, I'm okay with. Much lower than 4, I think that you're just being biased. Much higher, and you're just like you're tone deaf. Do you like Les Mis? I like a lot of the songs in Les Mis, but it actually, I watched it recently. It's a shitty play. The story doesn't make any sense. And it's like just stuff happens, and it's the story's garbage. But the songs are good. Little shop Little Shop of Horrors. I watched the off-Broadway of Little Shop. I knew someone in it. And it was good. I didn't quite like the alarm came off at 7. What's the name of the Audrey. I didn't like the Audrey that much. She's supposed to be sweeter. Is this rage bait? Suddenly Simo. I thought Barbie was mid. Unfortunately, I wanted to like Barbie. Never saw Dr. Horrible.
An American flag out of my Instagram bio, like these very silly things.
No one is giving you shit for the American flag in bio, dude. Who does that shit? Are you serious? Maybe some trolls. Are people really giving shit for American flag in bio? I should put American flag in bio.
Super friendly sometimes with those causes. I was told that I should stop working with veterans organizations, or that I should take an American flag out of my Instagram bio. Like these very silly things that are really not partisan at all. And veteran causes should never be partisan. But I was working on all that stuff.
All right, this is going to be an inside thing that only the intersection between people who will understand this observation are maybe 200 people. All right, there are maybe. And if you understand the comparison I'm making here, you are among the lucky few who will get it and will be amused by it. All right? It requires me setting up a little bit to find the thing, though. All right, so hang on. I'm gonna let this play for a little bit, but it requires setting up. I'm going to give you guys some a reference, an observation that if you are one of the lucky few who understand it, you'll feel very special. Let's play.
And then it kind of became an entertainment industry issue where they started making those comments. You need to endorse this person. You need to donate to this PAC. And they were all left-leaning at the same time as I was going through it on college campus and was dealing with professors that were adversarial.
Going through it, yeah,
dealing with just the
adversarial.
institution in general.
I was dealing with the adversarial professors. Are you fucking with me, bro? All right. This will only land for a select group. All right. Just give it a second. And if you appreciate it, you will still understand what I'm saying if you don't, but I think you'll really appreciate it if you Okay. Christian Borle or Burrell. I never know how to pronounce it. You guys know this guy? Who does this look like?
And so from there, I kind of decided, look, I believe this. I feel like I can communicate this. I feel like other students are going through this, and I want to help with it.
And so you're still living in Nashville now, touring. What's the latest in your musical career?
So still touring, and then traveling a lot for that. Kind of same as I've always been, just this added aspect.
It's the wrong angle for the Andrew Wilson picture.
Nashville.
Have you found that you've leaned more towards the advocacy political realm, given what you've seen, especially the attacks on your personal life since you've been...
Wait, is Jack Smith testifying publicly? No way. Is it a public hearing? No. It's got to be behind closed doors. Yeah, behind closed doors, right?
I guess since President Trump's second term has started?
That's a great question. It's interesting because a lot of what I've done in the advocacy space is in educating. I believe in conversations. I believe in...
Can you say something specific, Alexis? I know that you have a lot of ideas and good ideas, but can you just say something? I'm in the education space. I'm in education. Talk to us about something concrete. What are you teaching?
Having conversations with people you don't necessarily agree with. All of the content and videos that I was helping to create and make were all rooted in that, in educating the youth about the Constitution, teaching people that the Second Amendment can...
So she's teaching everyone about the Constitution. So we're completely fucked.
If we can sell it as a feminist movement, then maybe we'll get people in the middle left understanding that it's a great right that we should all celebrate.
Sell the Second Amendment as is that because the gun is the great equalizer? These old as dirt arguments that everyone already knows.
And so a lot of my work that I did was rooted in reaching across and having people who don't understand you begin to understand you. I think that with the attacks on the personal life was somewhere I hadn't, we all deal with the same stuff normally.
Stop complaining. Stop complaining. Stop complaining.
You're dealing with people on the far left who want to say things about you. You're dealing with the media. You're dealing with people who want to spin things because it works for their narrative. It's just, you're kind of getting the broad spectrum. But it's definitely made me want to lean in because I think that clearly telling the truth is still important. And so.
Double down. I mean, listen, my attitude is double down. If you're right, of course. But I do think that when you're on this kind of interview next to the director, what are you looking at, Cash? What the fuck are you looking at? What do you think, guys? The clock? Maybe it's his guards or something, and there's a situation. He's like, "Sir, there's been a massacre," and he stays for an extra 15 minutes. Oh, what are you looking at, Cash? Tell us. Let your eyes tell the story. He's searching for the brown shooter. I'm sorry. I don't know what the content this is. All right, I don't even know what it is.
We must continue to do that.
What's an area that you disagree with Cash on?
Wow, because we haven't had enough fucking uncomfortable moments.
Oh.
Come on now.
Come on now.
I think that it's really...
I just didn't like that he said that. Come on now.
In random things I don't like spice and he does.
Are you fucking doing a dog whistle to your racist minions? Yeah, my boyfriend, I don't know if you can tell, he's Indian. What do you disagree with? On spice? Could you pick a more yeah, him not liking it doesn't mean disagreeing. I guess they disagree that it's tasty. All right, let's just be good faith. They disagree that it's tasty.
In random things I don't like spice and he does. I like spice. I can't handle spicy foods. I'm working on it. Like I said, I'm Mediterranean, so I have it in me. I need to get there with it.
No,
I'm racially predisposed to like spice because I'm Mediterranean. And by which I mean not Israeli. Not Israeli. Not Israel, guys. The Mediterranean Sea, but not the part that is Israel is on.
Going out to eat is hilarious because I'm Hindu
It's
and I don't
hilarious.
eat beef, and she has a really significant seafood allergy. So when we sit down at a dinner table, or
We can't eat anything. It's so funny. We make it so inconvenient. But can I just say, I do like that they can have different faiths and we can have relationships with different faiths. I think that they're promoting cross-faith relationships, and that I think that's based and good. So I just want to say, when I see something positive, you have all different people from different kind of backgrounds here. You have 2 Israelis. I'm just kidding. It's a joke, guys. Chill. You have people from different backgrounds, and I think that's great. Diversity is good.
go to an event, we have to like make sure we've provided these instructions. And so then when we're out to dinner at a nice dinner, she'll order like a steak, which is great, and then I'll order like the seafood and everything else, and it's like on a divided line, like it can't cross over.
But we make a really good surf and turf team.
Yeah.
At like events, if it's like, hey, it's gonna be steak and lobster,
Yeah.
that's great. Just
Perfect. Just different plates.
divvy us up. Like we're happy.
So what's the ideal date night?
Steak. It's like every question. It's like a word association. Just take a minute. You can take. Let me think about that. I think mini golf. Or, I think owning the lefties on Twitter. We love doing that for a first date.
Like that's great. Just
Perfect. Just different plates.
divvy us up. Like we're happy.
So what's the ideal date night?
Staying in.
Yeah, I was gonna say at this point probably.
Staying in is the ideal date. It's not going anywhere.
Like doing nothing.
Why do you want to do this? Do you guys even care? One of the comments feels like I'm watching the unlikability Olympics. Nothing. At this point, I feel a little bad for Katie now again. Like they're giving nothing. So even when she asks, like, I guess the quote unquote right questions, like, oh, whatever. What do we disagree on? He likes spice. I don't. Okay. That's so funny. It's like everything is a Stonewall conversation ender.
Sitting on the couch, watching whatever, sleeping.
Sleeping as a date. Do you even remember what you were asked, you fucking drug fiend? You look like you're high. Who do you dislike more, Cash or Katie? I think I have to say Cash, because Katie just seems obsessed, like in a way that I can relate, where like she's just obsessed with stuff. I can get obsessed with stuff. So she's like, in the media, how much responsibility do and like the kind of stuff I would do, and kind of unaware in a way that I feel like I might be unaware. They are just like, and sometimes, you like certain people and you don't have to like other people, and you value what your people close to you value, and you don't need to value people in the other ways that it happens. And so I much more relate to Katie here. He could have joked, that's classified. Oh, that's good, Eon Hand. Holy shit. Do we have some Rizzlers in the chat? Do we have some interview experts in the chat? It's peanut butter jelly time. What if Cash said, we like to role play? We like to play, we like to get with our group, with our D&D group and play. We're doing a campaign right now. He has just so many hobbies. And people want to say that that's not okay for the FBI director to do. It's personable. It's relatable. And that's our favorite date night, is to just get our, and we play D&D with a couple other couples, and you want to know my character? That's always great when people who don't give a shit are being told about people's D&D characters. We roleplay as ICE and immigrant. Cops and robbers.
What's the best restaurant you guys have been to together in
Oh
DC?
my God. In DC, the best restaurant? What if they haven't gone to, what if they don't have an answer? Oh my God. Why did you specify in DC? What if they don't have an answer? They'll have something, right? What do you guys think? Are they going to have a selection here? It's wild that a guy wearing those socks has a girlfriend. It's not the socks in my mind. because the thing is, I don't like the different colored socks in the American flag because that sock looking by itself looks like Where's Waldo. So whenever I look at it wrong or I can't see the other sock, it's like he's wearing Where's Waldo socks that go up to more than an appropriate spot on his leg because his trouser is too short. And I've never been a big fan. Like, if you're going to have America socks, have them be like the same style. I think to do like the different socks, I think it needs to be either a more like deliberate choice for the rest of the outfit. It seems kind of weird to have like I'm just going to say a mediocre suit situation up here and then just like party with the socks. It seems like a little bit of insecurity that you're trying to add some color or life, but all you do with the socks. Whereas if he was like wearing something a little bit more, I don't know, appropriate for the circumstance. He's the FBI director. He should either look, in other words, I'm saying it's a dissonance. It's almost like Uncanny Valley. Because he's trying to give like more relax or something, I guess, with the socks. But he's the FBI director, and then to his right he has Alexis, who's like dressed up also in this is a professional set, and then you have Katie, who's I think dressed more appropriately for a podcast, and so it just gives like a kind of like dissonant feeling. Like I look at this and I'm like, just imagine you're like looking at this image, and it just like doesn't look right. Does anyone disagree? Where's Waldo joke socks would be good for an investigator? Oh, that would be funny.
DC.
In DC. Oh.
In DC together.
That's absurd.
Or I guess we'll go across the United States.
That's a little helpful. That's more helpful, Katie, because they ain't going to restaurants in DC. Because Cash, he ain't spending any time in DC. You better believe. He's going to Las Vegas, his parents' house in Florida, and going to all cross country with his Nashville queen.
Our favorite restaurant is Mizumi in Las Vegas. We go
Wow, nice pick.
there as often as we can, but Las Vegas has the best food in the country, so we're spoiled.
False, so false, so fucking false. Does anyone agree with that? Vegas has good food. Obviously that's true. I'm not denying that. Best food in the country? No. I don't agree with that. I do not agree. Does anyone agree with that? Does anyone prefer Vegas food over New York?
Spoiled in that matter. But DC, I don't know. What do you like?
What do you like in DC? So now you're putting her on the spot. After you didn't have shit, you're now throwing her on the spot to give a DC specific restaurant. She ain't even spending half the time in DC because she ain't going to fucking DC. So you're giving her a curveball and she needs this to go perfectly. That's a reference to Deep Cut. No one's going to know what it is. What I just said there. I'm quoting.
I'm basically, when she's not here, I'm, running the Uber Eats tab up because you get home, as you and Steven know, at like 9 p.m. and you're like, I don't have the time to cook, so whatever's convenient.
And then if I'm in town, I do cook. So
You like Philomena a lot.
I do.
What's the best thing she cooks?
Chili.
Chili. Doesn't chili have beef in it? Or do you do kind of chili? I guess you can do other kinds of chili. All right. Let's give him a break.
Bison chili, which works out for me.
Bison? I don't think. Can you have that? I don't fucking know.
I can eat it.
Oh wow.
Okay, bison chili. So this is the question, right? What restaurants do you like to go to in DC? She cooks bison chili for me. I'm sorry. I know it's unfair. I know. Hey, I know it's I know it's unfair. I know it's unfair. Do you guys like going to restaurants? We like to have chili with bison so I can eat it. It's unfair. This is reaching. All right, it's reaching.
You keep your personal relationship strong when so much of what you do during the day isn't discussed outside of, a classified setting?
Katie, you're really not doing yourself any favors. I really am trying to relate to you, Katie. It's not helpful. How do you get on with your relationship when you can't talk about so much of what you do because it's classified? I think you should phrase it differently. It's like, how do you share what your day-to-day is like when so much is classified? It just feels like it's undermining like the whole, like you would need to, as the FBI director, talk about work in that way, in like the kind of classified sense, as opposed to saying things more generally, or whatever. It just feels like a weird way to frame it.
How does that work for you?
She has this great ability to not only never ask me about my job, but never...
Don't ask me about my affairs. Don't ask me about my affairs. Enough! All right. This one time. Is it true, Michael? No. Don Corleone.
Care to, because she knows we're not going to discuss it. And so I think that keeps a lot of it like compartmented, which is just something I've done my entire government career. And so that's one of the ways in which we just don't have to waste time talking about what I'm doing at work.
She does a great job not asking me anything. She does an amazing job at that. She never asked me about work, and that gets on good. When she asks me about what I'm doing,
or what.
By the way, guys, I'm working on not getting annoyed when people like ask me mundane stuff in my little insight. I'm trying to work on not getting as irritated sometimes. Personally, when people are like asking, I just find I've always found those questions. Like people would ask me like back when I used to bartend, like how was your bartending? How was the day? And I'm just like, don't ask me about my affairs. This is back when I was like in college too, or I was attending bar before I was 21. And I just remember sometimes my folks would be like, "Oh, what'd you do at the bar today?" I'm like, what do you think I did? And I actually regret like answering sometimes like a little flippantly, like, I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk it like it's nothing interesting. I'll tell you if there's something interesting. So I'm personally, just a flag there. I'm a bit of a hypocrite there.
What's going on every day, and she's incredibly respectful of.
I'm a little anti small talk, but I know that's wrong of me. Yo, career bartender here. It's annoying to talk about my night. Yeah, because it's just like there are like select stories from when I was a bartender that I love to tell. Like one time what was it? Shit, I'm losing them. Oh, when it was like a very stormy situation and I like people were like slipping everywhere and I like accidentally served someone who was like clearly pissed drunk and I had to like call all his hotels nearby and like taxis. Or like there's stories where actually there might be people in my audience, I don't know, maybe one or two have reached out to me. We used to have like debates, political debates sometimes, like the cooking staff would debate me on like politics when it's a slow day or something. And one time or a couple times people would like get involved from the bar and then we'd get into like discussions. Can you imagine me like serving mimosas or serving things and it's like a debate, almost like it were, I studied the LSAT also while I was after college and I was still bartending. I studied LSAT like at the bar with my book when it was slow, right? Just go through your LSAT Bible and do all that shit. Because you actually have to prepare for the LSAT. It's not intuitive always. And I remember certain like funny stories, but asking about the day generally, it's just like on any given day, it's so aggravating. But it's more of like a broader, I don't like small talk thing. Yeah. No, I slept great. Yeah. I slept great. I have like I'm having to do a lot of care to. This isn't always used to happen. I don't know. Like I'm breaking out like some. It's this blephastitis or whatever thing. I'm trying different things to address it. But then it also is like super dry. I don't know what it is, or the weather shifted. So I did sleep exceptionally well last night.
My schedule and the fact that it changes, as you know, with your own personal life, basically at the last possible second, and sometimes things get canceled. And if it really mattered to her, I would make every opportunity I could to make it. But she's also been unbelievably understanding of me calling it like Friday night up for a Saturday event, saying, sorry, I can't make it.
Happens.
She's been so understanding when I like have canceled on her.
The nature of it. The other thing with that too is that we had 2 entire years of our relationship where we were not in this dynamic, which is really such a blessing because, you know, we got to live, obviously we're here, there, and everywhere with our kind of the way our lives already were, but it's, you know, we got to have kind of a normalcy before there were firewall topics and all that stuff. So it's just
firewall topics.
How do you reach him during the day?
Oh no. Why?
Nicole.
Yeah.
Oh shit. You go through my assistant. You go through Nicole. These questions, man.
I would say I'll text Nicole, or I mean, oftentimes I'm running around during the day, so I'll like shoot a text, and whenever he sees it, he sees it. But I'm assuming that it's, you know, a little busy over there. So.
What's the most important meeting she's ever called and you stepped out of?
He can't answer that, right? What can he say to that? Katie? Hey, Katie, are you reading from your cards? What's the most important meeting that your girlfriend has interrupted you? How is this like, there are so many potential eggshells that you're laying out for them. What's the most important meeting that she's tried to reach you during?
Assuming that it's, you know, a little busy over there. So.
What's the most important meeting she's ever called and you stepped out of?
It is bizarre. That is a bizarre question.
I've never had to step out of a meeting because if it was an emergency, I obviously would, and thank God nothing like that has had to have happened. I've had to step out of meetings for some family matters that arise with everyone else. But yeah, I've literally never had to do that.
I think I had to call you during a dinner though, when I cut my finger open.
Hobbits, if we can keep it to yes or no, do you want gin in your juice? Thank you so much for the tip. I appreciate you. Hobbit, if you wanna, if we can keep it to like you should be normal conversation, I'm happy to. I don't want to relitigate again the Ethan stuff in substance right now. I think that like we've done that to death, and my views on it have been expressed ad nauseum. It's not that like I am like afraid of talking about it or have ever shied away from it, in fact, or anything like that. But I think we should, if you want to do it, keep it to like the be normal aspect of it. If we can keep it to that, that'd be great. Otherwise, we can, I think, talk offline. It's just like I know that I'm pissing off a lot of my chat with relitigating it constantly, and I'm sensitive to the fact that we've like done maybe 15 hours of the actual substantive discussion on it. You know, I'll use it for reference. I don't want to debate. Yeah. We I don't know. Are you? When did you want to do that?
Oh yeah, there was that. I did.
That was
I was not in DC,
recently.
and she informed me she accidentally cut her finger open, and I said, "Okay, are we getting stitches? Are we at the hospital? Are we good to go?" And her mom was sending me funny texts, and I knew it was fine.
Yeah.
Okay, nice.
What's your daily routine like right now?
What's your daily routine? And he's like doing nothing. He's just like going to his office and like tweeting.
Mine. I get up early. I go work out at the building, and then
at the building.
I just roll into my day, and I don't know if there's a daily routine after that sticks.
You don't have a daily routine. Plausible, right? But you would hope you say like I usually have meetings. I meet with my deputy once a week. I do it. It's just a little, who cares?
It kind of gets jumbled.
Have you written any love songs about Kash?
You know, what's funny? I don't think anyone's ever asked that. Yeah, I have.
Do we believe that? Hey, everyone, pretend you're playing LA Noire. Yeah, I have. What do we think? What's our response? Do we think that that's an accurate thing? Lie. No, says Elika. Song must fucking suck. You guys are such haters. X to doubt. Wow. 2 X's to doubt. Press an X. No gun. All right, we'll watch it one more time and you guys can make up your mind.
But you know what's funny? I don't think anyone's ever.
Have you written any love songs about Kash?
You know what's funny? I don't think anyone's ever asked that. Yeah, I have. But
what?
I'm waiting to come out with new music next.
Oh, I haven't released it yet. I've written it. Literally, I've written it, but I can't tell you a song right now because it's not released.
Year will be when I release more stuff.
What are you working on now?
Right now, it's been writing and recording
My
music.
Kash Patel song.
It's been a lot of the advocacy stuff, working with veterans organizations that I work with, continuing that important work, working with, I've worked with Turning Point for a long time. I've worked with various organizations in the political space. I'm on the NRA board, trying to promote the glory of the Second Amendment and and teach the youth about it, and just all of those kind of categories. I'm stoking those various things.
You spoke at the NRA convention, right?
Stoking? Wait, did you say stoking?
Kind of categories.
Stroking?
I'm stoking those various things.
Stoking those various things?
And just all of those kind of categories. I'm stoking those various things.
You spoke at the NRA
misspoke.
convention, right?
I was there. I actually performed there.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
What's been your best performance that you've done? That you walked off the stage and you were like, I've hit a home run?
Ooh,
the national anthem?
There's this great venue in Tennessee, actually, not far from my house, which is really nice. But it's a cavern. You literally look out into the audience. There's the cave, so there's one way in, one way out. So your walk on is actually through the crowd, like on the side of the crowd, and they just pack the place out. And it's less about me and my performance.
Living in a movie.
That crowd is always incredible.
What's
so it wasn't
more intimidating?
It wasn't my performance. It was the cave of it.
Performing in front of a crowd or working in the DC political circuit?
I think we're at a point where nothing's intimidating anymore. You just kind of roll with whatever's handed to you. So you go through enough and you kind of go.
Non-responsive. I'm going to repeat the question until you answer it. Which among them, if you had to pick, would be more intimidating? I didn't ask whether anything intimidating. I asked which was more intimidating.
All right. Well, this is going to be fine, whatever it is.
We're going to play the time-honored game of Would You Rather.
Wow. I love this. Very innovative.
I want you both to answer, okay?
She goes first.
Would you rather never be apart again, but always have paparazzi around, or keep doing long distance, but stay totally private?
She has to be trolling them. She has to be. There's no way. Pick your privacy or your intimate moments. This is insane. I believe they hate each other. I don't think there's any other good conclusion. What a question. And the way she actually like I'm sorry, what? Would you?
So you go through enough and you kind of go, all right, well, this is going to be fine, whatever it is.
We're going to play the time-honored game of Would You Rather. I want you both to answer, okay?
She goes first.
Would you rather never be apart again, but always have paparazzi around, or keep
never again, but always have paparazzi? Okay, so the right answer here is I could never bear to be not around you. And so we would deal with the paparazzi. But the thought of being absent from you is so excruciating that I could never, even if it means bearing the obnoxious press, pick that option. That's the correct answer, right?
doing long distance, but stay totally private.
Oof.
Oh.
They're like, oh, you're really fucking with us today, Katie. Both these decisions are literally so extreme.
I think the answer.
You just said she was going to answer first.
Yeah, I know.
She's me, okay? She's me. This is a cruel self-portrait. What I'm doing is a cruel self-portrait. This is what you guys think I do.
Would you rather never be apart again, but always have paparazzi around, or keep doing long distance, but stay totally private?
Oof.
Oh.
I think the answer.
You just said she was going to answer first.
I can't believe you're doing this. That's our director. That's our director. You just try to fucking one up our director.
First.
Yeah, I know, but she said it's not fair.
These guys are nerds. I can't believe we have a nerd guy.
So you go first.
No, you already started. You have to go.
No, look, we knew what we were signing up for to a certain degree, and it's an incredible. It's
incredible.
Crazy. I am
crazy.
a first-generation Indian American whose parents fled a genocide.
Fucking so now identity politics, right? So now it's good, right? I identify as a black woman. That's what you're doing right now. That you ridiculed everyone who was citing their heritage and their identity when they thought it was helpful to make a point. Now you're saying, as a black woman, my name is Kash Patel. This is what I think. And it's so unfair for you to attack the poor little Indian boy. Right? But when other minority groups, socially disadvantaged groups, were trying to maybe say the same thing, you're like, irrelevant.
Genocidal dictatorship in East Africa and lawfully emigrated to the United States.
How did it feel that Stephen Miller chose female Pisco for his lawful? It feels great. Feels great. I'm nothing like this woman.
And now their kid's the next director of the FBI. There is nowhere else on planet Earth that can happen. So when you get an opportunity like that, you have to deliver, especially for the resources and the.
There's nowhere on Earth where an immigrant can become a law officer, or an Indian can become a law, because I'm pretty sure you can do that in India. But maybe he means like an immigrant first generation can become a law officer. I guess you can't be a member of the FBI if you're not in America. So I guess it's the only country on Earth where it can happen.
Sweeping mandate that President Trump got. Would I like to be anonymous? I joke at all my conversations with my buddies. I would pay a mountain of money to have my anonymity back, but that's just the way it is, and it's okay.
You would pay a mountain of money to have your anonymity back.
I was going to say long distance because, and then.
Oh no. Oh no, Kash. Oh no. She hates you. Did you hear that? I would say long distance. You know what that means? Never ever see your partner. He got the bad answer. No, but she's gonna try to clean it up. Be like, I would do it while he's in office. We would do long distance completely. I don't need to see him anymore for 4 years. I would pick never seeing my partner for 4 years. And actually, the FBI director term is technically longer than that. It's a 10-year term. So if he's going to complete out his term for which he was appointed, I would pick not seeing my partner for 10 years, for a decade. Try to think about where you were a decade ago. That's love. You can't say she doesn't love Kash, because she would be willing to do that for her. Let's give her full answer.
And it's okay.
I was going to say long distance because, and then private, nobody, none of the paparazzi stuff, because we know how to make that work.
She isn't saying what I'm saying. She isn't yet doing the caveat of only while he's in office. She's saying, I would prefer to never see you again ever. Because we know how that works. We know how to make that work. Not seeing each other ever. Huh?
Would you rather always have
That's all that's said. It's left there. There's no only for a limited time. It's the question as presented was forever never see each other, but no paparazzi. Or maximum paparazzi and you get to see each other. Oh no.
have delayed flights or lose your luggage every other trip?
Oh, you go.
Delayed flights. I would rather have delayed flights. I really don't want to lose my luggage.
She is, yes. Her luggage is a whole deal.
You're talking shit about her. I would be so pissed. Don't you ever. You're being catty about your partner's luggage travel stuff after you're in the doghouse right now for half the shit you said.
And there's colors and shapes and sizes.
There's colors, shapes, and sizes. This guy's a joke. Colors, shapes, and sizes. Got a whole thing going on there with that luggage and the colors and the shapes and the sizes. What a Chad.
And so I think she would rather have her luggage arrive rather than herself, knowing that it got there. And then she can get there later.
I would like to add a caveat to that, though, because I know someone's going to be like, Alexis Wilkins, diva, who has a lot of luggage. I never know exactly where we're going. I never know exactly how long the trip's going to be. I am just well prepared, you know, comfort creature. I'm like, do I have a candle? Yes, I do. Like, but, you know, nobody's having.
But you pack candles?
Yeah.
She hates them. I mean, Katie Miller despises these people. You pack candles? What are you, some kind of... This is like Marie Antoinette moments. And they shouldn't be because, you know, packing a candle, I don't even think it's the worst thing. But just the way she asks it like it's something absurd.
I only have a travel candle sometimes. Like, it's just, you know, if you...
How could you pack a candle, you fucking idiot? Can you be less rude? Like, you're laughing at her. Why are you laughing at my woman? She likes her candles. But dude, you were making fun of her packing like 2 seconds ago. So why are you looking like that?
If you're always somewhere different, you might as well be comfortable. I have a
I think she's being... I think she doesn't appreciate that the laughing happened.
heating pad. I have all sorts of things.
I have all sorts of things.
Black tie affairs for dinners.
Do you? Because you don't ever look like you're packed for the appropriate time. You don't ever have your little FBI vests. Did you see Trump's chief of staff say Trump has an alcoholic's personality? Oh, we're gonna get into the little article that could.
That's true.
For non-events.
Yeah. You never know.
I'd like to share I pack in a purse with like 2 things.
I love that.
I like
Ray, who the fuck asked? I only have 2 things when I pack.
I just buy things where I go.
Well, okay,
Genuinely very, very funny.
I should start adopting that strategy. That's a good idea.
Let's not try that for a
He's
while.
over here like, bad plan.
But if you want to take her shopping,
No, but I'm talking like I Target, I Walmart. I'm not like doing the high-end stuff when I'm traveling.
That's great.
But it's great. It's clean. It smells
you got
good.
a sizable piece of luggage over there too.
That's for the equipment. Would you rather always agree on what to watch or what to eat?
Oh. Every question is like getting at agreements, disagreements. It's like fracturing and trying to pick apart the things that pulls them apart, right? Trying to like identify those things and what are the things that like most bother people about each other. Are they able to stand each other? Like, I don't think that this is normal. I think this is like an attack.
She doesn't really care what we watch.
That's very true.
So it's rather
I don't really care.
You don't
I don't
care
watch
what you watch?
TV if we're not together.
Oh God.
So when we are together, I don't have like, large opinions. I haven't been like watching a show that I really want to know what happens next.
Boring. You don't have any shows? You don't watch movies? You don't like read books? You don't do anything? Like, what do you do? What do you consume? Is it just like conservative slop? Boring.
He's very good at picking shows too. So I'm cool abdicating that.
What shows? Pick them. Wait, say the shows. I want to know what Kash Patel and Alexis Wilkins watch.
This question's very funny. Would you rather Kash sing backup vocals on your next single, or Alexis
I would rather say, or Alexis be deputy FBI.
field questions from senators about your relationship in a televised hearing?
Well, one, she would field those questions spectacularly well and crush
Not
those
based on
cons.
not based on this.
Two, if I sang backup vocals for her or anyone else, their career would be over.
That was good. Hey,
Which one would you?
that was good. That was Kash Patel's first good, pithy, concise line. I thought that was. I'm gonna give that line a C+. That was really good. I actually like that.
I like his answer a lot. I think it's good. If he wanted to, I would never say no, but I have a feeling that would not be his bag.
Would you rather never argue again, or never have to apologize again?
It's the same theme. It's never argue or apologize. It's like premised on their relationship is like fracturing and they're fighting all the time about what to watch, what to eat, apologizing and fighting.
We don't really are.
It's too late to apologize.
Yeah. Maybe just not ever apologize again, so you didn't let the
You haven't
person,
argued in 3 years.
so you don't let the person down. No, we have spats
Don't apologize so you don't let them down.
here and there.
Over
but,
what? Tell the people.
Oh no. Oh no. Folks, she hates them. These are so tough. What do you guys fight about? Tell us. Tell everybody what you fight about. Well, she doesn't want me to continue doing the job, and I want to see her more, and we fight occasionally. We have our spats about different things.
People. Very interested.
So you don't let the person down. No, we have spats here and there.
Over
but,
what? Tell the people. Very interested.
Yeah.
I love this.
Oh, that was so cringe. I almost have to quit it. I don't know if I could. I don't know if I can continue it. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know why this exists. That I physically had to scream there. We're gonna watch it again. Oh no.
Not ever apologize again, so you didn't let the
You haven't
person,
argued in 3 years.
so you don't let the person down. No, we have spats here and there.
Over
but,
what? Tell the people. Very interested.
Yeah.
I love this.
Are you coming today? Are you coming tomorrow? I don't know. When is so-and-so getting here? Maybe tomorrow, maybe the next day.
It's all logistics. Like,
Yeah.
I want to be able to plan, or not plan far ahead. I understand that that's not possible, especially in the last 9 months. But it's just kind of like it's more just okay. Like what? Let's make a decision so that we can do it. I feel like it's just we agree on all of the fundamentals, and I think when you get along really well, you agree on the basic things. I don't really. It's just really not. We don't in the.
Land the plane.
Couple years
Land the plane. Oh no, you don't need to elaborate any further. I love Kash. We never fight. No, we have a perfect relationship. You don't need to do this. They're sweating. They're drenched. They are drenched.
We didn't have enough time together to go
Oh, we didn't spend any time together in the first 3 years before he was FBI director.
We got plenty of time, but time together to find something to waste time over. Nothing is that important.
Wait, so we don't spend enough time together such that I could ever be upset with him. No, the logistics is a decent answer. It's a decent answer, whatever. But this is bad.
Important. Our relationship and having great time together is way more important.
What are you watching on TV right now?
Oof. Really crappy Netflix series with all the travel you have to do. So you just load it up with whatever's relevant. But then
Whatever is relevant? You guys are aliens. Answer the question. When you have to travel and you just got to load it up with... What is happening? Perfect day is sleeping.
then there's some really good ones out there. Paramount's crushing it with like Mayor of Kingstown, Tulsa Kings, and Landman. And then there's just, random things that come in.
I don't even know what the fuck those shows are. I'm being straight up. Mayor of what? You guys know what this is? Maybe I'm stupid. I can be out of touch.
So you just like load it up with whatever's relevant. But then there's some really good ones out there. Paramount's crushing it with like Mayor of Kingstown.
Mayor of Kingstown? It's an American crime thriller television series by Taylor Sheridan.
Tulsa Kings and Landman.
Tulsa Kings?
Just, random things.
Landman? I don't even know what the fuck this is.
So, stuff like
Hockey?
Do you watch any shows now that have the FBI and you're like, that's just not accurate? That's not how we do it there.
No, okay.
No,
like a doctor watching ER or something.
You're going to compare yourself to fucking doctor. Like you fucking do the work of FBI director.
What's the first concert you've ever been to?
I went to a Journey concert.
So I
Journey?
know, Kash, you're a big country music fan.
Mm-hmm.
Can you just land for that for a little bit? Why did you? That was like the first real specific thing that has been said this entire. Okay, Cash just said Tulsa Kings, all right? So, but one of the first concrete things. Oh, you like Journey? Talk to us about Journey. What does Journey mean for you?
What's your
know, this shit
favorite?
sucks.
Who's your favorite artist?
George Strait.
George
Really?
Strait? Who is George Strait? George Strait. George Strait? I'm a big George Strait fan. He sold over 120 million records. Listen, we're Latinx in this stream, so I don't know this fucking shit. George Strait.
Outside of country? Because I was half joking.
100%, all day long.
He's so serious.
He just got like the Kennedy Center honors, didn't he?
He did, yeah.
Did you meet him?
I did not meet him there, but Alexis, for my birthday, surprised me by taking me to the George Strait concert, and I'd never been before.
Oh, so you're not just going to so how many concerts are you going to? It's not just Alexis's concerts, it's the George Strait concert, and it's also your parents' place in Florida and your home in Las Vegas. How do you have time to do all the fucking work of the FBI director in DC when you're in restaurants in New York, your parents' house in Florida, concerts and fucking tour with your country star girlfriend, George Strait concerts as well, added to that, Las Vegas with your boy who you've been living there for 5 years. Where do you have the time? You're doing so many things, extracurriculars. You're playing D&D. You're sleeping.
My life, so that was pretty awesome.
This is for both of you. Separate answers. What's your secret talent?
Oh, you go first.
What if he just says something wild? What if he just says my secret talent? Says something wild.
I don't have one.
You gotta have.
No, dude. You have to say something.
Have a secret talent. We all have one.
What's yours?
I think I can like see over the horizon.
Mm-hmm.
And
Huh? My secret talent is I can see over the horizon? This is an AI. This is AI. They're saying random things. She said, I can see the big picture.
see like what's bad or good in the future.
I have premonition. My secret talent is I can see the future. Oh my god. Wait, this is like everyone has a secret talent. What's yours? I can see over the horizon.
Answers. What's your secret talent?
Ooh, you go first.
I don't have one.
You gotta have a secret talent. We all have one.
What's yours?
I think I can like see over the horizon and see like what's bad or good in the future.
Look at the look. Look at the look. My secret talent is I like George Strait. It's like what can we say that's the most Oh my God, I'm dying. I'm crying. What can I say? That's the most like awkward and seemingly random thing. Look at her expression. She can't even hold the smile.
I think I can compartmentalize.
My secret talent is I can compartmentalize. I don't let everyone calling me. I'm sorry. I have to take a break. I need to wipe my face. 1 second. I can't. I have to. I'll be right back. I can't. I fucking can't. Thank you for the subs. Okay, so secret talent. my secret talent is I have the third eye and I can see over the horizon. and look at their faces. Look at their faces. Oh. And then he goes, my secret talent is that I can compartmentalize. Sorry, I just gotta watch that one more time. Oh.
We all have one.
What's yours?
I think I can like see over the horizon and see like what's bad or good in the future.
I think I can compartmentalize.
Men can do that.
Men's brains are like waffles.
Yes.
They have little compartments.
Oh, she's done this before. She's a serial cringe artist. This is like
And they can think on one little compartment at a time and close it. And men actually have a compartment that has nothing in it.
I'm so good at it.
I can't do that.
I have a gut. I have a decent, really decent gut. Yeah, definitely compartmentalizing.
definitely compartmentalizing. Definitely.
What's the first app you open in the morning?
Twitter.
Oof. I'd probably just catch up on whatever messages have coming in
on Twitter.
A messaging app. That's probably it.
My alarm first, I guess.
It's not an app. It's not an app.
The technical answer, but past that, kind of whatever came up.
Whatever came
How
up.
much are you sleeping at night right now?
We can all tell that shit's fucked, dude. How much are you sleeping? This is the most insane interview I've ever seen.
I shoot for like 5 to 6 hours, but
not good.
You know, it varies.
What's your go-to hype song?
Mine is actually really funny. Mine's the song from Hercules, the Go the Distance. Yep.
That's your hype up song? I don't know. That's like a song when you're like cleaning. I put that on when I'm like cleaning and like trying to like get, I guess it's pumped, but it's not like in the moment, get ready for like a soccer game, rugby game kind of pumped. It's almost like I'm playing it to get me in the mood to start thinking about cleaning, thinking about, you know, organizing my files, things like that.
No way.
Pretty much anything from Guns N' Roses.
Okay.
I mean, My Michelle, Mr. Brownstone, Welcome to the Jungle. All right. I find it, you know, plausible.
Who's the queen of country music?
She is.
Grown.
I need a poly market now on when the two of you are getting engaged.
Wait, she didn't answer. Why did you do that? Why did you cut there?
Sweet.
I need a poly.
Are you like on ADHD meds?
Market now on when the two.
Very sweet.
I need a poly market now on when the.
That is not me. That's hang on.
Very sweet.
I need a poly market now on when the two of you are getting engaged.
And she goes back to the engagement shit. Holy fuck. Incredible. Wait, we're talking to a guy after this, right? He's good. Are you a Chelsea fan? I was more of a Chelsea fan back in the day with Didier Drogba, who was my favorite player, Frank Lampard, in the Torres era. You know, Michael Essien, John Terry, Petr Cech, Ashley Cole, Jose Bozingua, Juan Mata. Who else they had? Then they got like Diego Costa, Eden Hazard, Willian, Oscar. Players I loved watching Raul Morales. I don't know why. I liked watching John Mikel Obi. I forget what they named him or how he went by. Never be able to score a goal ever. Who else? I think who'd they bring in? They brought in Gary Cahill, Cesar Azpilicueta, who everyone called Dave. We'll just call you Dave. Yeah, so the kind of end of the Andre Villas-Boas era into Di Matteo, into Mourinho, into, was it Fabio Capello or some other Italian guy came into, that was the era, I think. Okay, definitely Josephine. Are you surprised I had that much knowledge about the teams and players? Conte, yeah, I think Conte. But I don't watch as much these days, EPL. Fabio Capello might have done the English national team. The whole thing is so uncomfortable, horrifically uncomfortable. It's bouncing between person who hates this couple and friend that is way too heavily hinting you to propose. Yeah. It was awesome to see Pulisic. It was awesome to see that. And I like, for example, I'll give you some insight. The first Champions League victory that Chelsea did, that's like a core memory of mine. Because I was the only person in my like family in the watching party who wanted Chelsea to win against Bayern Munich. And so everyone was like clowning, like, ha 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 ha. And I think it was near, at some point, I think Muller scores in like some late point in the game. And then there's a corner. Torres wins the corner. Juan Mata, left-footed corner inside to Drogba's head into right, top right corner-ish, past Manuel Neuer. And what the fuck? Gary Neville does another orgasm. He's like, oh! The orgasm, Neville, did I say Neville Chamberlain? Gary Neville. Is it Gary Neville? That used to be like my follower notification. It was, oh! That was weird. That's like a core memory. And I can't even remember a single moment of the Champions League victory that we most recently had with I don't even like, I'm sure if I could name some of the players, but yeah.
Like, I will be there front and center.
This is so awkward. And it's a 9% chance on Polymarket. You cut out when she was answering who's the queen of... You let in that stupid little fucking remark by Kash about the country music star or whatever. You immediately cut to this where it's embarrassing. And the Polymarket odds are 9%. Well, now I get it's almost the end of the year or whatever. But I just don't know why you hate these people so much.
For a while, I was like, Dan Scavino needs to get engaged. Like, Aaron is incredible. And then he did it. which was great.
It's really pushy. This is really uncomfortable.
You're like the last one outstanding.
This is so rude. There is not a good inference other than she's like being incredibly pushy or hates these people.
Last man outstanding.
We won't disappoint.
Better be good.
Better be good or what? Want to talk about Elon, Miss Katie? Want to talk about Elon? Let's talk about Elon, Katie. That's what you're cucking this man in front of the world. And that's our director, man. There's no love story like Ray Hudson and Leo Messi. Magisterial. He dazzles collectively and individually.
I mean, I'd prefer that poly market poll to like if I'm a spy or not.
Is there one up there?
There was.
You're more interested in whether or not you're a spy or whether or not you're engaged.
What were the odds?
I don't remember. It was a while ago.
It's a good one.
It's very mean girl energy.
Like I feel like Polymarket now is more accurate than reality. So the fact that it's gone bodes well for you.
Oh yeah, let's not forget that this person is married to Stephen Miller.
Yeah, it expired. They were like, no, I guess.
It bodes well for your future, I guess.
I'll take it.
It says it's not accurate.
Yikes. This is like the equivalent of women throwing down.
Typically, this is the last question of every single podcast I've done. I want 2 different answers. If you could host a dinner party with 3 people, dead or alive,
oh my
who's
God.
at the table and what are you eating?
They're going to say Donald Trump, right? Donald Trump, Andrew Breitbart, and Charlie Kirk. One last time.
Okay. I would pick Ronald Reagan, my papa. I know, not a celebrity, but my grandfather meant like the most in the world to me. And
don't do this. Just pick the fucking celebrities. Just be like, personal stuff aside, the celebrities I would pick is this. No one wants to hear about your grandpa. I'm sorry. I mean, I'm sorry about grandpa, but if you have like a story, I'd love to hear a story, but not for this question.
He knows everything about history, and he's the reason that I got into loving and appreciating history and veterans. He was a veteran, all that stuff.
Look at this little smug fish. Like, I didn't ask about your grandpapa. I want to hear the names of the famous people I know, not your silly little family.
I could talk about my papa forever, so I will move on. Third one is hard because that was kind of as far as I got in my head. I don't know who my...
Just say anything. Jesus Christ. I would like to talk to Hitler. Don't say that. I would like to talk to, I don't know, fucking Churchill. Say something. I want to talk to Elvis Presley. I want to talk to Bill Nye the Science Guy. Well, I guess you can talk to him right now. But he said alive or dead, right? I would love to pick someone in real life. So maybe you can point to this and be like, oh, she wants to talk to you. And someone might see it. Someone might be watching this very famous podcast and be like, oh, look at this.
My third would be, but we'd be eating, my papa loves very simple meals like roast chicken, mashed potatoes. And so we'd eat what he likes because he gets to pick over Ronald Reagan. Sorry.
Well, I'm going to answer it, but it's going to break your rules. So you're just going to have to live with it.
Okay, fine.
The 1980 men's Miracle on Ice hockey team.
These guys are so corny. The Miracle on Ice hockey team? What are you going to ask them? You want to have dinner with these people? With men? With all these men around you?
And we would be eating chicken parm heroes from my favorite deli on Long Island.
Wow, you put more thought into that answer than the perfect date. What you said was sleeping.
Is that like chicken parm and everything else? Or is chicken parm heroes is just like a sub restaurant?
It's a sandwich, yeah.
You don't know what a fucking hero is? These people don't live on this planet.
Ice hockey team. And we would be eating chicken parm heroes from my favorite deli on Long Island.
You don't know what a chicken parm hero is? Let's just make sure she said that.
Is that like chicken parm and everything else? Or
and everything else? Or
chicken parm heroes is just like a sub restaurant?
Sub restaurant? Huh?
It's a sandwich, yeah.
Okay.
hero. Hero's type of sandwich.
Thank you so much for doing this.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for watching this episode of the Katie Mill podcast. I hope we all learned something new about Kash and Alexis today, because I know I did, even being their friend.
Okay.
Please don't forget to like, subscribe, share, and follow. We're available every Tuesday night at 6 p.m. where you get your podcasts. See you next week.
See you next week, Katie. All right, let's rate that podcast appearance from our dear director. I'm going to start highest to lowest. Alexis, I'm going to give you a D-, all right? And so that'll put you at about, you know what? All right. Alexis, you're going to get an F, but you're going to get a much higher F. You're going to get like a 42. This was a disaster for you. You didn't really say anything interesting, tell any good stories. You were able to adroitly handle some of the instances in which you were being undermined by your invitee, or sorry, the podcast host, and then also your boyfriend. So you get points for that, but like you kind of give lame answers the whole time, and you seem defensive. And there was a period where you're like you didn't talk for a significant period of time. Kash, you get like about a 21. I don't know how this could have gone much worse in terms of bettering your image. You seem like an out of touch goofball. And so this doesn't really help anything. Katie, I guess I'll give her 2 scores. One is on the being being like a friendly host and doing the job of like building a safe place to glaze members of the administration. You get like a 2, because this is like the most combative, most possible questions designed to trip up what I thought your goal was, which is to basically glaze the administration. Or at least seems like that's you're trying to do that by how you phrase some of the questions. It seems to indicate that you're sympathetic to like the substantive positions with respect to the media and how they're harassing them and everything, but the way you're asking, you just fail miserably. However, in terms of the fun factor, I think Katie's questions really deserve an A+. If she was an agent of chaos, she knocked out of the park. She gets a passing grade. And for me, it was entertaining. I don't know, but the thing is, like, what's the audience besides those who find it like very cute and I don't know, to make fun of. All right, who's that? Where's that guy? There's a guy. I have like 2 hours left. All right, this guy. Yo. Okay, we'll wait for this guy. All right, 1 minute, he says. Oh yeah, how do you defeat an opponent who can see in the future? True. What's your special skill? I can see past the horizon. I can see beyond sight. Ba-do-do-do. Ba-da-da-da-da. Credit to Katie for serving our Dark Lord. Our Dark Lord. She's like Pegasus from Yugi. Hello, Yugi boy. No, the interview's over. We're gonna switch over to some person who wants to tell me to be normal. Very funny, by the way. We just made fun of them for not being normal humans, so now I get my little review of normalcy. Welcome, bienvenue. He might want to show me something, so just hang on. I think I see him. I occasionally read Kick Chat, but I can't guarantee I read every chat. And sometimes I don't respond to every chat either because I'm doing stuff. Hey, brother, how are you?
Good, how are you? Do I sound all right?
I think you can be heard. Try talking again.
Testing 1 2 3 1 2 1 2.
Yeah. How you doing, man? We got you.
Good, how are you?
I'm doing great, man. Just chilling.
That podcast was thrilling.
The podcast, the Katie Miller one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was like a wet blanket fucking interviewing two just of the most uninteresting people you've ever heard of.
Yeah. I mean, some of the answers are pretty wild. It's always fun to pick the stuff and talk about the misspeaks and stuff, but pretty wild podcast. I hope you enjoyed it.
It actually helps a little bit. Would you consider them normal?
No.
Were they normal on that?
No, I don't think so.
What was abnormal about them?
I think their demeanor seemed a little bit odd. They seemed a little not personable, like on a conversation that is supposed to touch on things that are like personal and light and playful. Not really helped that much by Katie Miller's questions, but basically showing lack of comfort the entire time and showing basically a kind of uncomfortness in how they spoke, their nervous laughter. I think that their demeanor was odd.
Okay. Well, I guess I'll just kind of give a little background, I guess, of why I'm here, if people don't know. So I told you that we're not gonna. I don't even want to. I wasn't even planning on debating any like your substantive claims, as far as like the Ethan stuff or whatever it might be. I also don't. I'm not really interested in talking about like anything that involves Destiny or anything. Like it's not really that important to me. For those of you that don't know me, I'm a moderator in Destiny subreddit. I have watched you for a while now. Before you became a full-time streamer, your appearances that you have had on Destiny streams in the past years, and something that I have always first off, I enjoy your style and how you approach things. I feel like sometimes people are willing to let too many things slide in a conversation, especially when you like watch these like, well, it doesn't really happen now, but like a contentious Joe Rogan, kind of thing where it's like, you think that they're going to go in there and there's going to be all this disagreement and all this kind of that, and the other, and everybody just kind of head nods and nobody really gets down to what they're actually talking about, and everybody walks away and they're like, oh, this conversation was so great, that two opposing viewpoints, like it's just that stuff is super cringe. And so like I just want to lay out that like I super enjoy your content and your style. I do think though, and this you watching this podcast is actually an instance of you, I think, showing the other side of you. I think anybody that has just consumed like, God, if somebody's only consumed your Rob Noor debates, let's just say, there is a picture of you that is like really bad. And I think that what you just did in reviewing that podcast kind of shows that that's not all that you are. I had DM'd you initially, and when I didn't get a response, I figured I would just write a post because there's a lot of people in your community that visit the subreddit, and I figured that it might be a way that I could,
Yeah.
at least reach out as far as that goes. So I was curious.
I saw the post. I didn't read the whole thing.
Okay.
I read most of it, but then I messaged you when at some point you're like, I don't know if he saw a message or something, either that and somewhere that was described, and I reached out. I saw the message in my inbox. And folks, for those of you who DM me, I get like so many fucking messages that sometimes I really like. I'm trying to be better about it. I get overwhelmed by the amount of messages that are like in the unread box and all that other stuff. So it's not personal. It's not me trying to like avoid stuff. And I just, but I did see it. And so given that's the case, I reached out.
I personally did not take any offense to it. I just figured that if I could put some thoughts out there and whatever happened. I would be interested though. Do you have the post, or do you want me to give you the link again?
I have it ready to go. If you want me to show it to people, I just was waiting in case you didn't want to do that.
So I was thinking if you wanted to just start reading it, and then anything that you want me to clarify or have contention with in that moment, we could just talk about. Do you feel like that's probably a decent way to go about it, or?
Yeah, I have no problem with that. Do you want to in like a couple sentences summarize your thesis or like your broader claim, and then we can get into it so people have a context of like basically what you're getting at?
Yeah.
Or do you want to let it speak for itself?
No, I can give like a kind of just a short. So I think that one of your biggest weaknesses is your inability to connect with people who aren't aware of your style and aren't like keyed in on how to listen to the points that you're trying to make. And so anybody that doesn't consume your content and see it kind of through your lens can kind of see you. And you mentioned it yesterday in your conversation. I can't remember if it was with Kafka before Destiny or with Destiny, that people often call you like a pedant and things like that.
Yeah.
And so I think that that there's some things that you could change in the way that you conduct yourself with certain people that might be better in the sense of like how people view you broadly.
Okay. So so basically, if I can understand the point, that there are ways in which I can approach conversations with certain people, not everybody, in a different way such that it would affect significantly how I'm perceived.
How you're perceived, but also how the conversation kind of goes. So it's a audience perception, as well as I think like a fluidity that doesn't happen in conversations that I feel like it should.
A fluidity. So also to help the conversation flow and to be like a more fulfilling conversation that gets to where the people who are having it want it to go.
Yes.
Okay. All right,
and I talk about that in the post, so that's where I don't want to like get in. I feel like if we just go through the post, we'll kind of do.
Yeah, no, you did. Go for it. I understand. Okay. It says, this is the title of the post. Pisco, just be normal when you're talking to normal people, unless they give you a reason not to. There's a chance Pisco reads this, so I'll define some terms, as I imagine he'd immediately take issue with my language. I watched all of these debates on my own, and if I align with others when it comes to my criticism, that's purely coincidence, and you should take it as maybe there's something to what the criticisms are. So that I understand that to be like a throat clearer. You're just basically saying, hey, I'm coming about this in good faith, and he might, I might disagree with stuff, but take it, in the spirit that's given, and it's kind of what I mean by it, and don't just assume that I believe what other people say, right?
Yeah, and like Destiny went over your conversation with Hutch, and I didn't watch it. I don't watch any kick streams, so I didn't want anybody to be like, oh, and he's just spouting off it. Yeah. So yeah, it was just to clarify that I'm coming in good faith.
Right.
Which do you believe that, real quick, before we get into it?
Oh yeah, I have no reason to doubt what I almost always give to people is the presumption of good faith. So I have no reason to think that you're not coming in good faith. Okay. What I agree with your characterization to the extent that you said you didn't watch it, but if someone were to come and say basically that I'm doing this because I'm grifting or whatever, I do think that that's a bad faith accusation. But I don't think that just because other people do that you are. Okay, cool.
Okay, cool.
Word. So the next paragraph reads in bold letters: normal. In this context is me telling you to turn off the debate brain you're used to. You're used to having debates with people that wiggle and squirm. So you have to be super duper clear on exactly what you're saying Most people speak in a way that you state a point and you fill in the blanks and ask for clarification if needed. You often find that clarification to be an absolute necessity. It's like Andrew Wilson spending 3 hours defining terms. Level of debate. So you're describing normal as the ability to turn off debate brain. Is okay? That's correct, right?
Yep.
All right.
Yep.
So normal doesn't mean anything else than that in this context, right?
I guess it just means like sometimes when I'm saying this, I'm saying it in the context of like yours and Hutch's conversation immediately after Rob Noor. So I feel like in Rob Noor, you're in that debate mode where you have to be like absolutely granular. And I feel like, and I talk about it later on, that Hutch is not somebody that you need to be in that kind of like debate mode where you're like holding somebody to account for every single point that they're saying. So that's where when I said you state a point, so somebody would state a point, I would say, hey, I believe in A, and you would kind of fill in the blanks. And then, but if there was a clarification that was needed, you would just ask at that point, kind of like a normal conversation, in that we use context clues and things like that to just kind of fill in what the person might not be saying necessarily, versus like going through each word that they said almost and trying to figure out, well, what did you mean by this? Or what did you mean by, you know, I don't want to go into
you can use them as examples, like
Ethan stuff.
Yeah, I just don't want now
like,
to debate
like
it again.
A good example would be like you know, intentional, or like when you guys were debating yesterday about recklessness and the fault that somebody holds through a reckless action, or their absolute fault through doing that action, and you're trying to determine exactly what it is. Like, that's something that makes sense to go granular on.
Okay.
But let me look in the post real quick, because I think I say it in the Hutch section.
Yeah, I'm just asking. So I understand that as I'm hearing you say this, you're kind of elaborating the bigger point you're getting at, right? Which is like, treat Hutch differently than you treat other people, right? And different strokes for different folks.
Well, not just. Yeah, that is my broad point. That is my broad point.
So, and maybe I'm doing this to you right now, but I'm only just trying to, like, you said that you're going to define terms, right? Like you said, basically, I'll define some terms that I imagine he'll immediately take issue with my language. And what I just asked there was, by normal, is when you say normal, I'm just confirming what I'm reading here. Normal in this context means is me telling you to turn off the debate brain you're used to. And so I'm having trouble with that, because like, so does normal mean when I have debate brain off? And is that the only thing that you're using it to mean in this context? Because I'm gonna give you an example of why I'm saying this, right? Because I would say that it's, I understand normal to be like typical, right? It's typical. And when I would say, like, I'm treating Hutch in the way I would typically treat any debater of someone who is like a streamer, or anyone who has like a certain level of standing, or, you know, like, who isn't like just so obviously out of their depth or something. But here you're meaning something different, right? And so it's not, I'm just making sure that I understand that when you say normal in this context, the only thing you're meaning is not using debate brain, right?
No, so what I'm meaning is, so this is like one of those, and you self-admittedly said that it was the case, but what I'm talking about is the need to like if I say lower in the paragraph, like, I'm talking about, you know, when you're in debates with people that wiggle and squirm, you like have to catch them in every little thing, versus like what I would consider like a normal conversation would be, where somebody will say something, you'll, you know, based on priors or whatever it might be, understand what it is that they're saying, and then if needed, you will you know, ask them a couple of clarifying questions.
Yeah, I'm basically,
versus
I'm
where
not trying to
I
debate
feel like you're.
Yeah, I'm not trying to debate you right now. I'm only doing that other thing that we just described, which is like, I'm trying to understand what you mean, right? So because you start by saying you're going to define some terms, and I'm not doing this to debate, bro. I'm just like, I want to know that I'm understanding what you're trying to communicate. That's all I'm trying to do right now. So when you, that's why I'm asking,
all I'm trying to communicate is that what I said in that little section is that there's a different, like, if I were to tell you most people speak in a way that you state a point, and then you, as in you yourself, so somebody else would make a point to you, and then you yourself would fill in the blanks of what it is that they mean. If I say I'm going to go to lunch, you're not going to, you might ask me like, oh, well, where are you going to go to eat?
Yeah,
but you're not going to be like, well, how many calories are you going to eat? What's lunch mean? You know what I mean?
If I understand what is being meant, and I'm going to have some presumption about what's being meant in certain contexts, that like I won't need to add clarifying questions for things that I understand, right? And so I understand the term normal, and you're basically suggesting in the context of this conversation that you're going to use normal in a different sense than what, because right, like what you're saying is in this context, normal means this, right? And so when I ask you, I'm just confirming, right? Like, what do you mean by normal in this sense? Is it because you're signaling it's something different than usual definition of normal, right?
Well, I'm doing it contextually, and you having debates or conversations or arguments, that's the context of what I mean by normal.
So you're just specifying.
Normal people don't debate and go online, and so we're talking about contextually.
Yeah. So contextually, you're just helping me by saying this in this post, that you're signaling what you're trying to talk about when it comes to normalcy, right? So that it's specific to this streamer context. And so all I'm doing right now by asking, is this what you mean by normal, is clarifying what you are trying to clarify to me and to make sure I understand it. And if I don't understand it, right, like I have to make sure that we get clarity, right? Because how can I agree to stuff where normalcy is like a very important concept that you're trying to get me to understand? Like if I don't truly understand it, I think that I can't grant you anything, right? I need to understand what you're saying. You get me?
So I'm going to ask you, was that paragraph something that you felt like you needed to clarify?
So
based on just like, you can just reread it in your head or whatever you might want to do. Is it something that feels like you need to clarify it? Or are you understanding that what I'm saying is we should be able to have a fluid conversation to where you kind of fill in the blanks as we talk, which is what I'd like this to be as much as we can. Because I'm a normal person, like I work a blue collar job. Like I'm not like, I don't have a college education, all of these things. Like I consider myself to be as normal as somebody that consumes a lot of online content can be.
So all I'm saying is I thought I understood what you meant by normal here. Okay. I thought I did.
Okay.
And that's
cool.
So, but the thing is, I want to just confirm that I understand it. So that's why I'm like, okay, I think I know what he means.
Question.
Yeah. So that's what I'm trying to do. It's like, so are you suggesting, so when you have this bolded normal term, that in this context, when we're going to talk right now, all you're meaning by normal is non-debate brain mode. Is that what you mean by normal?
If by that you mean what I said further on, yes.
What do you mean?
I'm talking about the fluidity of a conversation.
Oh,
like we haven't gotten past this one paragraph.
No, because I don't understand.
Me saying now,
is normal an important concept for me to understand?
I'll say it one more time, and we'll take this definition to be what it is that I'm meaning. Okay. And then if you need to ask a clarifying question, we will go from there.
Sure.
What I am saying is that what I consider a normal conversation to be a fluid conversation, whereas would you agree, just really yes or no, Pisco, would you agree that most conversations that you have are not as fluid as maybe a conversation that you might have with a barista or somebody that you're just talking to, like an acquaintance at work or something, where you might just have small talk almost?
Yeah, I think
you would agree that most of the conversations you have are not like that.
Yeah, okay. I think the kinds of conversations
what I'm saying,
I have. Do you want me to elaborate or just say yes? On my understanding,
just a yes or no.
Okay, yes.
Yeah, just a yes or no. So what I'm saying is that I think that it would serve you well, not only in the conversations themselves, but when you're just trying to appeal to a larger audience or have your audience better understand what it is that you're saying if maybe they aren't following what you're saying, is to have a more fluid conversation, in that you do attempt to fill in the blanks as much as possible, and then you only ask clarifying questions that you feel are absolutely necessary to continue on the conversation. If I say I'm going to go travel abroad and you're my brother is going to ask me a clarifying question of, well, where are you traveling to? I need to know just in case something happens. that might be a clarifying question that somebody would ask because I just said something very broad that they actually do need to know they need to ask multiple, sometimes clarifying questions to understand what it is that you're saying in a sentence.
So
That is my definition of normal is just a conversation that for the most part you only ask clarification on things that are absolutely necessary for the sake of the conversation.
Okay. So normal here is with reference to a conversation, right? So it's normal. It doesn't. It's not. It's as you're using it is with reference to, because I see later on you say normal people, right? So it's not just conversations. It's what I'm saying is the concept of normalcy. Does it apply both to people and to conversations? Because the definition you provided just then related to the fluidity of a conversation, but later there's this concept of normal people. And the only reason I'm asking these questions,
because in the title,
yeah.
Hold on. In the title, I say, Pisco, just be normal. So I'm telling you to be normal when you're talking to normal people. And that's why I separate the two, is because in the title, I say, I clarify all three little parts of that make sense to separate from each other. So I'm telling you to be normal.
With fluid
and you
people.
might ask me, well, what does normal mean?
It means fluid.
And
right?
then yes.
Okay. So a person who is apt to have fluid conversations and prefers fluid conversations as you understand them, those are normal people, right?
I would say that normal people talk that way. Yes.
Wait a second. So if by normal people you mean average people in that context, so is there a different notion of normal that's applying to people as opposed to the fluidity of the conversation? You understand why I'm asking these questions?
I'm saying more. I would say that a majority of people speak in the way that I just said.
Got it. Right. So the majority of people.
Majority.
Okay. So there is a sense of normalcy which is different than another, right? So one sense of normalcy is with reference to the average of people, right? And another sense of normalcy relates to the nature of a conversation. Fair?
Correct.
Okay, got it.
Correct.
So that's all I'm trying to clarify here is to because I respect I respect your time, and I just want to make sure I'm understanding the concepts that you're raising. And so what you're suggesting to me is, in the kind of ought here, the kind of what you're saying I should do is only ask clarification questions when I think it's strictly necessary to continue the conversation, and don't seek clarification when you don't think it's necessary, right?
I will grant that to you, in that I am worried that you're going to say, well, I do think that these things are important, and that's what I understand. So I would like if we could just move on to the next part, and then if we need to, we'll get more into it in the examples that I use.
So after you're clarifying normalcy here with respect to debate brain and what most people are apt to do in the conversation, which we just sort of grounded down, you say in all bold letters, normal people in this context are people that you haven't spoken to that seem to give off the energy of someone who might not have every single thing in their life grounded in some moral, ethical, legal foundation. So normal people is a set of people that seem to give off a certain kind of energy that their life is not in every aspect grounded morally, ethically, legally, or foundationally.
You would say that you would say that most people haven't thought about their all of these foundational principles in their lives. They you would agree with that, right?
I would, but it would include me if I'm taking this literally. How do you want me to take it? Literally or not literally?
You can take it however you want to take it. We'll continue on.
If I take it literally, then this includes me, because not every part of my life is grounded in some moral, ethical, or legal foundation. So I'm a normal person on this view.
I'm not meaning for you to take it literally.
No, but why is it wrong?
This is the issue.
You sound annoyed. I'm just trying to make sure I understand what you're saying. Why is that wrong?
So, one, I'm not annoyed. This is just my voice. Just so you know, this is just my voice.
Okay.
I have
it feels like you're annoyed that I'm like, okay, I'm telling you how I could understand it. And I'm trying to understand what you're saying. I respect what you're saying. I want to understand it.
I'm saying most things. When I say every single thing, I wrote this in a way to get you to kind of grapple with what it is that I'm talking about. So when I say every single thing in their life, I'm not literally meaning if you have one thing in your life that's not grounded. You really love pizza despite all of the other things that make you ethically against the consumption of meat or dairy products or whatever it might be.
But that's why I'm
for
asking.
some reason, pizza.
I'm asking. I'm saying,
no.
You don't mean literally,
what
right? What you're suggesting is like.
No, I do not mean literally.
Okay, got it. Cool.
I do not mean literally.
All right, that's all I'm asking. I'm aware that
I know.
Okay, Hutch is an example of a normal person who dabbles in some of these things, but isn't hyper fixated on the granular understanding of them. Okay, on some of these things that is grounded moral, ethical, or legal foundations.
Right.
Okay. Maybe he's not hyper fixated on the granular understanding of them. And so maybe I would agree with this characterization, where normal is meaning what you mean by it. And so on this definition of normal people, I would grant that Hutch doesn't give off that impression and therefore is normal under this view.
Would you say that you give off? Would you consider yourself a normal person?
Not on this view. No.
Okay. All right.
Do you want me to continue?
Yep, go ahead.
Okay. Unless they give you a reason not to, all bold, in this context is where you would believe. In this context.
Where you, yeah.
Is this a definition of a term? I guess I'm not sure. What are you defining?
So this is all going towards the title. So I said, Pisco, just be normal when you're talking to normal people, unless they give you a reason not to. So I'm telling you, talk to them in this way until they do
Got
this.
it. Thank you. I understand now.
Yep.
I didn't understand until now. In this context is where you believe you're speaking to a normal person, and all of a sudden they start giving hints of being more than they are. And so you're saying treat them in the normal way, which is to me without debate brain, unless they when you're talking to normal people, by which you mean people who don't appear to have every single thing in their life grounded in some moral, ethical, legal foundation, unless you believe that they're like sort of they start giving the vibes that change your view of them. This seems redundant.
Where they're not talking normal. Yeah. Like where all of a sudden somebody starts doing that wiggly, squirmy shit where it's like, okay, there's an issue here.
Can you tell me why it's not redundant? Because presumably, if I get, it would be enough to say treat normal people, just be normal when talking to normal people, unless they give a reason not to. You could just say just be normal when you're talking to normal people, because if I get the indication that they're not a normal person, that will be subsumed under normal people, right? So is this doing anything?
I'm very redundant in how I speak.
No, I'm just clarifying. So it is a redundancy.
No, I'm just telling you that I am. Yes.
All right, cool. So the only thing to do, there's one prescription and one only, which is treat normal people, be normal when talking to normal people, right? And obviously, by if I start to think that normal people are not in fact normal people, then the prescription of be normal goes away, right?
Correct.
Got it. Cool. And that's subsumed by the until. All right. So now we have some examples or some further narrative or elaboration. After watching your debate with YOLO Swag 420, pretty sure that was his name, Hutch and Loner, it's almost painful to listen to, even for someone who consumes a lot of debate content. You come off as someone who, instead of trying to understand the other person, you're trying to catch them and destroy everything they are saying. I understand when you're speaking to someone like Rob, it is a life or death battle, because he will immediately claim victory and say he won a debate. Do you think Hutch was trying to do this? What about Loner? YOLO Swag, I think, called you out, so I could imagine you're going into thinking. I could imagine you're going into that thinking you're going to have a contentious conversation. I'm going to break down a couple things from the two conversations to make it clear that you were debating in a completely different lane than your counterparts. I mean, I disagree with some of the characterizations of this, but do you want me to get into them or keep reading?
Oh yeah, go ahead.
So, like, well, I guess there are more questions. I guess you're not stating it.
Go ahead.
You asked, do you think Hutch was trying to do this? The answer is no.
Yep.
And same with Loner. When I clarify my terminology, it's not because I think that my interlocutor is, or the person I'm talking to is like trying to fuck with me. It oftentimes, sometimes even exclusively, is so that I don't get clipped saying something like is happening with a lot of these people who are clipping and like intentionally misunderstanding. So oftentimes when I'm doing that, it is not for the intention of me treating them like Rob.
Yeah, that's why I said it. It kind of comes off.
Okay, it comes off that way.
So that's yes.
Okay, cool. Hutch, you and Hutch argue a lot on Live and Learn. I use the word argue intentionally because I think all around you guys are friends, and the arguments are along the margins, and you're doing it to share your point of view on something you otherwise agree with each other 95%. Yeah, I agree with that. In your Ethan conversation with Hutch, you immediately went into super duper debate mode. I disagree with this.
Okay.
So
just keep reading until you find another disagreement, because the following parts are. So go ahead.
You don't want me to. Is it important to the rest of your argument that the characterization that I went to super duper debate mode? Is that like an important fact?
The next sentence is explain why I think you were that way. Yes.
I'll give you the benefit of the doubt that you just came off from debating Rob and you may have been amped up. No, that's not why. So the conversation, I hope you would agree. Like, we started by shooting the shit on like Newsom and talking about some politics stuff and Republicans, right?
Sure.
Okay. And then after that, when we went into the conversation about Ethan, I started off by just like, hey, we all agree this matters, right? Is that super debate mode? I'm basically saying from a big picture, I'm trying to avoid like getting right into specifics and just being like from a big picture. Like, can we just all agree that what we're talking about here matters and that we don't think it's just like something that doesn't matter? I don't understand why that's super debate mode.
So, would you generally think that most people talk about, like, you would consider that conversation a meta conversation, right? Like that part of the conversation, I guess.
Oh yes, I called it as such in the conversation. I think it's a meta
you self-admittedly you said like that. I think that this meta conversation is important. And so what I'm meaning to say when I say this is, obviously, again, I'm not literally meaning immediately you went into super duper debate mode. I'm just saying that right from the start, I think that you could have started the conversation in a way that didn't immediately need to get it into the meta of the conversation that you have not yet had. So I think that like one of the things that kind of turned me off on that debate, especially, or conversation or argument or however you want to phrase it, is that you really didn't get into much substance. And I think that that's something that if somebody doesn't like those super granular or even a meta conversation to begin with, I think that it's hard when like if you put a title in talking to Hutch about our disagreements on the Ethan lawsuit, you would go to that conversation thinking like, oh, I'm going to hop into this and they're going to be talking about their disagreements on the substance of the lawsuit. Is the lawsuit, what's I mean, your niche is legal analysis. So you go into that conversation thinking like, oh, I'm going to be hearing Pisco and what he's talking about with the legal analysis, and it didn't start that way. Do you agree that you really didn't get into like the substance of the conversation for quite a while?
Well, so I think the answer to that is yes, the substance of the merits there. The reason why I started the way I did wasn't to get into super debate mode. It was to define what the substance was. In other words, I'm basically saying, what do you want to talk about? That's what I'm asking. Like, because for me, right, I concede the legal argument. I think the legal argument is like trivial to the extent that there's like anything more than I need to add on the legal stuff. It's to just put down the notion that the intentional stated malice is a critical part of copyright or anything. That is like the extent of which maybe they're just because people are contending it. But I view the legal arguments as kind of trivial and like not interesting and conceded. And so there's nothing to be debated about with the legal stuff because everyone acknowledges their strong cases, except for apparently Denham's. And so when I start out, when I say like, do you care about whether this lawsuit is justified? That's me saying like, do you want to have this conversation? Because if you don't care about it, and if you don't think it's important, let's not talk about it. Let's talk about the things that you want to talk about. And so you say, well, people would expect to see you engaging with the substance. That question is precisely me in good faith looking at Hutch and saying, hey, Hutch, do you want to talk about this? Do you care about this? I have an intuition that he cares about it. I think he does care about it. That's why we're having the conversation. But this is just me confirming you actually care about whether the lawsuit is ethical to file or not. I didn't think that was going to be a hard concession or acknowledgement, if you don't like the word concession there, a hard acknowledgement. I didn't think we were going to spend. I thought he was. So I thought he was going to say, "Yeah, of course I care about this." And okay, great, let's talk about it. That's what I thought it was going to go into. So the meta of it is the opposite of bad faith. It's me trying to be like, hang on, like, what do you want to talk about, Hutch? What aspect of this interests you? And do you care about whether it was ethical or not? I don't think that do you think that there's something wrong with that? And if there is, I'm all ears on how you think I should have started that conversation instead.
So understanding what it is that you are finding important to lay as like a groundwork for the conversation that you're going to have, you could just say, hey, so my disagreement generally with the lawsuit is that I don't believe that Ethan is doing this for strictly legal matters. Would you agree with that? And you could ask him that. And if he says, well, yeah, I would agree that there's probably multiple reasons why he's doing this. And you could say, oh, okay, but you do agree that, that there might be some things that are not strictly legal as to why he filed the lawsuit to begin with. And I think Hutch would have immediately conceded that. And I think he did multiple times as you guys were in that meta conversation, because multiple times Hutch said, like, I'm telling you that there might be multiple things that are causing Ethan to file the lawsuit. And he said that multiple times throughout the conversation. And so I think that just this kind of gets into like the talking normally. Do you think that, did I just mischaracterize in my like little hypothetical of how you could have gone into it? Did I just mischaracterize what it is that you were actually trying to ask Hutch?
Yeah, you did.
How?
Because what I wanted to ask him was whether or not, the first thing I wanted to ask him was, do you have an interest in this topic?
Well, he clearly does, right?
I think so, but I just wanted to make sure that that's the case, because there are people who don't.
What would give you any indication that he
because of
does not have interest in it?
Because of my experience with people, I suspect he does, but my experience with people arguing this is many people say, what you're talking about with the lies, what you're talking about with the ethics of bringing the lawsuit doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is it doesn't affect the legal merits of the case, and so why are we talking about it? You would agree that there's like a lot of people who are saying that. Do you disagree with that?
I would agree with that.
Okay.
What I would disagree with is that I think that Hutch's interest is almost entirely on those other things that you just said, that you're clarifying whether or not he finds those things interesting. And I would say that, and you're not trying to say that you're unaware. Well, no, I'm asking you. You're not trying to say that you're unaware that Hutch has spent a significant amount of time. I would say 20 plus, and that's me trying to be super conservative with a number. I would imagine is much more than that, but 20 plus hours just talking about what it is that you find interesting about the case, because you've already admitted legally you think Ethan has, like, it's kind of open and shut on how it is. I mean, there's things that could be said, but like, sure, yeah, he has a pretty good basis for his. Okay. Yeah. So you don't think that Hutch spent 20 plus, you don't think Hutch spent 20 plus hours going over legal analysis over it, and that he's strictly wanting to talk about the legal framework in which Ethan is going about this, right?
No, I think that he is approaching. So let me answer your question. I think he's deeply invested in some of the ethics behind what's going on here, as relates Denims, as relates Hassan, as relates Frogan, as relates basically everyone but Ethan, is where I'm not sure that he wants to analyze the ethics of Ethan's conduct. The reason I'm not sure about that is I haven't seen him cover it or scrutinize it at all. Only to the extent that we're talking about the bad actions of other people, but independent of whether Ethan's response was justified. And so the reason I'm asking it is because it's genuine. I want to know whether or not he cares to analyze it, because you just acknowledge, right? And it's not like, it's not controversial. There are a lot of people who don't care about it. They don't care whether what Ethan did was justified from an ethical perspective. And after I talk about it a little bit, you'll see the comments say, who the fuck cares about this? You know, who made Pisco the ethics guy? He knows the case is legal, and so he's just doing this to bloviate for whatever reason. Who cares about all this other stuff? And so because I face a lot of people who have said such things, and because I have an intuition that Hutch has analyzed the ethics of other people involved in this, I just want to get a confirmation that he actually does want to have a discussion. Because if he doesn't care about whether Ethan's actions are justified, then it's a lot simpler. It's a lot simpler yeah. We don't have to talk about it if he doesn't want to.
So this gets into where I say, like, unless they give you a reason not to. So, like, let's say you had just asked a clarifying question of like, hey, do you think it's more interesting to talk about the legal side of this or like the ethical / moral arguments behind it? And he would most likely say the ethical and moral arguments. And then you can, I think that you could have immediately gone into the substance of the moral and ethical side of things. And then unless
no, but I was interested in the meta part.
Reason,
wait, no, but I was interested in the meta part. I wanted to ask to see if he cared about it. You're saying skip it, but I'm interested in it.
Give you any what I earlier on said, did Hutch give you any indication that wasn't the case? And I don't think that you know Hutch, right? So, like, I don't think that anything that he's done in the streams that he's covered this would give you any indication that he wouldn't be interested in that conversation.
There are some things.
So that's what I'm saying.
No, there are things. That's not the case. There are things that make me think that he is not interested in the conversation.
And that is that you haven't heard him talk about Ethan's.
I haven't heard him weigh. I haven't heard him weigh the ethics of whether it was justified to bring the lawsuit. That's but he has weighed on other things related to what's going on. Now, there are cases in which, for example, on the other lawsuit that shall not be named, I have refrained from talking about it for reasons, and I'm open. Like, yes, I do not want to. And so, if someone tried to talk to me about that, I would say I don't want to talk about it. And that's a reason to. The fact that I haven't talked about it, in addition to my statement saying I don't want to talk about it, is a reason to think that I don't want to talk about it. And same thing. Like I told you just then, right? I don't really want to get into the substance as much on the Ethan stuff because we have done it to death and it's boring everybody. But another reason why I think that Hutch maybe doesn't want to, that's some indication that he might not want to have a conversation, is because I haven't seen heard him get into an analysis about whether it would be justified to file the lawsuit. That's a reason. Maybe he's done it somewhere. I haven't heard it.
So I understand what you're saying. I could go back and watch it. I don't know that the way that you phrased it made it sound like you're saying, I understand you have disagreements with the other side of the case, whether it's Frogan or Denims or Casey Tron. I understand that you think that they have done things that are wrong. I don't feel like you were approaching it in a way that you're saying like, hey, my actual reason that I want to talk to you is that I don't feel like you're taking into consideration the things that Ethan might have done outcome wrong by bringing this lawsuit. So that's where like my whole point is that like when you start to get into those things, there's just a way that you could just ask things in like I guess a more like a simpler way, a less granular way. You might be asking a clarifying question about things or trying to get to the root of things, but you're not doing it in a way that causes somebody to feel like they're on the defense all of a sudden, where Hutch doesn't know. Like you would agree with me that there were points that Hutch like hesitated to answer.
Yes.
Because I think he didn't know what your next question would be. Do you feel like that's a productive thing to do?
To do what? For him not to hesitate? For him to hesitate? Is it productive for him to hesitate?
No, I'm saying like, do you want Hutch to feel like if he says something wrong, you're going to attack him for it? Or like he needs to know what your next thing is? So would you say that might be something that happened, though? You would agree that that is something that it felt like happened.
Unfortunately, I think that that's the incident sometimes of just trying to get clarity, is that people don't like that, especially in these conversations. I don't know that if it's necessary to get clarity, by which I mean like it's you know, by here I don't mean strictly necessary, just like if it's productive to the end of the conversation that I want to have, I just need to get clarity. And so I want to share my screen with you if that's okay with you. And I want to know how you think I could have approached the start of the conversation where I'm asking if he cares at all better, and how you would have phrased it. Is that cool?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, hang on. I'm going to share with you. 1 second. Share my screen. And you can see that, right?
Yep.
Okay.
I think a good outcome of will do action straight at me.
That Ethan.
No, Klein.
That okay, so you. This is the start. So
Dabbled a little bit on the pod. Why don't we unpack it a little bit more?
So basically, I have this view that I think that we need to be clear regarding what we're talking about in this controversy. Are we talking about the legal justification for a lawsuit? Are we talking about the ethical justification for bringing the lawsuit, by which we mean ought the lawsuit be brought? Or are we talking about like other misconduct? Does that affect the ethical outlook? And I kind of have different views on this lawsuit. And I can talk about my incentives for even commenting on it. But in general, I think that a lot of my views have been misconstrued or misinterpreted to be something that they're not. And I think that what I'm proposing is not actually a very controversial view at all. And that most of the disagreement with my view has to do with like perceptions about my motivations or about relevance or emphasis. And so that's basically like kind of my starting set of assumptions is like, let's be clear about what we're talking about and let's see if we agree. And then let's talk about why it matters. Any problem with what I said there?
That took entirely too long.
Oh, okay.
That's why I'm saying, like, I feel like you could say, because your interest is to talk about the ethics of what it is that's going on. So you could just say, hey, you know, people are misconstruing what it is that I'm saying. So what I'd like to talk about is, you know, are we more concerned with the ethics of this or the legality of this? And then you just have him answer what that question is.
Well, no, because I want to ask a question, right? You understand that?
Sure.
I'm trying to get clarity on what he cares about.
Sure.
So what I'm introducing there...
What I just said doesn't introduce or ask that same thing, where you say, you know, I think people are misconstruing what my issue is with the case. You could even clarify that, because I actually think that there is legal merit to the case. So I'm curious, are you more interested in the legal matters that are dealt with here? Or are you more concerned with the ethical part of this?
Yeah, I think that would have been a more concise way to do it. What I oppose is like the notion that this is like a debate brain thing to do. Like I'm trying to basically be open and say, like, what do we think? What do we want to talk about?
I would not say that what you just did is debate brain. I would just say it's wordy. I would say
I agree it's wordy, and I can be wordy. But the thing is, like, I don't think right now I'm treating Hutch as though he has everything grounded out. I don't think I'm treating him like in the style of
I would
Andrew
agree
Wilson.
with that.
Like, so far we haven't seen that.
I would agree with that.
Okay, cool.
I would agree with that.
I don't know if I have a strong interest in having a conversation
in my criticisms, I was not strictly talking about the initial thought.
Listen to what Hutch just says here. Listen to what Hutch
says.
Says. Okay.
I don't know if I have a strong interest in having a conversation about ought the lawsuits have been brought. That's not.
So Right there is he
Okay,
expressing
and
doubt.
so this was actually a criticism that I had of how you said it. Hold on, let me say. Come on.
Okay, go.
Come on. One thing that I didn't like in what you said is that, would you agree that the ethics of something being brought legally is not whether the ought there is not actually what's important with bringing a lawsuit? The ought is the legality of what's going on.
You're asking me. So I just want to make sure you're asking me a question whether I think which ought matters more, the ethical ought or the legal ought.
When you are dealing with a legal matter, is the ought whether or not ethically the lawsuit in this case should be brought, or is the ought, does this person have like standing? Is there merit to the case? Like, that's the ought. So
Well, it depends,
I'm not going to
who
sue
you, ask,
you for
right?
defamation, right?
No, it depends on who you ask. If you take the view that anything that's legal, there's no other question about it, or that it ought happen, as long as the person who's suing desires it, then maybe that would be, your stance. But you're asking what is the more important ought. That's going to depend on the given purpose. For me, the ethical ought is more important.
Okay. Let Hutch finish. I'm not entirely sure how he finishes this then.
No, but I just want to make sure that there's clarity between us. It does. You seem to be like, why would you think Hutch wouldn't care about the ethics of bringing the lawsuit? You kind of said that like incredulously, right? You would agree that's a characterization of how you kind of pushed at me, and you were just now, right? You were like, why do you have any indication that Hutch wouldn't think that the ethical conversation about the lawsuit would be grounded and that he would have an interest in that? You were skeptical about that, right?
Yeah, and that's why I'm saying, like, if we can,
and that was wrong, right? I mean, there is a basis under which I can be skeptical of that, right? Was that wrong?
I would say that based on the pausing right here, again, I'm not entirely sure how Hutch finishes this thought, but in my mind, when you lay it out that way, like, just to me, when you're talking about whether or not a lawsuit ought to be brought or not, I'm thinking about from a legal framework. Like, does the person have, like I was gonna say, I'm not gonna, like, if I were to sue you for defamation, like, I have no reason to do that. That case should not be brought because there's nothing that would ever indicate that should happen. Correct?
I guess I don't know what you're asking. So yes, if you don't have a legal claim, you would
say we ought to bring legal matters to the justice system that are purely like have merit. Like, you would say that is the ought when it comes to legal matters.
I would say a necessary but not sufficient condition for me to support a lawsuit, by which I mean ethically support it, would be its legal validity. That's a necessary but not sufficient. But I don't know how that relates to what I just said about Hutch. So the point I want to drill down on, and we can talk about what ought is more important or whatever, but we were talking regarding that there was something wrong that I would come into this conversation beginning with the meta point, because how could I possibly think that Hutch would not be interested in the ethics of bringing the lawsuit separate from the legality of it, right? That's that you expressed skepticism that I could be justified in coming to that conclusion. Didn't you?
I brought skepticism in the sense that I don't see how you could think that Hutch would not be interested in a conversation more around the morality or whether it's ethical to bring the lawsuit. I don't think that Hutch has ever given any indication that is not actually what is most important to him.
Right, but here, at least, regardless of whether I had a basis to predict it, right? So we can talk about that in a second, whether I had a good reason to think it. My suspicion, however, unjustified, I think it was a justified suspicion, but however unjustified, appears to have some merit to it. There seems to be, at least at this point in the conversation, some doubt as to whether Hutch cares about the ethical conversation regarding the bringing in the lawsuit. That's fair, right?
Yeah, so we paused right in the middle of this thing. So can we just listen to like another minute real quick? Because conversations don't generally stop. So I just want to see if in the next minute or so, it becomes apparent what Hutch is talking about. Can we do that?
Yeah, sure. Talk about why it matters.
I don't know if I have a strong interest in having a conversation about ought the lawsuits have been brought, that's not really the thing that interests me too much, because well, that's
let me give you a point of contact.
That's
right?
a good question. Let me.
Just keep going. Don't pause
to
it.
me is like the least part of the interesting part of the conversation, because like that seems totally subjective. Like, and it's difficult to unpack that. You know, like I don't know what I would do if I was in his.
So right now, alarm bells are going off in my head.
You, for example, I think you said that he has a strong case, right? So like, if these laws, if these copyright or regulations or statutes or whatever they are, if they exist and somebody abused them and he's, using the legal mechanism to get a remedy for that, then are we saying that that means that it was justified, or like what kind of angle are you going for here? Like,
so right now, after all that, just so you're aware, as he's starting to talk, alarm bells are going off in my head. I'm like, oh, there's some like major confusion here. Like we need to sort some stuff out, because he's talking about things that already to me signal that he's not understanding where I'm coming from, or that maybe he just doesn't have an interest in a different thing. And so for example, he says there, I can't imagine what I would do in a similar circumstance, right? That's separate from the ethical question. That's about what a person would do. It's kind of like a descriptive claim about your own sense of, not what's right? Like I don't imagine how I would feel if this sort of thing happened. And then he sort of indicates that like it's kind of just subjective, right? Who can make statements about morality if it's all subjective? That's raising alarm bells. I'm like, well, just because something is subjective, and I take kind of all of these oughts to be reference to some kind of subjective state of mind, or some kind of subjective set of preferences, or a rule set that's subjectively designated as good or bad. So all of that is signaling to me, right? This notion of subjectivity somehow precluding moral determinations. The notions of a focus on mental state as opposed to like what you would think in a similar circumstance, as opposed to the ethics of the question. And then the kind of suggestion, though not explicitly stating, that the legal merits kind of predominate, and we don't need to do much analysis afterwards. All of that is going on in my head. I'm like, okay, so we really need to make sure that we understand what we're talking about, and that everyone is clear what we're talking about. And that's why I'm trying to clarify, because it is necessary. Right now, no one is clear about what they want to talk about. You get me? So this is the opposite of debate, bro, right? What I'm doing here is I'm trying to disentangle a set of things that Hutch has just said to get to like what he cares about. He says, I'm not sure if I care to have a conversation about, it's so subjective, like all that stuff. I am trying to take what Hutch has just said and trying to isolate things, right? For the purpose of clarity. Okay, so you care about the lawsuit from an ethical perspective, regardless if it's subjective. Do you care about it? Do you want to talk about it? That is appropriate given what Hutch just said. Hutch seemed to suggest that you can't make any kind of moral determination because it's all subjective. And I'm not. If I was a debater, I'd be like, wait, are you saying that you can't make a moral determination as to morality if it's not subjective? Wait, answer that question. That would be debate, bro. That's not what I'm doing. Because I think what he's saying there is fucking stupid. I'm not bouncing on him to go after that.
No, because this goes. So again, I said that we'll focus mostly on what I mean by like just speaking to somebody normally. So continuing on to what I had originally said, if he said, well, I'm not really sure about, the ethics of it and whether or not I think that's right, because does he have legal justification or not? I think that's probably the most important thing for if he's seeking the restitution. And then you could ask him, this is what I'm saying, like, all of these things that you're talking about, I know are very important to you. And I'd like if we could get back into what it is that I'm saying, because I'm talking about broadly the conversation. I feel like we could spend 17 hours going over this conversation and pausing.
Right, but people take what I did here at the start, talking about the meta, as an indication that what I did was wrong. But it is clear that because as Hutch is starting this conversation, that I just want to make sure that we all are on board for the conversation that we're about to have. And it's not done to try to humiliate him or it's to treat him as an equal in this space. There are plenty of opportunities here where I can say, Hutch, what you just said is fucking ludicrous. What, you think that just because ethics are subjective, that one can't make determinations with respect to subjective, that, for example, right? People have subjective preferences about movies. You're saying just because it's all subjective, you can't make an argument about what movie is the best movie? Like, that's so stupid. I could have done that. I didn't do that. That's just the fucking me in good faith trying to make sure that everyone is following along, both the audience and Hutch, and to make sure that like we agree on what to talk about. But people have turned what I just did there, which is, I think, any objective view of this. Maybe it's wordy. Maybe it's like a kind of like, you're throwing out all these big groans and I'm going to take it as disrespect.
I'm talking about,
okay. No, but this is an example you used.
I don't think anybody's criticism to you, including mine, which if we could get back to what my criticism actually is, I think that you spend entirely too much on the clarification side of this. Whereas you could say, okay, I think it's important, but let's get into the substance of what it is that we're talking about, because I think that you probably would think, especially because Hutch gives you an indication where he says, well, actually, I didn't think about it like that. That might be actually important. You could, and right
That's
there,
I'm clarifying.
when those alarm bells are going.
Yeah, I'm clarifying
okay.
that because if he's not sure, I just want to make sure that we agree it is important, that he actually does want to have this conversation.
You need to clarify that 100% in the meta conversation. My contention with you is that you like.
All he has to say is yes. I care about whether it's ethical.
You're with somebody, right? You have a significant other.
Yeah.
Or did you not say? Okay. So if I want to go out, like I've been married for 14 years. If I want to go and get dinner with my wife, and she wants to get burgers and I want to get Italian, I'm not going to break down the intricacies of why it is that she wants burgers and is it even worth talking about whether or not we should go get burgers because we had burgers 3 days ago. Like I'm not gonna talk to her like that. I'm gonna say, well, we had burgers a couple of days ago. Why don't we go to Italian and then maybe we can go to burgers in a couple of days. I'm gonna have that conversation with my wife. I'm not gonna break down the conversation, which is what I feel like happens often in these conversations, is that time that could be used actually talking about what your disagreements are ethically. You're talking about whether or not it's worth even talking about the ethics. And so
I don't want to waste my time. I don't want to. Yeah, I don't want to waste my time with someone who doesn't care about the ethics. Why would I do that?
Okay, because you would. That's what I'm saying. You would grant Hutch the decency that his priors and that he's spent a lot of time talking about it, and he seems to have issue with what's going on, at least on one side of things. And so when you go in to have a conversation or a disagreement with somebody, you already know that, and you admitted that you knew that most of his coverage is on the other side of the lawsuit.
Yeah, I did say that.
So you're okay. And so how long do you think you talked to Hutch about whether or not it's worth going over? Because
about 8 minutes,
and I'd actually like to get back into my post, because I think that we are actually in the issue that I'm talking about. We are talking so deeply about whether or not it is right or wrong for you to have done this thing, when that is the point of what I'm talking about. We can't even get through the paragraph that I wrote about Hutch, and that talks about the substance of what it is that my issue is, because we stopped a certain amount of sentences in when there's so much more that gives the example of what it is that I'm talking about. Mm-hmm. Hutch talks in this conversation and says multiple times in the conversation, like, well, it's not in a vacuum. There's multiple factors. He says these different things that should give you indication that, well, I agree. I might agree with you here, but I want to talk about these other things, because if he is having a disagreement, like if you let's just say broadly, you think that Ethan is wrong to bring this lawsuit. You think that it's bad that Ethan is bringing the lawsuit, not legally or whatever it is. Okay, he thinks that it's right, because he thinks that these people have wronged.
No, that you actually that's actually not. Wait, Hubbit. That's actually not even true on Hutch's own view. We don't even have clarity on the view, because Hutch near the end, I don't know if you watched it. Did you watch the full debate?
I watched the whole thing.
Do you remember when he said, "I don't know how I feel about him if it's right to bring the lawsuits"? Did you remember when he said that at the end?
I do remember that. I do remember that.
So what you just said, I just want to make sure that you and I are in good faith.
What did you just? Hold on. What did you just say though? Wait.
I just want to make sure. Wait, I just want to make sure that you and I agree on one thing, which is it isn't the case that it's clear either at the time at the start of this conversation or at the end of it whether Hutch thinks the lawsuits are justified. You agree with that, don't you? What I just said?
I would agree that Hutch has not.
Okay, but you just said you just asked basically, can't you assume that Hutch is in favor of the lawsuits? But on your own view, you just said it's both not clear at the start of the conversation whether he supports the lawsuits ethically, and it's not clear at the end of the conversation whether he supports the lawsuits ethically.
No, I think that you're saying it in a different way than what I am meaning by it. What I am meaning is that Hutch is very interested in the wrongs that he believes the people have done to Ethan.
That's the whole question. I don't know about. I know that one. I know that directionality, right? I know he cares about the wrongs that people have done to Ethan, right? I know that he cares about that. Okay, I totally grant that. What I'm not sure about. What I'm not sure about, and I just want to make these are different, is whether he cares about potential wrongs done by Ethan. That's what I'm not sure about.
Okay.
Do you agree? And we're also not sure about.
Hold on. Could you have just asked him and said, "Do you think Ethan's done anything wrong here?"
No, because hang on a second. That's not what I want to ask. That's a different question than what I want to ask. What I want to ask is, do you care?
You want to ask if you can even ask if Ethan's done something wrong.
Wait, what is wrong?
If he's interested in answering the question.
Wait. There's nothing wrong with this, Hobbit. Do you want to have conversations with people who don't want to have conversations with you about a certain thing? So like, if you want to talk about like Star Wars or something, and the person who you're talking to doesn't want to have that conversation, is it fair for someone to say, well, I only want to have the conversation if it's a conversation you want to have? Why is that unfair for me to ask and to inquire about?
I don't disagree with you that it's unfair to have a conversation with somebody that doesn't want to have the conversation.
No, that's not. No, it's unfair for me to ask that. To ask if you care about this conversation. I don't want to spend all this time talking about ethics if I know that you don't give a shit. It's like the MAGA stuff, right? Like why would I spend all this time on X, Y, or Z if I know you don't really give a shit about that stuff? Maybe sometimes I might have that and then I'll treat it more like a meme conversation. But if I know you don't care, isn't that a fair question for me to ask whether these stuff, the things that we're about to spend hours of my life. I'm at my parents' house visiting for a family event, and it's I could be doing other things. I like doing this stuff, but why is it wrong for me to be like, hey, do you want to talk about this actually? Is there anything wrong with that?
I don't think that's. I don't think that there's anything wrong with that. What I'm saying is that you're asking these questions that generally, like if I was having a conversation. I've been playing Satisfactory. Okay, I don't know if you know what that game is. Okay, I just got it. I hurt my back last week.
I'm sorry.
So I needed something that I could play. It's fine. It's what happens when you get past 30, dude. It all goes downhill.
Oh shit.
My wife is definitely not interested in me talking about the in-depth things of Satisfactory.
Right.
But we still have conversations, and maybe I notice like some disinterest in the conversation. And so when I'm saying that, it's like, ooh, in my head, you're not really that interested.
Yeah, so you'll stop, right? You'll stop.
Yeah. Yes. I don't begin the conversation with asking my wife if she wants to talk about Satisfactory. We just have a conversation and you.
I know under normal circumstances, this is not something that you would probably ask. Oftentimes is able to be intuitive.
I'm saying that every indication has, up until the start of the conversation and where you start to talk to Hutch about these things, there should be an indication to you that he is interested in having a conversation regarding the ethics of philosophy.
Hobbit, that's not right, because at the start he says, I'm not sure if I want to have that conversation, that it's interesting to me. So you're wrong,
because you
right?
started out the conversation in a way that was abnormal. You were being abnormal in a conversation. That's my contention with you.
So there is something wrong with me asking it. You just said it was fine for me to ask, and now you're saying it's wrong. Which one is it? Is it wrong to ask, or is it fine to ask?
And then I clarified, when you're having a normal conversation with somebody, you might ask them partially through the conversation if they want to even talk about what it is that you are interested in.
I don't want to waste our time. I don't want to waste our time. That's why I started at the beginning.
Okay. You don't believe this. You don't believe this, though, because do you think it's a waste of time to talk to Hutch?
I don't think in general it's a waste of time to talk to Hutch. No.
Okay, why would you think that this would be a waste of time to talk to Hutch on stream about the Ethan lawsuit? What would give you any indication that it's a waste of time?
Because if he doesn't care about the issue, right? There are a lot of
he does care about the issue, clearly.
I didn't say that he doesn't. I said if he doesn't.
Okay, and my Pisco, I'm like consistent with this 100%. I am telling you that if all indication is that somebody is ready to have a conversation with you about something, you should not be questioning whether or not they want to have the conversation.
That's precisely why
I'm saying. Yes, I don't think that you should go into a conversation where you and Hutch are going to be talking about the lawsuit that Ethan is going into and saying, well, I want to make sure that you're ready to talk about this conversation that we've already set up in some. I don't know how you set it up. I don't know if it was in chat.
That's why I'm laying out at the beginning. Look, there's different things that we can talk about. We can talk about legal. We can talk about it this way, because it's not clear what aspect of this multi-layered issue that we want to talk about. That is not clear. Just by virtue of talking about the lawsuit, we could be talking about all sorts of different things related to the lawsuit. We could be talking about denims. We could talk about snark communities. We could talk about.
And you could just ask that. And
I'm doing that. That's what I'm doing.
Isco, I know that that's what you're doing. I'm saying that how you're doing it is abnormal. That's my contention with you.
How would I do it more normally? I'm asking, do you care?
Hey, I'm not. Hold on.
Sorry, there's a delay. I'm not trying to interrupt
you. I'm not really No, you're fine. I'm not really interested in having a conversation about the legality of this. I've already kind of said that I think that Ethan has grounds for this lawsuit.
Wait, no. That's not. Stop. You're just misunderstanding, because this is the repetition, right? Like, I'm asking a question. I am totally open to have a conversation if he wants to bring up the legality. I think it's a trivial issue, but I'm open to that conversation. I'm interested in like arguments that people can marshal against it. I'm interested to the extent that it deals with like this intentional state of malice. People want to bring it up. I think it's trivial. I think it's the more important issue is the other one. I have that view, but me expressing my view isn't what I'm trying to do. What I'm trying to do here is actually ask a question, not state my view. I want to know what Hutch's mindset is. And the way that I would get that is either through, sufficient evidence that I know that he does care about Ethan's justification, which I didn't see, right? Because I didn't see him talk about the justification of the lawsuit. And that's why I was like questioning whether or not he did care about it. That's the reason why I asked, do you care about it? That's the question I wanted to ask.
Can I just give you an example of a normal conversation that you might have with somebody? Mm-hmm. Okay. So do you go get coffee sometimes, or tea or whatever it might be? Okay. When the person at the register asks you, hey, how's your day? Do you ask them, are you really interested in how my day is? Or are you just trying to make pleasantries right now?
No, I don't ask that.
Okay. Why don't you do that?
It's
because you don't know that they're actually, it isn't exactly. Yes. It's implied. It is implied based on all of the things that you know about Hutch, all of the things that he's watched, all the things that you know personally about him.
No, I'm telling you it's not.
And that's what I'm telling you. It is to normal people. It is very.
Okay, then how do you explain him saying I don't? How do you explain him then saying I don't know? How does that map on?
Because okay.
How do you explain that?
Let's wrap this part of it up.
No.
In like the next minute. I know. Hold on. I'm going to tell you. I'm going to tell you exactly what. Okay. I think that the reason that you got caught up on this is because you did not give Hutch the benefit of the doubt on this starting of the conversation. you could get 5 minutes into the conversation. You wouldn't say 5 minutes is a waste of time talking to Hutch, even if you guys get to where it's like, oh, I'm not actually interested in this. You don't think that you could have started out the conversation with just saying like, oh, I'm more interested in this part of it, and I'd like to talk about that. And then Hutch says, oh yeah, that's actually what I'm most interested in.
What I was uncertain about was whether he cared about talking regarding the ethical obligations of the lawsuit. The reason I thought that he didn't care about it is because in all my watching of Hutch, and I do watch Hutch, a decent amount. I watch him and I see his videos on the H3 stuff. Is I haven't seen him scrutinize whether or not the lawsuit was justified. I've never seen him do that. To the extent that he has, it's only in the previous conversations with me. And even then, right? Like, and you're forgetting this is not in a vacuum either, because we had this conversation with Soypill. Do you remember what happened in that conversation with Soypill, where Soypill asked, hey, does Ethan have a sniper train on your head right now? Because Hutch was unwilling to say whether or not he cared about an issue then. So that's why I'm bringing it up. I mean, wait, I had even just forgotten about that. We literally had an interaction on Live and Learn in which another party, that is Soypill, was calling the question why Hutch was unwilling to answer a given question. Do you remember that encounter?
I don't, to be honest with you.
Okay, well, I'm representing that it happened.
I'll grant that it happened. Yeah.
Yes. So I'm going into this with plenty of evidence to suggest that he might not want to have that conversation. And in that context, right? So I'll give you an example. Let's say that you have we'll bring up some friend of yours. The friend of yours, you want to talk about something with that friend. You want to talk about that you think that they're not doing all that they could be doing, and that you think that there's ways that they can improve, self-improve, and that kind of thing. And but every time you kind of try to tangentially broach the topic, they're like they kind of change the subject real quickly. And at some point, you really think that they would benefit from the conversation, and you have to listen. I want to talk about X, or we could talk about different ways about your life. You're complaining about it. Do you want to have that conversation with me? Would you think that that's inappropriate to do that way, or like abnormal?
I don't.
That's not abnormal.
Here's the other. I don't disagree with what you're saying. Like, what I'm saying is, okay, that in a normal conversation, which is what you would agree that my contention with you is that I feel like you are going about things in a way that are probably not productive to a broader conversation. You might end up spending too much time dealing with something that probably doesn't get to the substance of what the actual conversation is. That's one of my contentions. And my other contention is that you do this out the gate. So even if Hutch had done these other things, and I, like I said, I grant that happened. What my contention is that there is a way that you can have a conversation with somebody to where you clarify these things as you are having the conversation. I would say that broadly, it should be understood that, and I'm repeating this again, and I'm sorry, it would be broadly understood that Hutch is interested in this conversation. He's set it up with you. All of these things are happening. And I just think that the way that you go about doing it is a way that makes you go into weeds that are not on your property, if that makes sense. You're going into the weeds of something that is, before anything even hits your property line, you're like already talking about your neighbor, when you don't know if your neighbor is the exact
opposite. That's the exact opposite of what I'm doing. What I'm doing here is trying to establish what of the many different aspects about the Ethan Klein lawsuits he wants to talk about. That is not immediately jumping into the weeds. That's approaching it from a high level to discuss what we have an interest to discuss, to make sure that whatever we talk about, it's what we want to talk about. It is the opposite of getting into the weeds. It's making sure that everything is above board in terms of how we're spending our time, and that I'm not infringing on what he wants to talk about, and that we plan out the conversation. This is like, by the way, in the course of sending out emails and meetings and stuff, what do they do, right? They send an agenda. This is what we talk about. A, B, C, D, E. Why do people do that, right? Don't we all just kind of know? No, sometimes it's important in some contexts, as opposed to the barista asking you a question, or some kind of implied thing where it's really, really implied. Sometimes there are some contexts in which it is actually important to say, today we're going to talk about this. Does anyone want to add anything to the agenda? Okay, I would like to add, we were talking about the complaint, but we also have to talk about service, and we haven't for a while. So why don't you add service to the agenda? And then also we need to start assigning research things, and we need to make a budget, and that budget needs to be cleared with accounting before we actually start putting. So while you're doing this, bill to this matter, and so we need to talk about logistics about billing. So that is all normal when it's appropriate. And an instance in which it's appropriate to define the scope of the conversation and what we want to talk about is at the beginning of a conversation with someone where there's some indication that they might not care about an aspect of the conversation. That's when it's most important to plan the conversation to some extent to say, hey, what do you want to talk about? And that's why I know I'm getting in the weeds. It's kind of a meta thing where you're saying me even doing this with you proves your point or something. But the alternative seems to be like, just buy your criticism and just not scrutinize it or something. I don't know.
I'm just going to state, I'm not here to win anything over. I'm here to give you my perspective on things. And if you don't give a shit, you don't give a shit. I think that we spent way too much time on this.
Okay.
I'd like to get back to what I wrote in the post.
Done.
Okay. Cool.
So, but do you agree with this characterization? Do you agree with the characterization in your post, in your Ethan conversation with Hutch? You immediately went into super debate mode. Do you agree with that?
Can we read more and I'll tell you yes or no?
Yeah. I'll give you the benefit.
Okay, let's do that.
I'll give you the benefit of the doubt that you just came off of from debating Rob and you might have just been amped up. This is suggesting that I'm just breathless at the start of the conversation.
Not at all.
What I won't give you the benefit of the doubt on is the inability to alter your debate style when it became clear it wasn't a Rob debate. You spent an extended period of time, you even admitted, on meta conversation. Yeah. You were trying to get Hutch to agree whether it was worth having a conversation regarding if it was morally, ethically wrong for someone to bring a lawsuit if their intentions aren't strictly guided by seeking restitution for a legal wrong. I understand your background probably makes this a super important concept to go over. I don't blame you for going over it, but the granularity in which you did it was exhausting. What was exhausting, in my opinion, was Hutch's just steadfast refusal to say whether or not he wanted to have that conversation. That's why it extended. Like, if it were so obvious, he'd just be like, yeah, I want to have the conversation. What made it exhausting was his continued reluctance to even give any ground and be like, yeah, this matters. That's why, do you think I was just asking, going back and he was just giving clear answers and that's what, and it was me causing the problem?
I'd say this with all the respect. I do believe that it was you causing the problem because I think that in the way that you approach it is the issue. I think that when he's, would you agree that most people don't ask whether or not something ought or ought not be done?
In those in those words, and you mean the specific terms? Whether something should be done?
Yeah,
I take ought is just a synonym for should. So people do ask, should this happen? Okay. Should you do this?
But
are you talking about the specific word ought?
I'm more talking about the way that you're going about it, in the verbiage that you're using and the things that you're saying. Set it up to where somebody is automatically going to be not on the defensive.
Yeah, when I use the word ought or instead of should.
No, it's not that. It's the context in which you're saying it. You're immediately asking, and this is what I'm saying. I feel like you can have these conversations about whether or not something should or should not happen, or ought not happen. But you should be giving people the benefit of the doubt and start the conversation around what it is that you're actually interested in.
I'm interested to see if he wants. Yes, I am interested if he wants to have the conversation or not.
Well, okay. What's your? If you had to put a percentage on it, what's the percentage that you are curious about that in the grand scheme of things? Are you 95% more concerned with whether or not he wants to have the conversation or the conversation itself? What's your you would say that you're more you want to have the conversation more, right? Not whether or not you should have the conversation.
Well, it depends with whom, right? So with Hutch, it is very important to me, if I'm talking about this with Hutch, that I think that he cares about the conversation with really anybody. Now, if you ask me, as between the conversation itself in general versus Hutch's specific interest, the conversation in general interests me more. But with respect to what we're talking about, which is the conversation with Hutch, it is a necessary condition for me to want to have the conversation that he cares about what we're talking about. I don't want to have a conversation with Hutch that he doesn't care about. Why is that wrong for me to? And by the way, I see someone in chat like, this is ask yourself shit. No, it's literally not. None of this is prop logic. I'm asking whether you want to have a conversation. That's all I'm asking. It's nothing about that is debate, bro. Nothing about it. I'm just asking the question, like, what do you care about? And you guys are acting like that's like the most insane thing.
Well, because I don't think that he has given you any indication that he doesn't care about what it is that you're trying to do.
But that's what we're going over. He did. So I'll give you some things in a numbered list.
I'm talking about prior to the conversation.
Yes, prior. The only reason I asked it is because I've been given those indications, right? And also there's a self-standing reason, even if I thought that he did want to have the conversation about why I would ask it. And that is even separate to my intuitions about him, right? And that has to do with like signaling to the audience that we both agree this is worth having and analyzing. So that we're not even getting there, right? Like we're just, and I would think that that's a self-standing justification to bring it up. It's just to make sure the audience understands, hey, this matters. And no one can say it doesn't matter. And that is, I think, a self-standing justification to bring it up. But even if put that aside, there are independent reasons that I think that he doesn't care about that conversation. Reason number one, he's never covered it. And he's covered all the other aspects, tangential to Hutch, to the lawsuits, the H3 lawsuits, but he hasn't analyzed and scrutinized whether it's justified for Ethan to bring the lawsuit. Evidence piece number two, when we were on Live and Learn and I broached the topic, he was very cagey about whether he was interested in coming to any assertions regarding the ethics of a thing. That's very specifically what Soypill immediately was like, wait, you can't say whether something is good or bad. I remember exactly what he was shocked that Hutch was unwilling to say whether something was good or bad, or even discuss whether it mattered or not. And so those are two independent reasons. That is to say, his lack of coverage of it, but coverage of everything else related to it. And two, the fact that this happened before, and he was unwilling to state that he was interested in coming to a moral judgment about this very thing. So you agree, there's plenty of reason for me to doubt whether or not he's interested in the ethical conversation, correct?
With what you just said, sure. But
Okay. What's the problem?
This is the thing. I will agree with you on almost everything it is that you're saying, because I don't think that you're getting to what you're getting at in a way that is like outside of the like realm of possibility of what you could think and how you could establish what it is that you want to talk. I don't think there's anything wrong with how you got to there. What I'm saying is, if you did have an issue and you had this previous thing that happened and Soypill brings it up and Hutch is cagey about it, you could just say, hey, the reason I want to have this conversation is because it kind of seems like you don't think Ethan has done anything wrong. And that's kind of what my position is and why I've been catching so much shit for it.
No, you're missing it, right? No, it's not about whether I think he thinks he did something wrong. It's about whether he cares. That's different, right? Question isn't whether or not I think that Hutch thinks it's good or bad. It's whether he cares if it is.
Hold on. But why are you asking him that?
Because
you're asking
I care.
Him that. Hold on. You're asking him that because what you are trying to do in the conversation is to show him that he should care about it, right?
Well, both that I think that he should if he disputes it, but also to figure out what his opinion actually is. It's both. It's if he doesn't, I would try to convince him that he should care about the ethics of what another person does. Okay. I think he should. Yes. So if he were to say no, but that what's required for me to
how do you convince him of that?
It would require me first to know what his view is, right?
And do you know what his view is?
No, that's why I'm asking. That's why I asked.
No, you're asking this is my issue. You're not actually asking him if he sees Ethan doing anything wrong.
I know I'm not asking that. I'm not asking that. If I was asking that, I would ask that. What I'm asking is whether or not he cares if it's wrong or not. Not whether it's wrong or not. I know I'm not asking that.
Okay.
I'm asking the meta one. I'm
normally,
totally upfront about that.
Normally you would establish something in that, you're talking to somebody and you say, oh, well, don't you think that's wrong? And where they say like, well, no, I don't. you could lay out all the groundwork of what it is that you're trying to do, trying to say, like, hey, I think it's wrong for this, this, and this reason. And you could get into the conversation. And then if he's showing hesitancy, you could ask him at that point, well, don't you think that we should be wondering whether or not it's right for Ethan to be doing this?
Yeah, I want to do
You
that.
don't think that he would?
I want to do that at the beginning.
But he doesn't know. Like that's the thing. That's what I'm talking about. Is that you're going into this conversation in a way that you're asking somebody all of these clarifying questions, and they don't even know what it is that you're talking about.
It is one question. Why are you saying all these clarifying questions? I'm just saying, do you care about the ethical question?
You go on for an extended period of time asking him if he cares about it.
Because he's not answering
and you're not using examples. That's the issue. That's my contention.
The reason we go on and on is because he doesn't answer it until later on, where he gives an answer that I accept, which I take to be, yeah, what's your case? And that to me indicates that he cares about it. After a while, we get there, and then we move on.
After a while, you get there.
Because he won't answer it.
Okay. When you are asking somebody a question, or you're trying to or see if they care about something, if I ask you, do you care about, I can't even think of something that you might Destiny, not know anything about.
Well, as Destiny was reviewing this, he just says, Hutch should just grant this. Of course we care about the ethics. That was Destiny's instant response.
Because Destiny understood what it is that you were saying. I don't think Hutch understood what it was that you were saying.
No, you treat Hutch like a baby. Hutch understands.
I'm not treating anybody like a baby. I'm treating... No. Pisco, do you think I think Hutch is a baby?
I didn't say you think he's a baby. I said you're treating him like one.
Okay, do you think that I don't think that Hutch has the capacity to grapple with an ethical argument?
I think that you believe he has the capacity. I'm saying you're treating him like one.
Okay. I'm not treating him like anything. I think that Hutch is ready to I think that Hutch is ready to have the conversation that you're talking about, and you are going into a contention. Okay, let's just clear real quick, because we are going way deeper and way into stuff. And
this is a central part of your argument here.
It's not, Pisco. It's not, because my issue is that all of this right here is not actually grappling with what it is that I'm talking about. Because what I'm talking about is the way that you phrase things and the way that you go about things is abnormal. It is not beneficial to have a conversation with people that aren't ready to have that granular style of conversation.
You think it's granular to ask if someone wants to have a conversation about something? That's granular?
Pisco, how many times do I have to tell you that I'm not going to disagree with what it is that you're saying? What I'm saying is that you do that when it is presented to you that somebody is not understanding what it is that
you granted that there's a basis for me to think that he might not care about it. We went over this. You granted that it made sense for me to seek clarity. And so I don't understand why we have to relitigate that. It makes sense for me to want clarity after he's shown that he might not be interested in making moral judgments as to Ethan's actions.
Okay. So do you, after what we've talked about or what we watched in that, do you think that your response could have been where he said, well, I don't actually know if it's worth talking about? Do you think your response could have been, well, let's get into it and we'll see, and I'll try to show you why I think it is actually really important.
No, because
we talk about this.
I don't want to get into it unless I'm reasonably certain he wants to get into it. I've explained this, right? Like, I don't want to talk about something if he doesn't want to talk about it.
That's why I said you could have a 5 to 10 minute conversation with somebody and then see if they are interested in what it is that you're doing, because you would admit that it's not a waste of time to talk to Hutch for 10 minutes, right?
It's not always the time to talk to Hutch for 10 minutes.
Okay.
I'm sorry,
do you think it's a waste of time to talk to Hutch?
Ask again, sorry.
You don't think, I'm asking you generally, you don't think that it's a waste of time to talk to Hutch for 10 minutes?
In general, with just that information, no, it's not a waste of time. With that's not enough to know that it's a waste of time. No.
Do you think that it's a waste of time to talk to Hutch for 10 minutes, and at the end of the 10 minutes, you find out that he's not actually interested in examining
Yes.
whether or not Ethan did anything wrong.
Yes, it's a waste.
Okay. Now,
it would be like saying, like,
when you start,
I like, imagine that you were debating with someone about cheese, and they're like, oh, no, and then at the end of 10 minutes, they're like, oh, actually, I was just fucking with you. That's not my real opinion. I'm lactose intolerant. I never had cheese. I don't care about cheese. You're telling me
okay.
You'd be like, all right, that was a waste of time, right? That would be the general response. Can you answer that first?
Yeah, that would be if you start talking to somebody and then at the end of it they say, well, I don't even know because of this, that,
so
and the other.
It makes sense
yes,
to clarify, and there's nothing wrong with me clarifying at the beginning before we're wasting all this time to just be like, hey, you care about this. And what he should have done is what Destiny immediately said when he was reviewing is like, just immediately, yeah, of course we care. He didn't do that. That's why we spent time on it. You think I would have moved on if he hadn't just been like, yeah, I care. And then I had to try to like convince him that he cared, that he should care.
But my point is that regardless of whether or not you think that this is the most important thing to start a conversation out with, my perspective is that in most conversations that people have, they speak about things and they kind of lay out almost like a groundwork in the conversation, right? So if we're talking about Star Wars, and I start talking to somebody and I say, oh, well, you know, what I thought was really interesting was how Tatooine was supposed to represent this, that, and the other. And then they come and they say some other thing that is in contention with what it is that I'm saying. And we realize that we are now having a contentious conversation. There's something that we disagree on. And so in conversation, that's what we do. We don't, that's why I use like the example of like the barista and stuff. We don't normally think that we're not going to answer it until they let us know if they actually care or whatever. Like, we're going to use indications that they don't care about how my day is going. They're going to, you know, not listen to it. They're not going to interact with what it is that I'm saying. They're not even going to address anything that I said. That's how a normal conversation goes.
But there are plenty of normal circumstances where it would make sense to clarify, right? Plenty. For example,
there are plenty
on wondering what to do if at a board meeting for an agenda. That's a normal circumstance or a business meeting, if you don't want to say boardroom, a business meeting to clarify the agenda, right? What do we want to talk about? Another one is, deciding on what do you,
yeah. Do you want to talk about, hold on. Do you want to talk about whether or not it's that you should have the conversation, or do you want to talk about whether or not Ethan has any sort of has done any wrongdoing?
I've explained this. I want to have the conversation. I don't want to spend a ton of time on the meta stuff. It's just a prerequisite.
So what did you end up doing?
We didn't actually spend. You're overstating the amount we spent on this. We spent like 8 to 10 minutes on this. It's a small percentage.
No, because I think that throughout the conversation, and I say it further on in this paragraph, you consistently go back to this idea that what you are.
Not true. This is wrong.
What's not true?
That we come back to this idea of
what's wrong,
of whether it matters to have the ethical conversation. We don't go back to that.
So
am I supposed to just accept your characterization of everything? You're usually like, I shouldn't contest the examples you're bringing up. Should I just be like, yes, you're right, even though you're objectively wrong?
What do you think I'm meaning by that?
Yeah, you're like,
what do you like? And what I just said, what do you think? What do you think no. What, not literally, what do I mean? What do you think I meant? We're having a conversation right now. You know nothing about me. Just like I'm some barista at the fucking place. Yeah. What is it that you think that I'm actually talking about right there? When I say that you're going back and forth about, say that you're going back and forth about this, I believe that the conversation that you and Hutch are talking about throughout the entirety of it is whether or not you think that Ethan, that he even cares what Ethan is doing.
No,
right?
No.
That is what you're trying.
No, that is, if you got that from the conversation, you either didn't watch it or I don't know what happened, but that is not most of our conversation.
What? Okay, so
it's about culpability. Remember that? It's about moral culpability. That's the majority of the conversation, not about whether we care about moral culpability. You agree that what you just said is categorically wrong, that we're talking about ethical culpability for the vast majority of the conversation? That was wrong what you just said.
I would agree with that.
Yeah, so why did you say something that was wrong?
because I think that most of your contention with what it is that Hutch is saying is that you believe that he does not care what it is that Ethan is doing.
I think he does, but I think he's cagey about it. And maybe he's unsure about it. But I think that if pushed, I could get him, and I did get him to say he cared. And then after he granted that, like, okay, make out your case, let's talk about it, and indicated sufficiently to me that he cares about it, we got into it, and we didn't go back to it. Whatever you got from the characterization that we did go back to it, I just want to make sure that you agree. That is the incorrect characterization of the conversation. Can you be honest enough to acknowledge that?
Okay. How I just characterized it is probably incorrect. You are correct about that. My broad contention is that you spend so much time on granularity and conversations that they do not move forward. We have spent so much time on the first half of my post. Okay. You spent so much time talking about things that weren't of substance. Okay. Because you are more concerned with somebody having the framework, whether it's an ethical framework, a legal framework, a moral framework. You are more concerned with whether or not somebody grounds their ideas in those things. And you might not feel like that is what it is that you're doing, but that's what it comes across to people. Hold on. People in your chat have said, and I haven't addressed anything because I don't think it's important. People will just assume whatever it is that I'm trying to do here. I don't care. I understand that you have a very analytical way that you talk about things, and that your conversations, and people keep saying like, well, Pisco is more worried about the analytical conversation. I understand that. I watch your content. I'm not some fucking idiot off the street that doesn't.
I'm not saying you are, bro.
A couple clips of you.
I'm not saying that you are.
But my point, my whole point of this post is that you spend so much time talking about things that you could probably just let go and understand what it is that people are talking about. I'll just go ahead and start going down the post. I'm not going to read it verbatim.
I can no. Let's. Okay? I want to keep reading it. Why can't we read it?
Okay.
So the reason
we can. I want to show you. Hold on. I don't want to continue to have where we break every 2 sentences and we say something. So I want you to read the rest of the Hutch thing, and then we can talk about it.
Yeah, but I just want to say before and I will read it, and I won't do any other pauses. If what you're asking is not to stop and not to scrutinize it, you're just asking me to accept the criticism uncritically. You understand that? That if I'm unable,
no,
and if
that's
you find
not what I'm asking you to do. I'm asking you to establish what the entirety of my criticism is before you criticize it in a granular way. Just like understanding what Hutch is saying, rather than attacking each and everything that somebody says, you understand what it is that they're broadly saying. So when Hutch is asking you, or no, when Hutch, and I say this further on, when Hutch is saying that there's multiple factors that go into how he thinks Ethan is doing something that is right or Ethan is doing something wrong, you are asking him in the most granular way where he has to clarify every single word and every single thought that he's having based on what it is that you want to attack in 1 to 2 sentences of what it is that he's saying. You don't let him lay out anything, just like you're not letting me lay out anything, right? You're attacking each and every sentence as if it is the entirety of the argument. That's not what the argument is. It's like if you were to cut somebody off 3 words into a sentence and assume that you knew what the last of it was, and that only those first 3 sentences are what is important. That's my issue. The issue is that we have spent so much time, over an hour and a half now, we have been talking, and we haven't even gotten through like a, 5-paragraph Reddit post that I made.
We've gone through most of it. We've gone through most of it.
Okay, so let's read the rest of it.
Can we acknowledge we've gone through most of it? It's not just a little paragraph. We've gone through most of your post. Why is that wrong to bring up? You just said something which is attacking my...
You're correct. You're correct, yes, Lisa. You're correct.
But why is that...
Go ahead.
But like...
Because you're already arguing with something that is not even... It doesn't matter. Does this matter to you?
Well,
why does this matter so much to you? That's my contention with you. It shouldn't matter so much that I just said that we haven't gotten through most of my posts, and now you're arguing with me that, oh, well, actually, we have. I actually calculated the characters that it is that we did here, and there's 1,200 characters, and we're 759 characters into it, and so actually, you are incorrect in that. You understand what it is that I'm saying.
No.
You understand that my contention is that you're not letting me lay out the arguments, and that you are not taking the entirety of what it is that I'm saying. You're breaking it down to a granular level without understanding what the whole thought is. You haven't read the entirety of the post, right? You admitted that at the beginning of the conversation.
No, I read most of it. I didn't read the whole thing.
Okay. So let's continue on, and let's go into the full argument that I have.
Okay. I'm done. Sorry for doing what I did. I understand your background probably makes this a super important concept to go over. That is the meta aspect of it. And I don't blame you for going over it, but the granularity in which you did was exhausting. And that's why I stopped. You're taking him to the extremes of a lawsuit being done for 100% reasons outside of the legal grounds. I'm not sure that I understand that sentence, but I'll keep reading. You sat on that for like 5 minutes when Hutch is saying over and over that he believes it's only one factor in the analysis. Again, I disagree with this characterization. You don't have to do this, dude. I agree with that. I don't have to. Most people speak in a broad context, and they establish their beliefs on various factors, and sometimes it's best for the sake of the conversation to not be hyperfixated on only one of those factors. I agree. I don't think that's what I was doing. You came off like Christian debaters trying to nail someone down on where does truth come from. I don't think I did that. Looks like a debate tactic, and to normal people, well, you just look like a dickhead who can't even begin to fathom someone disagreeing with your need to go this granular. Yellow Slag 420. This debate, if I'm understanding correctly, was started from a call out specifically against you and your takes on Ethan. I know you probably didn't prepare for the debate because you're familiar with your arguments and you felt comfortable. What you weren't prepared for is the person to be relatively normal. By the way, just you're aware that he said at the end that he couldn't identify a single thing he disagreed with. He agreed with me on everything. I have that. If anyone is curious about that, there is a clip where he says, I agree with you on everything. Okay. They called you out, and I understand that they are your adversary, but it was difficult to listen to. A specific part that was terrible was when you were talking about Ethan accusing you of a crime. Most people, when they heard Ethan talk shit to you, are listening to him just call you someone who's stupid or uninformed. Whether that is true or not doesn't matter. No one heard this. Oh my God, you didn't understand why I brought that up. This is a common thing where you seem to have a disconnect between yourself and how you see things and how others will. You attack on your own feelings and cannot remove yourself from them, and you go off these tangents that just seem to be for the sake of your own ego. You want people to admit that not only is it logically possible, but probably. Okay.
Probable.
This brings me to my last and most important point: be normal. By which you mean turn off debate, bro. This logical possibility shit is crazy. Stop doing this. You seem like it's a snake when you say, well, it's logically possible because you're in this conversation just waving away the point. They're asking if something is possible. So I don't see any contradiction in that thought. They're asking if you agree it's probable and you know that. Not always. They're not always doing that consistently. So when you do this, you're just giving zero ground and it comes off so bad. It's no, I'm just trying to get clarity. It's probably the worst thing you do in these conversations with normal people. You immediately come off as dismissive and condescending. Check my history if you read this. Taking a lot of shit from my opinions on you when people attack you. Shit is crazy. So listen, I don't think you're coming out of this in bad faith at all. So I'm not saying that you're bad faith. I'm not saying any of that stuff. But we have the critique. I think I understand it, and I'm open to hear your thoughts.
Okay. So what I'm saying is there's various things that you do with it throughout your conversation, saying things like, is it logically possible? Things like that. Make somebody that is not used to having those types of conversations. You would agree with me that most people, when they say, is it possible? They're not meaning it in the way that you are phrasing it. Like in the Hutch conversation, the man jumping over the moon thing or jumping to the moon or whatever. Most people, when they're talking about that, they would say, no, that's not possible.
So, no, I don't think there's a consistent view on this. I don't think most people are talking
about hold on.
Wait,
you don't think that when I say you can't jump or you could jump to the moon, you don't think people are going to go,
that example,
no, I couldn't. That's not possible.
I was addressing
that's the example.
Yeah, no, I'm willing to. No,
okay, go ahead.
I use the reason I use that example is because the example was so extreme. And it was to demonstrate why it's important to distinguish between these two different modalities. And so me speaking in those terms and using a ridiculous example, and I would hope that a someone from the Destiny community, where there are very often references to grape hypotheticals, would understand the utility oftentimes in using ridiculous examples to try to prove a point. And for better or worse, perhaps you think that that was not effective in the moment. That is what I was trying to do. But when I just said there, like, it's unclear, I don't know how people would mean it. I wasn't referring to the cow example. I think in the cow example, I think most people would understand that what's being, oh, sorry, that's a cow. Fuck, the jumping to the moon example. I don't know why cows on the brain. That most people would think in the possibility there to refer to like nominal, or what's the one in between logical and hang on, modality.
You're asking the wrong dude.
Possibility. Nomic possibility. That is to say, following the laws of nature, right? So there are actually different ways in which people use possibility or could. So, for example, is it possible for a man to be able to run 60 miles without a break? I'll ask you that. When a person asks that question, what are they referring to? Is it probable? What do you think that they're referring to?
Repeat it one more time. Is it possible for?
So someone comes up to you, Hobbit, and they're like, "Is it possible for a man to run / walk 60 miles without taking a break?" In what sense are they using? Is it possible?
Like, the way that I would say it, like, there's like there's a non-zero chance that that could be a thing.
Yeah, so they're using it in the kind of like non-zero chance within the realms of nature kind of way, right? They're not saying is it probable, right? You agree? They're not saying is it. They're not asking is it probable, because if it were probable, they wouldn't need to ask because there's so many examples of it. So it is just not always clear. You're saying it's always clear what people are meaning when they say could or can or is it possible. But it depending on the context, it is sometimes not at all clear what someone is referring to. Are they referring to?
So can I give you an example of what it is that? So like when you're talking about it, like I think one of the times that you used this was when you're talking about Denham's culpability or whether or not it was possible that she read the chat, right?
Yeah.
And when you say if by possible you mean logically possible, like
you should ask me that, right? You should ask me what do I mean by that? It's not clear, right?
Yes. And so when you say, well, I'm saying when I say possible, I mean logically possible. When most people are saying that, like I obviously if we go to an extreme, like a man being able to run for 60 miles without taking a break, like obviously there we're like, oof, I mean, there's a lot of factors in that, and I guess it could be possible. Like, sure.
No, just change it.
Like that's kind of how you're going.
Is it
possible? Hold on.
It doesn't have to be extremes.
That's how you would go about.
No, it doesn't have to be extremes. It could be some. It could be any. Like I can give you examples that aren't
when
extremes.
Somebody's asking you, is it possible that Denham's read that in the chat, and you're saying, well, if it's logical, that's what I'm saying. Like in a normal conversation, you wouldn't say like, oh, well, in all these factors, there's a non-zero chance that it is. No, she's a streamer. She reads her chat. It's possible that she read the stuff.
Let's just break it apart. So let's take that. First of all, do you have a problem with me breaking apart this example? Are you gonna in 5 minutes be upset that we're breaking apart this example you're bringing up?
I hope that we are not talking about this example in 5 minutes. But no, I will not be.
You don't have a problem with me examining this, right? So this is an example. So one of so everyone understands and disentangles over here. You're basically suggesting that some of these different tactics or clarifications, they're preposterous, and people are going to assume bad faith because it's so obvious what is being meant, right? It's implied, is what you're saying, right?
Like it's clarify what it is that you mean by that.
So your point is kind of like look at the thing that you're doing that is slowing down the conversation, bogging it down, making people think that you're being malicious or sneaky, because obviously it's implied what is being meant by these terms, and so you don't need to ask it. That's what your point is, right?
Yeah, I'm saying that like do you not feel like there's like a contention that when you say it's it's logically possible. I'm talking about in these conversations, not in ones that you're having to like, again, I think that you're very strong in these conversations where you have to get into that granularity. I'm just asking you, do you think that like in the conversation with Hutch, you need to clarify possibility and all of those kind of like, do you think that that's an important thing? Or do you think that it's, you can, hold on. Or do you think that when he's asking you, is it possible that Denham's read that in her chat? You can't just like seed the ground that, yeah, like obviously she's a streamer. She reads her chat.
So
like, does
what I
that not
just said,
just make sense to just be like, yes, yeah,
so
that's possible.
I'm just making sure I can reproduce your critique and you are going to accept it. If I want to be able to reproduce the critique and for you to either, because if I can't reproduce the criticism that you're levying at me, then I'm not understanding it. Okay. And so what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to repeat what I understand your critique to be. And I'd like you to answer whether you think that that's an accurate representation of how you're critiquing. Okay. So you're saying that when someone asks, do you think it's possible that Denham's read her chat, that it's so obviously implied what Hutch means there that for you to ask it can only be explained by other bad motives, not really for clarification, but for either debate tactics, tripping people up, or basically trying to be weaselly or to bog the conversation down in general. There's a set of improper purposes that can be applied to you, Pisco, or even bad outcomes because the clarification, simply speaking, is not necessary given what Hutch asked, right?
So that's why I said, like, I don't think that you have bad intentions. That's why, like I'm saying, I agree with what it is that you say on most things. I'm saying that when you're thinking that what I'm meaning by these things is that you're like being bad faith, I don't think that's the case. I just think that you're interrupting the conversation or adding like a wedge into the conversation that causes it to not be like more productive than it could be. So no, I don't think that when you do.
So what I just said wasn't. That's not. So all I'm trying to do right now is represent your critique, and it can either be an accurate representation or a substantially accurate, or whatever you want to say.
I don't think that when you do that, it is a bad faith thing. I don't think that when you're doing.
I'm asking whether the representation
is that not what you said?
No, I said a bunch of stuff. So this is what
I don't think that.
I'm gonna repeat it, and you can accept it or not. Okay, I understand your critique to be. It is incredibly obvious what Hutch was saying when he asked, "Do you think it's possible?" Denham's looked at her chat, such that if you try to seek clarification, because there's no plausible need to clarify, that you're leaving yourself open to criticisms regarding bad faith, bad intention, whether it's true or not, right? You're leaving yourself open for those kinds of critiques of improper motives because you just don't need to clarify that. What I just said, is that a substantially accurate synopsis?
That is an accurate representation. Is that it will come off that way.
Right. So and one of the premises of that critique is that clarification is in fact not warranted, right?
I agree. Yes, I don't think that clarification on that question is warranted.
Right. So no, I'm not sorry. I'm not asking on that question. I'm saying with respect to the critique, it falls apart if we actually do need to clarify, right?
If you actually do need to clarify on something, like you're asking a question that is so like in need of that clarification, I don't think that a question of did a streamer read their chat, I don't think that requires more clarification. Or is it possible that they were reading their chat?
It does. Like, let me tell you why it does.
Would.
Yeah,
it absolutely does. Yeah. It would. If what you were asking was Denham's wasn't at her desk, and you're saying, well, like, I mean, I guess it could be possible she might have had her phone and had the chat open while she walked away from her desk. Like, I guess it's possible. Like, that's more what I think like that answer would entail is like, versus Denham sitting at their normal streaming position. And so like, that's why I'm saying like, it is implied what, like, yes, the possibility is more than a non-zero chance.
So here is why I think clarification in this context is critical, because we're talking broadly about a failure to moderate the chat. Okay. And one's intuition about whether there in fact was a failure to moderate a chat will be not just minorly, not just a tiny bit, significantly changed on the view that either it's likely that Denham saw the offending messages versus it merely is possible that Denham saw the offending messages. It is, in fact, critical to the argument about substantive faults for failure to moderate to understand our intuitions regarding the probability that Denham's saw the chat. Now, the word possible there, if I answer that it's possible she saw it, and I don't have clarity on what is I'm responding to, it might commit me to saying that she has a duty to moderate in that context that she failed to oblige in, versus if I merely say it's possible. And so this is a situation in which that distinction is insanely important. And it's not clear which Hutch is referring to, because usually when people say the word possible, they're not talking about reasonably possible or plausible. Most of the time when people say, is it possible that is it possible someone could run you over tomorrow? Yeah, it's possible. Is it possible that you might get the lottery tomorrow? Yeah, I mean, it's possible I could win the lottery tomorrow, right? It's possible. So usually when people talk about possibility, they're not speaking in probability. And so that's why it's very important for me to clarify what Hutch means by possibility, because the normal usage of possibility refers to mere possibility and not probability.
Okay.
Do you agree with what I just said just there?
I agree.
Okay, so then it was important for me to clarify.
No, because I think it would be more important for you to clarify. Like if you just said, yeah, it's possible that she read it, and then he tries to go in and say, well, then that's my contention, is because I think that she should have moderated in that instance, because you just said that she probably read it. And then you go, well, no, actually, I'm not saying that she probably read it. What I'm saying is that, yeah, it's possible that she read that. Like, that's what I'm saying is, like, you create these wedges in a way that I feel like you're like 3 or 4 sentences behind the actual contention coming to light. So when
I'm ahead of it. I'm seeing that potential that you just said. What you just said. I understand what you just said. I've seen that world in the future, and I'm trying to prevent us from getting to the world in which people are confused by, before I answer, making sure I understand what he's asking. So I'm not behind. I'm trying to head off the potential of confusion and wasted time.
But in doing what you think is heading off that confusion and that waste of time, you create confusion and waste of time. It's hard to have a conversation with somebody and not be able, like if let's say you do know exactly where it is that Hutch is going, like word for word, you can see through the future and you know exactly what it is that he's going to say. What harm does it do for you to, when that part of the conversation comes up, to address it then versus you trying to get ahead of it? Because that's my issue, is that I feel like a lot of the things that you're doing are to where you don't want to cede any ground out of the fear.
This is why. Because if I took the question in the way you addressed, this is what my answer would be. And this is the question and answer. Ready? Hutch says, you think it's possible that Denham's saw the chat? The answer to that would be, I don't know. What do you think would come from that? From the chat immediately?
Well, I don't think that your answer would be, I don't know.
It would be, I don't know. It would be, I don't know. But like, just
why would it be?
I can tell you that, but just I am going to tell you that is my answer to that question. Okay, I don't know. All right.
Okay.
And so just take on that. That's my question. So Hutch asks.
Because hold on. Let me just ask a clarifying question. Because you're assuming that he's going to ask you a follow up on the moderation. That's why you would say, I don't know.
No.
Not because you don't think it's possible.
The reason is that I don't know whether she saw those chats is because I don't have access to the whether she she brought that chat up, right? I don't know whether she admitted that she saw the chats. I don't know. So the kind of, I don't have, I think, enough information to know for certain. I mean, what we're talking about here is like kind of proving a negative, right? Do you know for certain she didn't see the chat? in other words? Or do you think it's likely she didn't see the chat? What I'm saying is, based on what's going on, I don't know what is, whether it's more likely than not that she saw her chat. Now, if someone could show me, for example, a course of conduct, like, for example, Counterpoints, right? Counterpoints reads every single message, right? And so there I would say, yes, it's very likely that Hutch saw the messages. Well, but let's say that I knew, for example, that Denham's pulled that message up, or she was clearly like looking at her chat when the message, because we can prove that she was facing the chat.
That's not what he asked. Yeah.
Oh my God. I honestly don't understand if you're tracking. What I'm telling you is that I don't have a good intuition about whether or not it's likely that Denham's would have seen that chat. In order to do that analysis, I think it's someone needs to make the case that it is likely that she saw it. And the best people have said is something like, well, she tends to look at her chat. And I know that's not enough for me because I tend to look at my chat. But right now, for example, I'm not looking at my chat. There are moments when, I've ignored chat for minutes and minutes, and it doesn't appear that I'm looking anywhere else. And so the reason, the genuine answer, and I think the correct answer, actually the answer that you should give is, I don't know, because that's the facts we have. We don't know what's likely on our current views, unless you're willing to say, well, by virtue of a streamer generally looking at a chat in any specific instance, they're likely to have seen it. And I just don't think that we have that kind of intuition about that stuff. That's why the actual honest answer is, I don't know. Do you disagree with my analysis just there? Different for counterpoints, right? Yes, you don't disagree because and this is what. But the point isn't about the substance, right? Even assume you disagree on that. Hutch would ask me, Pisco, do you think that it's possible that Denham saw her chat? And me doing what you're suggesting would be to say, I don't know, because that's my honest answer to the probable question. And do you think people would say, wow, Pisco's being so upfront and honest? Or would you think people, oh my God, he said he doesn't know if it's possible whether or not the fucking... What do you think is more likely to be the reaction? What do you think is more likely to be the reaction?
I don't know.
So because no, come on, you do know. If I say if Hutch asked me the following question, Pisco, do you think it's possible that Denham saw the chat? And I said, I don't know.
Yeah.
Don't you think people would say, like, Pisco's being bad faith? Of course he knows it's possible. Don't you
just
think
in the same way
there
that
would
I feel
be
like
hundreds of
when
comments?
you answer, and I feel like I know I said I don't know in a way to poke fun at what you're saying. I think that you're going to get that answer because again, I feel like you're worried that you're going to cede ground.
I know, so I'm going to be misunderstood, Hobbit. I'm going to be misunderstood if I say I don't know to the probability.
You can clarify that, right?
That's what I was trying to do that you're taking fucking issue with, is that I was clarifying what was meant. Yes, I am trying to clarify. And you're taking issue with the clarification.
No, you're trying to head off a future argument. Oh
my God. No, what I'm trying to head off is confusion from my interlocutor and from everybody.
Okay. When you have a conversation with somebody and they ask you if something is possible, what are you assuming that they're asking you? What are you assuming that they're asking you?
Like under the I think it's called normal possibility, which is logically possible, including the laws of nature and reality. By which is meant it's like trivial, right? It's if it's possible within our current laws of physics, then that is what I think the usual, or the rules of nature or of biology. It usually prices those in. It will change like normally based on the context. So you think like so in a different context it might be different, but typically possibility, it does not mean probability. Okay, most people don't use that way. Sometimes it can. I'm not telling you that it won't ever, but the normal one is to say possible is kind of like low.
So okay, so if you're saying that possible is meaning low,
yeah.
Why do you feel the need to clarify something in a way that adds an extra layer to that? If you already think that it's low, okay, and you already think that Hutch is going to be going into something later and say, well, you admitted that it was possible that she read the chat.
I'm not going to say it's no, because I'm not going to say you think it's possible, by which you mean, because my answer isn't no, right? I'm not going to say no because the answer isn't no on either version of it. The answer for probability is I don't know, and the answer for a logical or low version, I know there's one way to describe it, but the answer for that is yes.
There's a difference between me asking you, did Denims read her chat, and is it possible that Denims read her chat?
I know those are different.
Okay. And what would your answer be to both of those? So if I said, did Denims read her chat, what would you say? I don't know. And if I said, is it possible Denims read her chat, what would you say?
Under what I understand usually possible to mean? Yes, it's possible. Which I mean, logically possible.
Okay. So
what's wrong with this?
Not right.
None of the answers are no, right? None of the answers are no.
None of the answers are no, but you're adding additional things. I am just asking you questions that normally somebody would, in a conversation, say, yeah, it's possible. And then when somebody uses that against them, then they would clarify what it is that they're saying. So if you say,
do you understand how ridiculous what you just did is? You started this by saying it's so obvious Hutch is talking about probability, and you're almost like, how could you interpret it any other way? And now you're saying I should interpret.
Did I use the word probability at all?
In fact, you did. Yes, you're basically saying
no.
Yes, Hobbit, you did.
No,
Hobbit, I promise you.
Okay, let me clarify. Just let me clarify what it is that I said. I said, Denims is a streamer. Denims reads her chat. Is it possible that Denims read her chat?
No. Sorry, that's not what I'm referring to. I know you said possible when you asked that question. What I'm saying is you started this whole interaction about this topic saying you should just take Hutch to mean probable. It's so obvious he's not talking about logical possibility. How could you even think that? Right? That's what you were saying.
No. What I said is that no. Let me clarify. Okay. Again, I don't talk like you do. Okay. And that might be because I'm a fucking idiot or whatever it is. When I'm asking you these things, I'm saying that there's two different ways to answer that question. And there's I don't know. I mean, I guess it's possible. And yeah, it's possible. Like, those are two different answers to the same question. One of them makes it sound like you are leaning way more towards that it probably didn't happen versus, yeah, I mean, it could happen. Like when you say, can a man run 60 miles? I'm not going to say, yeah, it could happen. I'm going to have like a lot more hesitation in admitting that because it is kind of a stretch for somebody to do that. Versus, it's not really a stretch for just this in a vacuum. No looking down into the future and anything. It is more than likely that Denims was reading her chat.
The question isn't.
Now,
wait a second.
Now listen.
Wait a second. Okay. There's a confusion.
Okay.
The question isn't about the substance, about what Hutch meant when he asked the question, right? Question isn't about what is actually the case. What we're talking about right now, you understand, is about what Hutch meant. You and I are analyzing the failure of this conversation, right? And so you're now making an assertion that isn't relevant, right? All we're talking about is what Hutch probably meant when he said, is it possible? And what you started your position, I want to make sure you agree with my characterization. You started your position saying, I should assume that Hutch is saying probable. Do you disagree? Whether that's your position now, that is how you represented it to me at the start of this.
In the sense that when Hutch is asking you if a streamer was reading their chat, the answer is yes, it's possible that they were reading their chat.
Stop. Hobbit, please. Hutch asked, is it possible that Denim reads her chat? Not, did she read the chat? Okay. So that's why we're having this discussion at all. So you can't not include possibility in what the statement is. Okay. You need to include it there because that's part of your critique. Your critique is that I improperly clarified there. And what you said is, I should have just intuited and implied that Hutch was referring to probability there and that it's probable that happened. And right now, all I'm asking is, wasn't that your contention about 35 minutes ago that I should have assumed that Hutch was using probability there? Wasn't that what you said?
Are you asking me literally?
Yeah. Well, yeah. Didn't you say that that the problem was?
I never said that it was. No. I said that it's more than likely that a streamer reads their chat. No. Your clarification and what you could do. Hold on. Your clarification on what you could do down the line is to say, yeah, it's possible, but I don't think, like, just based on what I'm seeing here, if you're going to ask me about the moderation, I don't know that she read those things. I have no evidence of whether or not she did or did not read those things. What I'm saying is you put unnecessary wedges in conversations. This right here, us arguing over the answer of whether or not, yes, it's possible that Denham's read her chat. I don't give a fuck about these people, by the way. So I'm almost done just because of how the chat is reacting, and I have to go back to work too.
No, fuck the chat.
No, but no. Here's the thing, though, man, is that it is not. I don't give a shit about any of these people. Okay, what I care about is you.
I care about you too.
What I feel like your failings are in these conversations, and I feel like you spend too much time putting wedges into conversations and clarifying things that you could clarify down the line if necessary. You can answer the question, is it possible that a streamer read their chat?
Yes.
And you could say yes. You could just say yes out the gate. And then he says, well, isn't that kind of weird that she didn't moderate it? And you say, well, I said that it's possible that she read the chat. I don't know necessarily that she read those messages.
I would have to clarify.
No, not logically possible. What you're saying is, I don't know that she read the exact messages that you're asking me if she should moderate. That's the contention that you have. You don't have a contention of the probability of whatever it is. Your contention is that if you grant that to Hutch, that he is going to then say, well, why didn't she moderate it? And what you're saying when you're going through this whole thing is you're saying, well, I don't know that she read those exact messages. I don't know that she read the messages that said these CPS things.
I don't know that she read them. I also don't know if it's likely that she would have read them. Do you understand the difference there?
Yes.
Okay. So the problem with your approach is, there's two things I can answer without clarifying at the start.
Mm-hmm.
I can either answer with the assumption that it's logical possibility, in which I say yes, right? Or I can answer under the assumption that it's probability. Which do you propose that I should do?
Say them one more time so I know.
Right. It's because you're saying that I shouldn't have clarified there. There's two ways that I can interpret the question that Hutch asked. You agree? In that sense, it's a binary, right? Because in the sense that we're using, we're either talking about something approaching the logical modality.
He's asking you a yes or no question.
Right. And so it's either the case that I interpret the question with respect to some notion of logical possibility or mere possibility or probability. Which do you think I should do?
I don't think that either. Well, what do you think? I think that you just. I don't know necessarily that analysis is necessary. I would say that you would be wanting to do it in the logical possibility route without saying that it's that it's logically possible, because I feel like that's the issue.
Okay, so the thing is, right? I'm accepting that it's good faith. What people have criticized me for is, of course, Hutch doesn't mean the logical possibility. You agree that most people have said that that's the opposite that I should do. I should assume Hutch is doing the probability. And that's the bad faith, is me assuming logical possibility. You know Hutch didn't mean blah, 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 blah. You agree that that's most people that have, not necessarily you, but most people have said the reason that Pisco's bad faith is he's assuming mere possibility when it's obvious Hutch is talking about probability. Whether you did it, you said that is the majority.
Hutch is saying that there's like over a 50% chance that it is that she read her chat.
Listen, I'm asking a question specifically about the reaction. There are a lot of people who say Pisco's bad faith because he's interpreting Hutch when he asks possibility and could to mean logically could. That is bad faith. I should assume probability, right? So the only thing I'm asking right now is
I don't think that's what you're assuming he's saying. I think that's where
no. People have criticized me. Would you deny that people have criticized me because they say it's the
I would
way
agree that people have criticized you.
Okay, but the way that Pisco is being bad faith in this example is he's assuming that it's possible that Hutch could mean logical possibility, right? The fact that I'm even thinking that Hutch could be asking about logical possibility is bad faith. Do you agree that criticism has been levied at me?
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's where I'm saying, like, when people, my thing is that I don't want people to think that you're coming at it in bad faith. Like what you're saying, the response to the thing.
Yes, but what I'm saying is your suggestion is to assume it's the thing that everyone says I'm bad faith for assuming. Do you realize that? You understand what I'm saying?
No, I'm saying that you're opening yourself up to those criticisms by using that language. Like
he used possibility. Don't forget, he used the term, is it possible? So I'm not bringing possibility up, though. I think so I need to now work with what the question he asked me. All right. So possibility is assumed in the framework of our analysis. And what you suggested is don't clarify at the start. That's wrong. And don't assume probability, assume possibility, mere possibility. And what I'm presenting to you is that assumption has gotten me in trouble with people calling me bad faith that I would assume that.
Do you think people would have called you bad faith if you had just said yes and put your contention down line? If you said, well, why didn't she moderate it?
No, because other instances. Why? Yes, because I'm telling you why. Because other instances, it has happened where I have said, yes, it's possible. And by which I mean it's that it's merely possible. And then people have said, he didn't mean it like that. He didn't mean it. So when I even clarify the answer, but like the what I'm understanding it to be, but answering, right? Not clarifying and not answering. It's answering with the clarification saying yes, by which I mean mere possibility. People have said that's bad faith.
Yeah, because that's where I'm saying it feels like you're downplaying it when you put that wording in. So when people have that contention with you and they're saying, well, you know,
I can't win.
It's bad faith.
I literally can't win.
Because in the conversations where you, let's just say you're talking with Hutch or something, and you answer in a way that is just plainly like yes, no, whatever it might be.
Shit,
This is where I'm saying, like, I feel like you're heading off all of these different things that you don't even know are coming. So you end up creating more issue for yourself than what is necessary. Would you rather people have contention with you saying if something is logically possible or if it's probable, or would you rather have people have contention with whether or not Denim should have moderated the chat?
Yeah, I'd rather it be on the substance.
Like your opinion on it.
No, I'd rather it be on the substance, but I need to navigate this issue before we get further. Like someone is putting me on the spot, asking me a question, and I want to be good faith and answer it. And it doesn't seem like there are a lot of opportunities, right? Because on one,
but a lot of your criticisms come from your pedantry, right? You admitted that a lot of your criticisms come from that.
I'm trying to explain. I'm trying to explain why I feel that in some cases it's not warranted. For example, in this situation, now sometimes maybe I can be a pedant and it is warranted. All right, I'm not saying that it's never warranted. I'm saying right now I don't think.
I'm not calling it. I'm just using your words.
No, I told me. In this case, I need to take. I've been asked a question and it's bad faith not to respond. Agreed. So I need to respond to the question. I can't ignore it. I can't just say that's a stupid question. I'm not going to answer it. So I can't refuse. I need to answer it. And I need to answer it in a way that, in a good faith way, not a bad faith way. So I need to address it. So one thing I can do is right now I'm having a problem because I don't understand what he means. Okay. That's genuinely, I don't know what he's meaning. I suspect he could mean something, but I'm not sure what he's asking because this has been a slippage in a conversation before. And so I want to, so my intuition is to say, okay, because I don't understand what he means, not that I don't understand the term possibility. And usually, right, I talk about it, right? So it's not that I don't understand words. It's I don't understand what he means by those words in that context. So the good faith thing to do, usually, I think, is to say, if you don't understand a question, you can't answer it. If I don't understand what's meant, I can't answer it. Honestly, it would be bad faith for me to answer a question that I don't understand and to say yes or no when I don't know if I do. That's the definition of bad faith. And so I can do one. So I think my intuition is always to clarify if I don't understand. Another thing I could do is just assume he's using the language that I'm familiar with. And I could do that, but then I can run into problems. But let's just do the different possibilities. So one is I clarify. You say that that's wrong to do. Okay, so let's set that off the table. The first assumption I could take is
I never said that it was wrong for you to clarify. Just for the record.
What has this whole thing been about? So what did I do wrong?
In that you are clarifying things in a way that are not getting to the substance. That's why I asked you, would you rather be criticized over your clarification on whether he means a non-zero chance or if he means probable, or would you rather be, scrutinized over your opinion on lack of moderation or whatever it might be? Because I feel like if you would have answered the question in a certain way, you would have people contending with your actual argument versus the way that you are answering these questions that to most people are just pretty simple. And so, like, I don't know, maybe you want to be criticized for those things. You want to be criticized for how you interpret somebody saying possible or probable or whatever it might be. I just think that that is a waste. I think that a lot of the criticism that you get is unwarranted. I understand what it is that you're saying. I get where you're coming from on most things that you're talking about. But your criticisms, the criticisms that I see the most are based on the fact that you seem to not be able to get to the substance of the conversation and have people argue with you over the substance. Now, that's not to say that you don't have criticisms over your entirety of, let's just say, this Ethan take or the Hassan stuff that you have had over the clearance stuff. Like, people do have arguments against the substance of what it is that you're saying, but most things that I see are over these, like, ways that you communicate with people that cause issue where I think it shouldn't be caused. I think that you are, like, thrive in grounding your principles and grounding the things that you're doing, but you spend so much time getting there. And so you end up having, like, where 50% of your criticism isn't even with your argument. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I agree that most criticism, it doesn't even mention an argument. They just say that Pisco is deranged. This is sad to see that, like, he's fallen so far. It's like, it's stuff that isn't even trying to make an argument. So, I mean, like, I don't know. I feel like it's not because I'm not making arguments, it's because they're determined not to listen. And that determination also causes them to do kind of nitpicks,
do you think
which I think that aren't based in anything. So for example, do you have an ought? Should I clarify or not?
In what context?
The context you gave, where Hutch asks me, is it possible that Denham saw her chat? In that situation,
you should not clarify that.
I should not clarify. So even though I genuinely don't understand what he's saying, I should not clarify. And so how do I answer the question that I'm not clarifying? On what assumption?
Is it that you don't understand what he's saying? Is it that you don't understand what he's saying? Or that
I don't know which of these two things he's using. He might be referring to whether it's likely, or he might be referring to whether it's merely possible.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, your clarification can come in a way that, like let's say he asks you that question and then he just moves on.
No, wait, you told me not to clarify.
It doesn't say.
Wait. So you said I should not clarify. So should I not answer? He's left that question.
No,
he asked me a question.
Okay.
I should answer it, right?
He's asked you a question.
Yeah, I shouldn't just sit there with
he's asked you the possible. Is it possible that she read her chat?
So there's a pregnant pause, and I'm sitting there. So I can't just stare at my camera and do nothing, right?
Yeah, and so that's what I'm saying. Like you can say yes, and then he goes to the argument that you think.
Wait. Why are you guys so desperate to go fast? Let's just break it down. Let's slow down. So you agree I shouldn't just try to switch topics, right? I should answer the question,
that you
right?
shouldn't switch topics.
Okay.
Yes, you should answer the question.
And you said I should answer yes. And what you mean by that is I should answer yes with the assumption that he's referring to the mere possibility, right?
No.
What should I answer yes? Why? With respect to what should I answer yes? Yes, nothing? Yes, without any assumptions about what he means?
You answer yes in what your interpretation contextually is. And then you ask for clarification further down line if your interpretation proved to be false. So if your interpretation of him asking you, is it possible, then you and you're taking that as to be probable, and you could say,
I'm not taking that way. I'm taking it to be
okay.
When I hear that, I take it to be mere.
You're taking it to be logically possible.
Yeah, mere possibility. That's how I understand possibilities. Mere possibility. It could be with respect to the rules of nature, et cetera, and it could be with respect to like that kind of stuff. I'm not saying that it's just mere logical in and of itself, but that is one modality.
Absolutely.
So I understand it to be mere possibility, but the thing is, when I do that, this is to address you. When I do that and say yes, it's possible, it's merely possible, I get criticism that it's a ridiculous interpretation of what Hutch was asking. What I think is bad faith accusations from Destiny, who I think is really just, I don't really think he even understands what he's saying half the time. I think he's just like saying random shit, and really in his reviews of stuff, it's pathetic in my opinion. But he will say random stuff, and people will glom on and say it's bad faith for you to have assumed that what Hutch meant there was probable. So it doesn't mitigate saying, like, it doesn't mitigate the criticism that you're levying.
It mitigates the criticism over you breaking down that in that instance. I think that you're on better footing as far as when if you're going to get criticism regardless, do you want to continue to be criticized to be a pedant, or do you want to be criticized over the substance of your argument?
What I'm telling you is the criticism comes no matter what, because the criticism is not based on anything logical.
So would you rather the criticism be on your substance or on what we're talking about right now?
No, the criticism about what we're talking about right now, about what words mean, is going to come no matter what. If I clarify, they say you shouldn't clarify. It's obvious. It's bad faith for you to even ask. If I say with the assumption that what is meant here is mere possibility, they'll say that's a bad faith assumption. Do you really think that Hutch meant when he said possible that he meant only merely possible? That's stupid. Only a fucking bad faith piece of hack. No, this is the kind of shit that Destiny has said. Only a bad faith piece of shit hack. Whatever.
I'm not
yeah,
Destiny.
That's what he said. No,
I'm not Destiny.
No, I'm telling you what people have said, including him.
And dude, exactly. I see all sorts of unhinged shit about you.
No. I agree.
It's not fine.
Hang on a second. So what I'm trying to tell you is,
I get what you're saying.
Is that the decision point is not between do I get substantive criticism or semantic criticism. I get the semantic criticism no matter what, and I'm going through them. Okay, I get semantic criticism if I try to clarify from you and from others. I get semantic criticism if I assume it's possibility, by which we mean mere possibility. And I will definitely get criticism if he asks, is it possible Denims reads their chat? And I say, I don't know. Because they'll say, that answer is so insane, so ridiculous. Of course you know that it's possible that Denims read the chat. They will absolutely tear me apart that answer itself shows my bad faith. What I'm telling you is, and that's all linked to semantics, no matter what I do regarding this question, the bad faith accusations, not about substance versus, that's what I'm trying to show you is what you distinctly are trying to say, would you rather have criticism about substance or semantics, is bullshit. Because no matter what, the bad faith criticism is coming not with substance, with semantics.
Because I don't believe that your answer should be, well, I need to clarify the possibility and what he means by that. And I also don't think that your answer should be the I don't know. It should just be that you take it how you interpret the word possible, and then further down line, somebody, he talks about the moderation part, and then the criticism is based on whether or not you think she saw the message and didn't moderate it versus if she even was reading the chat and had a possibility that she saw the message.
I don't even think you know what you're saying right now. I have no idea what you just said.
No. Okay. You just asked me if whether or not you should clarify and say, is it logically possible? Or should you answer, I don't know? Because you said in either instance,
or say yes.
You're going to be criticized.
No, stop. I did give you three options.
What are you going to be criticized over the yes? What are you going to be criticized over? If you just said yes, what part are you going to be criticized on?
I just told you, because it'll come later on in the conversation when I say yes. And then Hutch tries to get some entails, but I said, well, no, I just agreed that it was logically possible. What people will say is, that was a bad faith interpretation of Hutch's question. Didn't I just explain what the criticism would be if I said yes?
Okay, again, because you're going into the framework that you're going to answer his question by saying logically possible.
No, Hobbit, I just explained what the criticism not only would be, but has been when I've interpreted the question the way I have. That is to say, mere possibility. Do you agree that criticism not only could happen, but has happened?
Yes.
Okay. So then what you're suggesting, which I've done in other instances, has not helped. It doesn't help mitigate the criticism because the criticism itself is premised on either bad faith itself or just people don't understand why I do it. The reason I do it is because I don't want to have conversations that are unclear. I don't want to agree to things that I don't know. And I don't want us, if I think that I have a sense of what you're saying, I will answer, and I'll often say, like, another great example of this actually is in the Stephen conversation where he's asking about encouragement. Remember that?
Mm-hmm.
So there, I have an intuition that he's playing fast and loose with the term encouragement for the specific purpose of trying to ping me with one of those meanings. That is known as equivocation, right? Because if I say, no, it would never encourage someone to do this kind of action, people are going to say, what? You mean you could never? You don't think that increases the chances? Right? They'll use that possibility. If I say, yes, it encourages, it might, or yes, they did encourage it, it will commit me to the kind of intentional volitional mindset. So it's a very easy thing to break that apart, right? And to say, so but what you mean is intentionally like have it so that the purpose is the result, then no. But if you just mean that it will increase significantly the likelihood, then yes. But people took issue with that too. They said it's bad faith but the reason I did that is because what was happening, Hobbit, though you might not know it, was an attack. It actually wasn't a mere confusion. That was intentional. Do you understand that? The intention was to use an equivocation to sandbag me with like one version of the word, no matter what. It's like, have you ever seen the card trick where it's a forced hand, right? No matter what you do, they're going to give you the card you want. So no matter what, they're going to sandbag me either with the answer, in which I only mean results related versus intentional. It's a game of tricks. It's a trick. Another example of this is in the socialism conversation, where the conversation wasn't about whether someone was a communist, but whether specifically they were a Marxist-Leninist. And then a clip is brought up where Erin is admitting that she is a communist, which I never disputed. But the question was whether specifically that entailed Marxist-Leninism. That was the question. And how they used that clip in bad faith. That is what. So what you need to understand is, not only does clarifying what is being meant inoculate one from genuine confusion, it actually does inoculate you from intentional confusion. People who are trying to inject things to make the conversation muddy and ambiguous and rolling around in the mud and trying to make you look ridiculous. That obviously is what was happening. And it doesn't take, because there's no reason, right? There's no reason to be upset about clarity, right? What possible reason? It's so easy to clarify and say, I just mean, by non-intentional encouragement, yes. By intentional encouragement, no. That's what I mean. And there's nothing wrong with that. So the only people who would object to that are people who want to live in ambiguity. Now, if it comes so where I'm like, what do you mean by that? 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 And it's never ending. No, but I'm always like, when we get to some point of agreement, of course I'm going to grant that, some reasonable version of the definition of a word. Of course I will.
So, and I said in the comments of that post that I think that when you and Destiny have a conversation, that is somebody that you can have these instances where you're clarifying everything because somebody is rhetorically trying to, and I'm not going to go into the intentions of anybody. Okay. I don't think you're intending to pinhole Hutch into admitting something or doing so. I don't think that that's your intention. I think your intention is to clarify for the sake of you understanding what it is that he's saying. Like I've already said multiple times that I agree with how you lay things out. And so I agree with you that in an instance where you feel like somebody is trying to do that, that is a perfectly good time for you to make sure that you are. The same thing with like Rob.
No. But I don't take Hutch to be doing that. People are in the chat already confused, right?
So why are you?
Because they didn't listen to what I said. I just said, not only is clarification helpful in the case in which there's unintentional confusion, but they just didn't listen to me when I said that, right? You remember when I said not only is this helpful for unintentional confusion, but also intentional confusion. You remember when I said that, right?
Correct.
And now everyone is saying,
I do remember that.
Why would you assume Hutch is intentionally trying to confuse? Do you understand that we're in crazy world right now? That people aren't listening to the words I'm saying? Like, it is insane. It's like their brains are like goldfish brains, and that because they're working off of emotion and they're not actually trying to listen. That's why I have to constantly clarify about the scope of my claims, because no one is really listening. And so your critique, well-meaning as your critique is, it is wholly irrelevant. It is wholly irrelevant because the people who are listening are determined to take issue with my semantic style, regardless of if I just let everything go, regardless of if I just assumed away, I'm going to assume this, I'm going to assume that. It doesn't matter because they don't care to listen. That's what's going on here.
But that's where I think that if I were in your position, which I'm not, you can do whatever it is that you want to do. I would just want people to be more criticizing of my substantive points.
I would love that.
And
but I don't. But the thing is, your remedy doesn't do that. Your remedy, which is never clarify in the middle of things, not at the start of things, or in contextually. Okay, I'm trying to be good faith. Contextually, when you're not dealing with a normal person, or when you are dealing with a normal person, don't try to clarify in a way that might put people off guard. And if you have to, try to do it in the middle as opposed to at the beginning. Something like that. Something approaching. The thing is, I can't put it in like a couple aughts because your normal thing doesn't really help me if sometimes there's clarification that's useful.
It's the frequency in which you did it. In this conversation that we had, it's a frequency issue. It's the issue in that you're not even opening yourself up to have the substantive argument because it is being drilled down semantically.
Hobbit, it's not. You agree? It's impossible to have a substantive disagreement when we don't know what each other is saying, right?
I agree with you on that,
right,
and that's where if me and you are having a conversation about Star Wars, and all of a sudden you start talking about Middle Earth, okay, I'm going to be like, whoa. You know, we're talking about like George Lucas's Star Wars world, right? Like we're talking about there's like 9 films. We're talking about these things, and the person's like, well, no, we're talking about Frodo and Aragorn and
so all of a sudden,
Gandalf.
all of a
and
sudden,
it's like, well, no, that's
all of a sudden you've discovered you haven't. All of a sudden you've discovered you haven't had a conversation. You actually haven't been like communicating with each other. You've been communicating.
True,
different things,
but
right?
Those things come up naturally, like pretty quickly in a conversation. That's what I'm saying. If you have a conversation, so like let's just say in the end, we'll just continue on this, despite everything. If you say yes, it's possible, and then Hutch says, "Well, ha," then you think that she should have moderated her chat, and you say,
"No, it's not just that. It's not just the intentional sense. It's the sense in which." The audience might think something different too. And also he might, and it might be a waste of time. And also,
but if they're going to do that anyway,
right, why not clarify at the start?
Because you can clarify on the substantive disagreement.
We can't unless we understand each other.
Comes up.
It's going to have to be clarified at some point. You're not saving any time by having it in the middle. If at best you're making it. Actually, I would say it's going to almost certainly, in most cases, cause more confusion for the semantic difference to be only understood halfway through whatever little line you're on or argument structure. Almost always, it's better to do it at the beginning.
I guess we just disagree on that because I think that if you were having a conversation with Hutch and you were talking about these things and let's just say you ceded the ground and you gave him all this and then he ends up, a couple, back and forth down the line saying, well, you said this, and then you argue on that moment, whether or not they're
going to say
takes up the same amount of time.
So this is another thing they'll say. This is another thing they'll say, Hobbit. They'll say, you're changing your definition. So you got caught. And so now you're halfway. And because you got caught, now you're changing what you thought you meant at the start. That's another thing that they'll levy. You disagree? If I say, oh, no, when I said that, I meant this, they'll be like, oh, he got caught, and now he's changing it.
Well, you don't have to say it in that way.
No. What I'm saying, I'm not saying that. I'm saying people will say, when Hutch finally called Pisco on it, Pisco tried to unwind it and say he never said it, but when he said it, he meant something else. Like, there are so many problems when you don't clarify at the start what you mean when you're answering questions. If I don't know, the criticism is basically, Pisco does know what Hutch is talking about, and so he's lying. That's the criticism, okay? But the truth is, I don't know. I really don't know. And your intuition in that moment, I think that you would struggle with that situation as well. If you truly, truly did not know, and you're having these people who are, again, it's not really based on any logic to saying, oh, clarify in the middle of things. Don't use the word logical or ought. Maybe those are the sake of the prescriptions. But I just see so many problems with not clarifying our language at the time in which a confusion is potentially identified. When there is even like a a 5% chance that I'm like confusing a significant thing you're saying, right? Like, I want to make sure I understand it before I sign on myself to different propositions or different things, because if not, it'll be hard to unwind, and there'll be accusations of bad faith. And so, as I understand that your criticism is well-meaning and everything, I don't agree with it.
I guess only you know the severity of the criticism that is levied against you. I would just say that I think you fight on a stronger ground when you can say, you know, like in that conversation, if people have issue with you saying, well, no, when I said that it was possible that she read her chat, I'm not meaning that she read her chat, ignored the message, and left it there. I was just saying, like, it's possible that she was reading chat at that moment, but she might not have seen that message. I think that that's like a way easier way to go about what it is. Because am I wrong in that that's what you're meaning, or that's what you think?
So I could say, I could say something like this. Like, if what you mean by possible, like I could say it that way. What we're saying is, I could say, yes, I think that it's possible, but I just don't think it's likely. I could say it that way. I think that might be a better way to adjust how I would say it, but it is the same thing.
I feel like that's downplaying it.
Yeah.
No, because
exactly because
I think that if you wanted to head off the argument, you could say, yeah, I think it's possible that she read the chat. I just don't know if she saw those exact messages.
No. I'm telling you, that's not the position. That's not what's at issue, is whether she saw it. It's whether it's likely she saw it. You understand? So when you say, I just know if she saw those messages. Okay, so the real answer is, yes, it's possible, but I don't know if it's likely. That's the answer. That seems weaselly to most people when they say that.
But okay.
You agree with that?
It sounds more or less.
Do you agree that it sounds weaselly?
I agree. Yes. I don't. Well, no, I don't agree that it sounds weaselly. I agree that people will say that it sounds.
They
weaselly.
will say.
I understand what it is that you're saying.
Yeah.
Yes. So, but I think that if you're gonna, we're just going in circles, and I'm sorry.
Yeah, we are. Yeah.
But I truly think that when you're trying to do these clarifications mid-sentence or asking to clarify the word, you could, instead of doing that, because you are aware of what it is that is being implied, why not just head off the implication and just say, well,
I'm trying
it sounds
to
like
do
you're
that.
asking me.
I'm trying to do that.
But you're not doing it with the substance. So that's what I'm saying. You could clarify it in a way that you say, yeah, it's possible, but I don't think that immediately means that she ignored it and allowed it to go unmoderated.
Changing the position.
No, because
it's likelihood.
That's your point. That's your position.
No.
That's your position, right?
No, that's not the position on the question Hutch asked. That would be answering a different question. You understand that? That would be bad faith for me to change what he's saying. That's what I get so how.
No, because then he could clarify and say, no, I wasn't saying that. I was just saying, like, do you think she was reading her chat? Or he would say, yeah, I was asking you if she saw it.
No, if I answer something he didn't ask, I'm changing the subject. And I know he didn't ask that, right? He didn't ask me if she saw it.
Or are you changing the subject?
I'll tell you.
You're talking about chat and her reading it.
I don't know why this is. I don't know why this is difficult, and you're going to grant it. There's a big difference between asking, did someone see it, versus is it likely they saw it?
Yes. One is absolute.
Right. And so someone could say it's really likely that they saw it, but I don't know if they did. And we would have different perspectives on what that entails in terms of your moderation responsibilities between someone who's willing to say, no, she saw it, versus someone who's merely saying, and the reason why we're there is because no one can prove she saw it, right? So we have to get into words of likelihood versus lack of likelihood, because the intuition, which is true, is that there is no failure to moderate if, she has responsibly set up moderates and no one sees it reasonably, or no one, that there's a basis under which Denims herself is not culpable for the failure to moderate because she is not aware of the infraction that it occurs. That's why we're talking in terms of probability, because there is no instance that I understand it where she pulls up the chat, where she admits she saw it. There's not enough instances of those chats such that it's clear that anyone who's happened to be looking there would see it. So that is, That's why the question has to do with likelihood, and that's why I can't answer in a way that isn't addressing what Hutch actually asked. If I'm being good faith, now you could say, just don't answer his question and answer something else. But then I'm going to be accused of changing the subject and be like, that's not what I asked you. And then everyone would be like, wait, Pisco won't answer questions, even though when he asks them, he wants people to answer the question he actually asked, not the ones that they wish he asked. You understand that?
Okay. What if you did that? Yes, I understand that. What if you did this instead? Tell me if you think that this is more productive. Because I don't want to keep going around the same thing, but I do think that there is a better way, and I just want to know if you agree that So if you say yes, it is possible, you could then in turn ask him, do you think it's possible that she didn't see those messages? Yeah, and then he says, well, it doesn't seem that way at all. I mean, I watched her stream out.
That's exactly what people think is debate bro-y. So if I come back and say, yes, it's possible. Do you think it's possible that she didn't? That people will interpret that again as debate bro-y. And what they'll say is you're onboarding the assumption, which they already criticized me for onboarding, which is that he's referring to mere possibility as opposed to probability. So that doesn't help things.
Yeah, but you're doing
You're adding something. Let me finish it. You're adding something to an assumption they already think is unjustified, is the notion that Hutch could have meant mere possibility as opposed to probability. And now you're adding to it a reverse question whose only point is to demonstrate the futility of that interpretation of language. And so I'm kind of doing it in a snarky way. So it's not going to help.
So do you agree with me when I say that I feel like you believe that there's no way that you could improve on these things?
I think you're good.
Not in a literal sense, but you think that it's kind
doing
of
the same stuff.
No matter what I do,
I will be accused of bad faith. I'm going to be accused of bad faith no matter what. But the thing is, it just doesn't relate to your criticism.
Yeah.
But it is somewhat tangled with some things you're saying. So, for example, I could say something like, I think answer the question, say, I think that yes, it's possible, but I'm not sure that it's likely, which is what you would need to show. Something like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think it's probably better to do it in like one sentence as opposed to saying like, what do you mean by that? But the only reason it is because people are emotional triggered idiots. And like,
but that's kind of the audience that you're doing, right?
I know, but right now we're doing
that way.
I know, but right now we're doing like baby stuff. This is for babies because they're so angry, and we have to like rattle their keys in front of them, and like don't upset them. Don't ask clarifying questions because otherwise it'll get them upset. Like this is so insane that is like where we are now. That asking a clarifying question in order to head off bad faith accusations of bad faith.
I just think it's the way that you're asking that clarifying question. I think that if either way, you're going to end up having the same instance happen where people are going to criticize you over it. I just think that you like if you were to word it how I said it, you would have headed off Destiny's. Well, this is just an ask yourself instance, right? Like, did you get this out of the ask yourself Discord?
No, wait, no. So
you would have headed off that criticism, right?
No, wait, hang on. So one thing that the most obnoxious part of the ask yourself stuff is like the prop logic stuff, right?
Yeah.
But one thing that I think is really valuable that Destiny employs, to his credit, and magically at times, right, is semantic analysis. Yeah, you're baking in this and you're assuming, and as part of your question, all these different sets of assumptions that aren't justified. So when you're asking the question, it's actually really you're asking something else. And so you're being very dishonest. Yeah, I mean, very simply. Has that kind of interaction ever happened before? Does that ring true to you? What I just said? That is him employing a semantic analysis. And so no one has a problem with semantic analysis of saying what you're doing here, or potentially what you don't realize what you're doing here is you're baking in all these things into this, but really what you could mean is this, and this word could mean this and there. And so, yeah, I'll grant it here, but not there. The problem is this is all bullshit. It's because of the personalities. It's because of the perceptions. It doesn't have anything to do with a genuine problem with what I'm doing. Like there's nothing wrong with clarifying what you're talking about. If you do it in bad faith,
don't know,
it's wrong.
Because I feel like even in what you just said, like, do you not think that saying that and laying out why you're answering in the way that you're answering is not more valuable than just like the question of like, if what do you mean, like a non-zero chance? Do you not think that like me saying like, hey, it kind of seems like you're going down this lane, do you not think that that's more valuable than just assuming that
I'm not assuming.
We've been talking for 3 hours.
I'm not assuming it. The whole point of clarification
Okay.
is not assuming what they mean. Is asking what they mean.
And but you're asking them where you're saying, well, I'm asking you if by possible you mean logically possible. That's a lot different than saying, well, are you asking me if it's possible because you're trying to bake in these assumptions of like if she did read it, then she didn't moderate it.
That's an accusation of bad faith. That's accusing and putting his character in issue.
Can't the person just say, no, I was just asking you this question.
That's going to make them. The whole point is we don't want to make Hutch defensive. That we're mind warping Hutch, which I think is infantilizing. But that's kind of the whole thing. The whole thing is don't attack Hutch and make him think that you're doing debate pro stuff. But saying like, are you only saying that because you want to bake an assumption? People will take that as an attack on his character.
I guess depending on how you say it, but I guess.
No, wait. If I said, I think what you're doing by asking this question is you're trying to play a little fast and loose with it because there are a bunch of assumptions in one meaning versus the other. You think that even if I say it calmly, how would I say it then? That in a way that's how would I say it? You say it.
I think that how would I say what?
Yeah,
I would say.
How would you express? Are you doing this to bake in assumptions in a way that doesn't sound like I'm impugning their character?
I would say, are you asking me if she read her chat because you're asking me if she read the chat and didn't moderate it?
So likely. So just make sure that you're not misstating it. Are you asking me whether it's possible, whether it's likely, whether it's possible, I fucked up. Whether it's possible that she saw her chat. So make sure that whatever you're about to say as the explanation, that you're not just saying, did she read it? Is it possible? Okay.
Are you asking me if it's possible that she read her chat and ignored it and didn't moderate it? Is that what you're trying to ask me right now? And then if he says yes, you could say
that doesn't help me. That just restates it. I understand that part. It's what he means by those words. That just restates it.
You're clarifying what you're.
I already know
you're
that.
Clarifying your clarification.
No,
you are asking.
That's not clarifying. That's just repeating back what he said, which I don't understand.
No, because he asked you if it was possible that she read her chat, but you are asking him about the reasoning behind why he's asking you that. And
no, I'm not.
It's in
that would be bad faith. That would be non-responsiveness. That was me saying, why are you asking me this?
I don't agree. We could go down the road. I don't think that what you're classifying as bad faith is bad faith.
Wait, you think it's bad faith to not answer a question when I've asked questions of Hutch, he's answered some of them, and he asked me a question. You think it's not bad faith to be like, why are you asking me that? As opposed to just answering it? You don't think I would be accused of being bad faith if I refuse to answer questions all the time by saying like, why are you asking me this? Now, sometimes I will do it. If I truly think it's irrelevant, I will do it. But I don't think it's irrelevant. His question is not irrelevant. His question is entirely relevant. It's very, very relevant.
I don't think it's bad faith because I think like bad faith shows an intention of like obscuring something in some way. Whether
it looks bad faith to question motivations when there isn't.
You already look bad faith, dude. That's what I'm saying is that. It's
to bad faith, bad faith people, or for people who are not listening. That's to whom I think I look bad faith.
Again, when you are doing it over and over and over again, it assumes that you are being bad faith, and so that's what I'm saying. Like it's kind of like a pick your battles thing, in that when you have a conversation that lasts 4 hours, and like overall, I don't think that you guys covered much. Like if we're being honest with ourselves. You guys covered whether or not Denham's looked at her chat or not.
Yeah, it's not my fault. Unfortunately.
You don't think you hold any
culpability?
You're not culpable at all.
Say it.
You're not.
I basically think that the reason it dragged on so long is because Hutch was dragging his feet. Now, I don't think that he's doing so because he's bad faith or lying or anything. Or because anything like that, but I really do think it's here. I'll say this: I think I'm also culpable for perhaps not being clear at times with what the concept I was trying to drive home about ethical obligations. That's possible too. So I guess I take that back. I'm not saying that it's all his fault, but like I do think that there's different culpabilities on that, and I think it's both of us, and it's not just me fucking, I don't know, doing things for no reason. What I'm doing, I think, is based in reason. That said, I gotta go soon. I know you have to go
you're
soon.
Good, buddy.
Yeah.
You do you, obviously. But yeah, I don't know. I think that you're criticized in a way that I don't think is warranted. I over and over and over again in this conversation, I agreed with what your understanding and why you came to the conclusions that you did and why you laid out things the way that you did. I agree with it all. It's not only logically possible that that's why you did those things. It's logical that you did that. You can connect from A to B to C to D. I understand it all. I just think that whether it's my bad way of laying stuff out or whatever it might be, I just think that there's a better way that you can do it. And I don't know that I have the prescription for that, but I think that the way that you're currently...
I think that there's ways to do it better for sure. I'm not saying I'm the perfect person, whatever. And there are times,
or maybe just check yourself in it and just be like, listen, I feel like now we've gone down a rabbit hole, and I actually want to get back to what we were talking about. So, can we just ask a couple quick clarifying questions of what it is, and just yes or no's or whatever it might be, because it is, I enjoy listening to it. I work for 8 hours a day on a construction site. Like, it's just white noise in my ear of, everything. Like, it's fine. But when people are not, when you have new people coming to your stream or whatever it might be, and, you're nailing home this point that is logical, but it just might not necessarily be something that you're always going to have your critics. You're always going to have people that are going to disagree with you. So why not aim for the people that aren't that and say, you know what, I'm going to go into this a different way, so that the people that are understanding what it is that I'm trying to say and aren't trying to trap me in something or aren't trying to criticize me in any way that they possibly can, I'm going to go for the people that are listening to me. And maybe you are. Maybe that's what you are going for. And most people like that you do this. I like it. I just don't think that it's applicable in every circumstance.
Hey, I appreciate what you're saying. I take it in the good spirit in which it's intended. And needless to say, I disagree with a lot of what you say. I don't think I disagree with like some aspects about it. Okay. But for example, I do think that I can be a little better, much better in terms of conciseness and in terms of wrapping it up in a little bow and really, picking my battles on some stuff. I'm not doubting that. But what isn't the problem is at the start, making sure that we care about a conversation before we have it. That's not a problem, in my opinion. You can disagree. Or, in my opinion, clarifying what is meant by certain things in order to come to different conclusions. Because maybe there are better ways in which I can do both of those things. I don't say that that's impossible, but I just don't say that those acts in and of themselves are wrong. I don't agree with clarifying in the middle if I can clarify initially. And I don't agree with a norm against having clarity at the start regarding whether one cares about a conversation before embarking on a conversation, if there's a reason to believe that the person doesn't care about the conversation, which in this case there was. And so I'll give you the last word, and then we'll call it.
Yeah, I'll just open it for a quick question real quick. You said that multiple times you said that I said that you shouldn't clarify, and that in the beginning you shouldn't clarify what the conversation was. You admit that I did say that it's fine to do that, but I felt like you did it in a way that probably wasn't beneficial, and that you probably could have just said like, hey, I have issues and I think that Ethan is actually committing a wrong. Do you think that that's possible that he's fucking... Dude, I'm going to say possible like 1,000 times tonight because we've said it so many times. But there's just a way that you could have gone about doing it.
No. I disagree that your problem was merely on how I did it. Every different example that you provided of alternative ways to start the conversation didn't include doing what I wanted to do, which is asking him if he cares about the conversation. And so because none of the examples you had included what I wanted to ask, which is, do you care? And multiple times we were fighting me about whether it mattered to say that, and we could just have it on the conversation. I unfortunately do have to conclude that is not a correct assessment of your position. Your position does appear to be that it's not worth it at the start of the conversation, in this conversation, to have even asked the question in any form about whether or not the conversation is itself worth having.
Okay, I'll just clarify. Yeah. I think that you can ask that in a better way, and you can say, hey, Do you think it's important for us to see if Ethan's intentions are good? You know, and
Yeah, that's what
your,
that's like what I did.
I don't know. I don't think that.
That's like what I did.
I think that is what you did, but you didn't ask him. Do you think it's worth having the conversation that Ethan might have committed a wrong here?
That's what I did, dude.
No.
Okay. No.
It is what you did, but you did not say it that way. I mean,
okay, I didn't use those words specifically. You're right. I didn't use those words specifically.
3% of the words that you did. So,
okay.
Yeah. But
hey,
anyway,
I do appreciate
it. Wait.
I
hope you have a good rest of your day.
Genuinely and sincerely, I do appreciate it. And let's talk again soon, okay?
Yeah.
Right.
I don't know if chat wants that, but yeah.
No. Hey, don't listen to him. Don't listen to him. Bye. Have a good one.
No. Bye.
Okay. All right, guys, it's over. Go have fun. Be merry. I might be back later tonight. I just got to go